7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The theory everything hinged on in that moment was based on an aspect of some scientists' new take on the unified field theory. The UFT had been proposed by Albert Einstein, who coined the unified field theory term when he attempted to unify his general theory of relativity with electromagnetism, the interaction which was known to occur between particles with an electric charge via electromagnetic forces. It was one of the four fundamental forces found within nature itself, the dominant force in the interaction between molecules and atoms, and the potential uses for it were not lost on some minds. Some researchers with such minds, who had created a new branch of the theory, proposed an idea based on their version of it that would change stealth capabilities as the world knew it. Their proposal had been met with excitement, and the researchers immediately had been given unlimited funding by unspecified powers within the government, along with the support of the best minds and near endless resources the United States military could offer. With the goal of putting what they'd proposed into practice, and not simply theory, by creating new technologies for the war in the Pacific and the upcoming invasion of Europe. The research team had come to the conclusion that some aspects of the unified field theory could, in theory, enable them to have the ability to bend light around a desired object through refraction if done correctly by channeling energy through a specific point and focusing it on one spot around an object. An action which could be done, again in theory, by using large electrical machinery they had designed for channeling that energy so certain natural forces would merge into a single field. The outcome, if all theories worked as expected in the physical world, would be light bending around an object, the size of which would be based on the relative size of the machinery channeling the energy in comparison. The larger the machine, the larger the object could be, and the smaller the machinery, the smaller the object would also have to be. The research had been well funded and proceeded swiftly, and promised potential positive leaps and bounds for the war effort had many excited. There was a good reason. The application of such technology would change everything. In fact, if it went as the math said it might, the results could single-handedly change the tide of the war on both fronts overnight. The unified field theory applies greatly to theoretical physics. The branch of the unified field theory the researchers had gone down had been much the same, but it was what those theoretical physics could potentially do in practice that had gotten so much attention and monetary support. Patents were signed, documents were sealed, and non-disclosure agreements were drafted. The project had been one of the most closely guarded secrets in America. If the Nazis learned about it, then it would become a race, and it was one the Americans did not want to take a chance at losing. The project had been named Happy Easter, and had left the lab and then proceeded to testing. The researchers had done the equations and refined the theories. What they discovered should work, and it did in theory, but theory and practice were two different things. But what they had determined was that the aspect of the theory they were focusing on would enable the use of large electrical generators to bend light around a desired object. This was what the military, especially the United States Navy, had become so invested in supporting. The value of such a tool to the military could not be overstated. Simply put, the experiment could theoretically allow a ship or a fleet of them to be made invisible. The goal of the coming field experiment was to make a destroyer escort class ship disappear and reappear successfully. From there, it didn't take a well-educated genius military strategist to understand the potential ramifications such an ability would have on the war effort in the Pacific and the Atlantic. The destroyer the experiment was going to be conducted on was the cannon-class destroyer USS Eldridge. She was named for Lieutenant Commander John Eldridge Jr., who had been born in 1903 and been killed in action in the Solomon Islands in November 1942, leading attacks on Japanese-held positions in an invasion. The ship which bore his name had been laid down in February 1943, and she had been launched 5 months later. Her beam was just shy of 37 feet, and her length was 306 feet. The class of destroyer the Eldridge had been designed for anti-submarine warfare and to serve as a convoy escort ship. But today, the USS Eldridge was not aiding in a convoy or scanning for submarines. She and her crew were waiting the end of the countdown to zero. The months of planning, of designing the needed machinery, and rechecking that the math was correct and that the equipment should do what it had been designed to do, were finally over, and the experiment had moved out of the lab and into the field. Small experiments in the field had begun in the summer of 1943 on small objects with no humans in the vicinity. These had been done with prototypes of the machinery, and while none of the test objects had been rendered fully invisible, the results were promising. A toy car had been made semi-transparent by a small but working model of the machinery that they planned to install on the destroyer on only the second field test. The one factor that could not be explained was the effect of nausea that those who had been near to the small prototype machinery felt, but it had passed within moments. Also, the researchers noted that a thin veil of fog appeared whenever an object was made invisible or visible again. The first test had also been done on a model car, and it had been destroyed. The reassessment and then the second test proved more positive, and while the model hadn't fully vanished, it had still become semi-transparent. Some of the researchers theorized this could be explained by the fact the machinery being used was miniature prototypes and not the full-scale versions they planned to build. Due to their small size, they could not channel the amount of energy needed to turn something fully invisible. The models were subsequently adjusted. With each test, things only grew more promising, always more steps forward than steps backwards. The machinery had been improved and tested over and over until the Navy deemed it time to try it on a manned ship. The machinery had been upscaled, built, and installed on the Eldridge, and it had been triple-checked. The machines were designed to bend light particles around the destroyer via refraction, which would result in it turning invisible, and, with small tweaks made based on the toy car experiments, everyone knew it should work. Though the wake of the ship would be visible, that could be examined later. If the experiment worked and could be repeated with all the ships in the Pacific and Atlantic fleets, then the wakes would not be of real concern if the ships themselves could not be seen by the enemy. Even if they saw it on radar, they would not see the ship itself. Even if the enemy saw the wake, they would never see the source of it. Plans had been made for the mass application of the tech if the tests proved fruitful in their results. And it had all come down to this moment on the morning of October 28, 1943. The place the experiment was being conducted was the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard. Upon arriving, the USS Eldridge had been outfitted with the technology needed to make her invisible. Eldridge wasn't even supposed to be at the shipyard at that time. She was supposed to be on her first shakedown cruise in the Bahamas. But records of such things could easily be fabricated, and in fact had already been written. On the deck of the Eldridge, and all throughout her insides, her crew were going about their daily duties. The Navy wanted the experiment to feel as natural and realistic to how the activity on a ship would be in a potential real active duty situation. The test today would hopefully result in the Eldridge being made invisible for 1 full minute and then successfully rematerialize. Around her was anchored a small armada of other ships, their crews observing from all sides. Once the countdown reached 1, fingers were crossed, and the figurative big red button was pushed. The air felt like a static charge had been pumped through it. In fact, some even expected to feel a clap of thunder following the electric current. The researchers and scientists, and everyone, watched with rapt attention. And they weren't the only ones. One of the highest-ranked generals in the entire United States Navy, Ernest Joseph Aaronmore, was in attendance and watching from one of the observation ships anchored around the Eldridge in a circular formation. so the experiment could be viewed from all sides. If the experiment was a success, sailors should be able to wave to others on the ships which were hidden behind Eldridge while she was visible. The sailors on the Eldridge herself tried to act as if all was normal and go about their usual duties, as they'd been instructed to do. The researchers wanted as authentic of a test as possible compared to how a ship and its crew would be operating on the high seas when the machinery was activated. It needed to work with everyone going about their normal duties when it was time to turn invisible. Everyone could tell when the big red button had been hit. The static charge that filled the air was telling itself, but so was the ship. She instantly seemed to take on a different hue of color. She almost looked like she was shuddering from the physical effect of the machinery within her. The air itself around her seemed to warp slightly, and then seemed to shimmer and almost shine around the hall before the very shape of the ship began to fade out from view. As the observing ships behind the Eldridge became visible through her hull, a thick green-colored mist materialized around the destroyer and began obscuring her from view. As the fog grew thicker, the ship fully faded from view until finally the green mist utterly obscured her. Then, after a few moments, the fog lifted away and the Eldridge was gone. Immediately a stunned silence followed. Most present couldn't believe what they'd seen, even though they knew to expect it. Everyone seemed to be waiting for a confirmation that the ship had been made invisible and not simply disintegrated at the atomic level. A few moments later, a radio man, sitting at a table with a wireless set which had been set up near shore, who was waiting for a signal, gave a thumbs up. He had received a confirmation message from the Eldridge that all was well. The experiment had been a success. The ship and crew had been made invisible and everything was well aboard her. There was a tumultuous cheer from the scientists as the fog cleared and the ship was revealed to be completely gone but functioning well. She'd been successfully turned invisible. The researchers had been right, and now endless doors were already being opened for the application of the technology into the wider military. Once the testing was complete and the technology was reproduced, the World War would be over in months, maybe even weeks. A storm of invisible ships could sail right across the Pacific Ocean and right up to Japan's coast, like Admiral Perry had done nearly a century before. Maybe such an operation could even be named after him. And maybe, just maybe, a fleet of invisible vehicles, troop transports, and tanks could roll right up to Berlin, to Hitler's front door, before he would even know they were there. And the same could be done to every leader of the Axis powers, and it would be the same result. With this technology on the Allies' side, the war had just been won. It would also be a very clear message to Stalin and the Soviets that the United States was a power not to trifle with. A country with an invisible army was also a country with an army that could not be stopped, and it would absolutely hold all the cards in negotiations after the war. Warfare had evolved over the millennia from knights on horses to trench warfare, and now it had entered a new age. And it was all made possible by the research team, a wild new take on the UFT, the support of the Navy, and the undying willpower of those wanting the World War to end sooner rather than later. Now, it might well be over by Christmas. General Ehrenmoor certainly seemed like he thought so. He had a very pleased look on his usually stern, rigid face as he watched from one of the ships. His opinion on the day's events would determine if the project continued past or died on October 28th. It certainly seemed like it would be continuing on. Other fellow high-ranking members of the military chain of command were eagerly awaiting his report on if their sponsored invisibility experiment was a success or not. The Battle of Midway would have been over a lot faster if we had that technology at the time. We could have sailed right up to the Japanese fleet and they wouldn't even have known we were there, one fellow general had said to Ehrenmoor a few weeks back during the early field testing. Hell, if we had it at Pearl Harbor and our fleet was invisible, the Japanese wouldn't have been able to do anything there at all. The invasion of Sicily wouldn't have needed such a complex intelligence operation either if we could have turned the fleet invisible, another had added. The excitement in the room had been palpable. Imagine a fleet of invisible ships, destroyers, battleships, carriers, a squadron of invisible planes, bombers, fighters, transports. You could sink an entire enemy fleet before they'd even know you were there. A minute after the Eldridge's disappearing act, a cloud of green mist began to rematerialize. The crew on the ship had set the machinery to reverse the process. On shore, a camera crew focused their movie cameras to ensure they got the best possible shot on film of the Eldridge's rematerialization. The air seemed to shimmer and warp, and it was even visible in the grainy black and white camera film, and the form of a massive shape could be seen as the mist enclosed over the spot Eldridge should be in. The radio man was halfway through sending a confirmation message to the wireless operator on the Eldridge when he was cut off by a sudden series of loud, meaningless dots coming from the Eldridge. It was gibberish, just dot after dot of Morse code, but it was so sudden and loud that he threw his headset off. As clouds continued to materialize around where the Eldridge would have been had she been visible, it grew thick, thicker than expected, and again took on a green color, a darker one than it had before, some noted. The researchers were scribbling notes of the observation down on clipboards. The fog hung around the ship for several moments before lifting away and revealing the now visible and intact USS Eldridge emerging from out of the cloud. No excited waves came from the deck crew of the destroyer as everyone expected. No greeting, no flash of her signal lamp as had been agreed upon would serve as the all was well signal upon the ship's reappearance. The flashing light never came. The ship was still, the ship was silent, and she was off. She didn't look different, but at the same time, she didn't look right. She looked exactly the same, but there was no spark of life in her that one could see in any ship. But at the same time, she still looked normal. It was strange to behold, and the lack of communication further added to people's confusion as the excitement of the successful test began to be replaced with confused mutterings. Those on the observation ships around the Eldridge took notice and instantly began trying to make visual communication with the destroyer. Some resorted to simply shouting. They could see people on her deck walking around, but they weren't responding. One crewman on one of the destroyers sitting off to Eldridge's port side grabbed a pair of binoculars and scanned the deck, looking to see if there were any obvious signs about what was keeping her crew from responding. Nothing was wrong with the ship. It was her crew which were acting amiss. The deckhand couldn't place it, but he kept watching. He could see some of the men on Eldridge's deck just aimlessly walking around, their eyes wide open and their faces slack. Someone sat on the forward deck, tucked into a ball, rocking in place. Another was grabbing and scratching at his hair or pulling at his skin before he dropped onto all fours and scampered inside an open doorway into the ship like a mad animal. Something's wrong. Looks like the whole deck crew's gone bananas over there, the deckhand said. The sailors observing the experiment nodded, squinting to see as well. None noticed that General Aaronmore had joined them and was silently listening to them as they each pointed out what they saw. I don't see anyone on her bridge, another deckhand who had also fetched binoculars added. Was all they heard the general say in response, some only now realizing he was there with them. He didn't speak again. He watched for a few more seconds and then left the deck and headed to the bridge of the observation ship to talk with the vessel's captain. Behind him, the silent Eldridge sat in the harbor, with hundreds of confused eyes trained on her, searching for a sight or a sign of what was happening. Bride, pick a sailor and come up to the bridge. John Bride was stirred awake by the voice of the captain himself coming from right next to his bunk. Having been on the night watch the evening before, Bride had felt no desire to stay up and watch the experiment the following morning. But when the captain of your ship himself came down to talk to you and tell you to get up, you had to get up, even if you'd only had somewhere around 4 to 5 hours of sleep. Yes, sir, he mumbled, half awake and scrambling to get out of his lofted bunk bed without falling. His captain had already left by the time he'd swung his legs over the side and dropped to the floor. But he knew, for the captain of the destroyer to come down and raise him personally, then the reason must have been of grave importance. He quickly climbed down from the top bunk, put on a shirt, and then turned to the individual sleeping in the bunk below his. He stepped close and tapped the metal frame of the bed. "Phillips, wake up," he said, leaning against the support beam for the top bunk. "What's up?" William Phillips mumbled, his eyes still closed. "Don't know, but the captain himself wants to see us on the bridge," Bride explained. "Tell him Bruno did it," Phillips muttered. "Tell him Bruno? What did you do?" Bride asked. "Nothing," Phillips mumbled into his pillow. Bride chuckled and shook his head slightly. "I don't think we're in trouble, mate," he replied. "Yeah, you tell yourself that. You're the golden child of this ship," Phillips said, rolling over onto his back and opening his eyes. Bride just shook his head and held out his hand. Phillips gave him a look, but knowing Bride wasn't going away, he reached out and took his hand, allowing Bride to pull him out of the bunk. "Yeah, and that's why he came to me, and not you," Bride chastised with a smirk as Phillips muttered and put on his own shirt as well. "And yet, you then came to me," Phillips answered, as he pulled on his shirt. "Hey, I didn't say the captain picked the right guy," Bride responded with a chuckle, sliding his cap on. "So I will, you devious bugger." Phillips laughed and grabbed his own as well. They put on their boots and then together walked out of the barracks and into the hall outside. "So, what did Bruno do?" Bride asked after a moment. Phillips chuckled as he slid his own cap on. "Oh, you'll find out. Someone will find it eventually." "Anywhere I should avoid for a while?" Bride asked. Phillips looked thoughtful. "You don't have any duties on C deck, right?" When Bride shook his head to confirm he didn't, Phillips nodded. "Yeah, avoid C deck for a bit." "I'm starting to think I don't want to know what Bruno did," Bride said. The two had met years earlier, at the ages of 10, by pure chance. They'd been attending a showing of the serial film The Lost Jungle on the same day and had met outside the theater. Accompanied by their siblings, the four had become close friends and remained as such over the years. As they'd gotten older, they began wreaking the kind of havoc young boys do as they grew from adolescents to teenagers and then into young adults. After Pearl Harbor had been attacked by the Japanese in December 1941, the happy carefree times had come to an end. The war, which was so far away, had suddenly become real to them and reached home. The president's statement, "a date which will live in infamy," had absolutely been true in the minds of many young Americans after the attack, and they joined the Navy the same day, having had to wait in a very long line to sign up. Both Bride and Phillips, along with each of their siblings, had clearly not been the only ones who had thought and felt the same way. By chance, Bride and Phillips had been assigned to the same vessel, while their brothers were assigned to the newly completed USS Eldridge. They were proud of what they were doing for their country, and so were their families. After Pearl Harbor, everyone wanted to take a swing back at the Japanese, but none of the four had gotten a chance to see actual combat at sea yet. Their duties had kept them closer to home thus far. Eventually, though, they would be joining the Battle of the Atlantic. They had already decided that, after the war, the one who helped sink the least amount of U-boats between them would have to buy the one who sank more the first celebratory drink. Phillips and Bride traversed the tightly compacted hallways of the ship, stopping at nearly every hallway intersection to allow others to hurry past. Everyone was hurrying. Not in the usual way people did on the ship. It was common to hurry with a quick pace, but there was an extra step of urgency in each person that they allowed by. "Something's up," Bride eventually commented. "Are we shoving off for the Atlantic early?" "No, surely not," Phillips responded as he and Bride arrived at the staircase which took them up to the top deck. The flurry of activity extended out here, too. They were greeted with it, in confused mutterings, as they reached the deck. They blinked as the bright sun hit their eyes and breathed in the salt air. I think we might be. Why so hesitant? Because you know you'll be buying me a drink? Bride chastised as they stepped out onto the top deck. I'll buy you an old shoe if you don't stop, Phillips replied. There was a whistle from above them before either could say anything else about the strange level of activity going on, and they looked up at the bridge wing. Up here, you two! A sailor called down to them, looking like he'd been waiting specifically for the two to make their appearance on deck. They nodded and proceeded to the staircase which took them up to the bridge. As they neared it, the sailor who had whistled down to them hurried back inside, leaving the door open for them. They reached the top of the steps and entered the bridge. The helmsman silently motioned towards the open door of the chart room at the back. The lights were dim, and several officers, the captain, and another individual were standing around a table, speaking in hushed but urgent tones. Sharing a silent glance, Bride and Phillips walked towards the door and stepped inside, saluting their captain. The officers stepped back respectfully, leaving only the ship's captain and the other individual to speak. Bride and Phillips held the salute as the imposing figure of General Aaronmore turned around to face them as well, revealed to have been the mysterious figure also present in the room. Neither had expected that, let alone to be speaking directly with such a high-ranked and intimidating official. As you were, he greeted, with a curt nod, and the two lowered their hands. John Bride and William Phillips, sir, their captain introduced. Aaronmore nodded. Come in, you two, he ordered. Phillips and Bride stepped inside the dim room, and someone shut the door behind them. It was very dim in the room, only illuminated by flickering lanterns. You two are aware of the experiment that was being conducted on the USS Eldridge this morning, yes? The general asked them. Yes, sir, Bride commented, caught a little off guard by the question. Who wouldn't have been aware of it? Did you watch it? No, sir. We were on night watch last night and didn't feel like staying awake for it, Bride answered. Aaronmore hummed. He said, turning his back to them again. Bride, you have a brother on board that ship, correct? Yes, sir. Blake Bride. Is he okay? He was cut off when Aaronmore spoke again. And your friend? The general's curt voice asked. Sir? Phillips asked. Brother, Aaronmore curtly clarified. I do, sir. Tom Phillips? Phillips responded. It was clear that even he had been caught off guard by coming face to face with Aaronmore himself. Not a single witty quip came from his lips in the general's presence, which would have been the case if it had only been their captain waiting to greet them. The general didn't seem to respond, but Phillips noted that his captain seemed to be satisfied about something. Bride noticed as well, but Aaronmore spoke again before either of them were able to. What do you know of the experiment that was being conducted on their ship? Something about making it disappear and reappear, Bride said. Aaronmore faced them and nodded. Indeed. And the experiment has been done already. It was completed 35 minutes ago. Did it... What did it work? Bride asked. Well, the experiment seems to have been an apparent success. The objective was accomplished. The USS Eldridge was successfully made invisible and reappeared. However, this is where the problem has materialized. There have been some apparent, unexpected side effects. There has been no communication from the ship, not visually, not vocally, just constant gibberish Morse code coming from her wireless set that doesn't mean anything. Aaronmore explained, his voice deep, slow, and punctual, like he was lecturing students in a college classroom. Just dots repeating. Doesn't mean anything, and it hasn't stopped either. Neither Phillips or Bride spoke, and Aaronmore continued. Something seems to have gone wrong. The ship reappeared just fine, but the crew appears to have suffered from some ill effects. the severity of which cannot be determined at this time, nor can we determine how widespread or diverse the effects are. Due to the unknown nature of the side effects from such a test on such a large scale, and the data from the earlier field tests we have for reference, we want to limit the amount of people we put into additional danger. You two are being tasked with boarding the Eldritch and determining the extent of what has happened. Sir? Philip spoke up, a hint of alarm creeping into his voice, though it wasn't noticed by most, only by Bride, their captain, and Aaronmore. Aaronmore did not mention it, but it was clear from the glint in his eyes he was reassessing the sailor from the small chink in his armor. Phillips held his poker face well, so did Aaronmore, but Phillips noted the glint in his eyes. He didn't like it. Why us? Bride asked before anyone else could talk. Aaronmore turned to him, and he hastily spoke again. Shouldn't you be sending more aboard than just us, sir? Bride clarified. Aaronmore shook his head. If something has gone wrong, it's best to reduce the extent of further potential collateral damage. 2 men to watch each other's back is enough, and since you both have brothers on the vessel, you're already properly motivated to find out what happened over there and ensure the crew's state and well-being. Bride turned to his captain after a moment. You knew I'd pick Phillips, didn't you, sir? The captain of the destroyer, a stern, no-nonsense allowed on his ship type individual named Hazley, did not refuse the claim. I just rather expected you would, he simply replied, with a small twist of his head in a dismissive manner. 2 men with family on board is a bonus. 1 was enough, but 2 will have extra motivation. It didn't matter who you picked. You'd have been motivated to find out what happened already, more than someone who has no siblings over there, Aaronmore said, stern, uncaring, and all business. After a moment of respite, he continued his brief. You'll transfer to a PT boat, and they'll take you in close. You'll board the ship from there. Now, come here and pay attention, Aaronmore said, approaching another table on the side of the room. Phillips and Bride followed, feeling compelled and unable to voice protest. Aaronmore reached the table and grabbed something. As he turned around, he held out 2 flare guns. One is loaded with a white flare, the other a red one. After you 2 board and have searched the whole ship, you are to return to the deck and shoot one of these off. White, if all is well. Red, if something has gone wrong and assistance is needed. You are only to fire these after you have investigated the entire ship, no matter what you find. Again, we want to limit the potential further collateral, and since we don't know what to expect, we can't have any surprises hiding over there if we have to send more men onto that ship. These are theoretical physics we're working with here, and things are clearly not working out as theorized. To put it simply, we don't know what kind of effects these physics might have on a human being. Expect anything. The research team behind this project reported that in field testing on a small scale, some reported nausea after each test when close to the subject being tested on. But they have advised, on a large scale like this, there is a small chance for a possible debilitating illness and possibly other symptoms we don't know about yet. Understand? Yes, sir, Phillips and Bride both hesitantly replied. Rifles, gentlemen? Their captain said from behind them. They turned and saw him holding 2 rifles out towards them. Each is fully loaded with a fresh clip. These are for self-defense only. Sir, why do we need rifles? Bride asked hesitantly. Some of the ships observing the Eldritch have said the crew on her deck are acting erratic. Aaronmore's voice spoke up from behind him and Phillips. We don't know what you'll find over there, but what we've seen is enough of a clue that something isn't right, and again, we want to limit the number of men we send into potential danger. We thought it wise to give you means to protect yourself if anyone over there's behavior is unpredictable. And as I've said, you 2 have personal reasons for wanting to go over there and making sure everything is well and for completing your task. And less reasons to open fire on a random person you happen to see. Having one clip each is also to serve as a deterrent from firing needlessly. That's all you have. One fully loaded clip in each weapon. Good luck. With that, the two were dismissed and led outside to where their transport was waiting. The PT boat drew close alongside the Eldridge. She was silent. Her engines had gone silent, and there was no hum from within her hull. She was still. No movement was visible anywhere, and the only sound were the waves sloshing up against her hull. The large ship remained silent as the small boat drew alongside, the wake of the PT boat sloshing against her hull, but the ship remained eerily still as the waves battered her hull. The waves created a wet, slopping sound as they splashed up against the thick but hollow metal side of the ship. The crew of the PT boat did not speak to Phillips and Bride, and, as they stopped next to the Eldridge, Phillips stood up and attempted to hail the destroyer. "Search and rescue team! Is anyone up there in need of help?" he called loudly. There was no answer. The only sound was still the waves splashing up against the hull. Even the observing ships watching the destroyer from all sides were silent, their crews gathered on deck and watching with rapt attention. Resigned that they had to go aboard, Phillips and Bride slung their rifles over their shoulders and climbed up the ladder hanging down the side of the Eldridge. Once they were both on the ladder and climbing up, the PT boat pulled away and held position roughly 15 yards off the port side of the Eldridge. Bride reached the top of the ladder first and pulled himself up onto the deck. He then turned around and extended a hand to help Phillips up. Once they were both up, they both turned and looked at the sight, and they both instantly unslung their rifles when they laid eyes on the deck and the state of the crew. "What the fuck?" Phillips said. Many of the crew on deck were laughing like maniacs. Others were rocking in place on the floor with their eyes wide open, wider than anyone should have been able to open their eyes, very clearly somewhere far away mentally. And others had even been fused into the metal hull and superstructure of the ship. This gory sight is what had prompted Bride and Phillips to unsling their rifles. A drooling, slack-jawed face with a bulged tongue and half-rolled-back eyes was staring at the two sailors from out of the metal wall it had been fused into. And the horror didn't end there. More bodies were fused into the railing, deck, and superstructure. One sailor was even hanging below the bridge wing, his body limp and swaying in the wind, and his body was fused into the steel from the neck up, looking like he'd hung himself. On one wall, a limp arm was sticking out, bent at a near-perfect 90 degrees angle. One window up on the ship's bridge was coated in a telling splatter of red mist. Other sailors were still spread around the deck, but unlike the ones who were muttering unintelligibly or fused into the steel parts of the ship, these men were frozen in place, many mid-stride or midway through some task. They were utterly still. They were frozen, as still as stone statues, paused midway through whatever task they'd been doing as the ship had disappeared. Some were mid-conversation with no one. Evidently, whomever they'd been speaking to was not frozen by the experiment. Others were halfway through various tasks, pulling in a coil of rope, mopping the deck, climbing a staircase or a ladder. All still as stone, and in fact they were so still, so utterly paused, that they looked like they wouldn't even be soft if touched. Their skin no longer looked like it was made of flesh, but instead something as hard as marble. The frozen men didn't look off, but at the same time they did just look uncanny. Without even really thinking, Bride flicked the safety of his rifle off out of instinct. Phillips did the same a moment after. One of the mumbling sailors wandering around the deck with wide eyes paced nearer to Phillips and Bride slung his rifle over his shoulder and stepped in the sailor's way. He grasped the man by the shoulders. "Sailor! Sailor! Are you okay? What happened?" he asked, urgency creeping into his voice more and more with each word, but the wide-eyed man didn't answer. He continued mumbling and walking forward. slipping out of Bride's grasp and continuing down the deck. Clearly, somewhere far away mentally, if he was even there mentally at all. At a loss, Bride unslung his rifle and returned to Philip's side as they stood on the deck in stunned silence. A door suddenly burst open, and a fleshy, vein-covered blob stumbled quickly out of the superstructure. It paused and seemed to look around for a moment, and then it began silently running towards the sailors, sloshing fluid audibly. "Holy shit!" Philip shouted as it stumbled and ran towards them simultaneously, desperate intensity in its steps, fleshy limbs extending out towards them. Bride raised his rifle as Phillips shouted and fired 2 bullets into the mass. It stumbled and slipped down onto the deck, slopping with a sound like wet meat. As it splotched onto the deck, semi-transparent red liquid splattered out around it. The 2 sailors hesitated for a moment until they were sure the thing was dead, and then they crept closer. Bride nudged the blob with the barrel of his rifle, and he and Phillips quickly recoiled. The blob was shaped like a human. It was a human. The man's veins were visible, and his organs were clinging to his outside, wrapped around him in places they shouldn't have been. The man had been turned inside out. Only now that it was over, did the 2 sailors realize that the way that this sailor was running towards them, his arms extended, his steps desperate, wasn't in aggression. It had been a plea for help. Bride had to forcefully swallow the bile which rose up his throat and threatened to expel from his mouth. As he coughed, Phillips couldn't tear his eyes away from the horrifying sight. What the hell?" Bride eventually sputtered. "What happened?" Phillips didn't have an answer for his friend. Bride suddenly went for his belt, trying to pull out the flare gun with the red flare in it to shoot it off. Phillips grabbed his wrist. "What are you doing?" "We're in over our heads," Bride exclaimed. "You heard Aaron Moore. He should shoot off this red flare if something's wrong. If we need assistance, we need it." "Yeah, I heard that, but listen. He also said not to shoot it off until we'd searched the ship. With that look in his eyes he had, I think there'd be consequences if we didn't," Phillips said, managing to keep calm despite the situation. He was holding it together better than Bride. "Look, the lads on the ships all around us can clearly see the deck. Aaron Moore knew something was wrong, but not what. If we shoot off that flare now, I don't know what'll happen. But damn it, I don't want to be made an example out of," Phillips continued. He grabbed Bride's shoulders and shook them lightly, while looking straight into his friend's eyes. "Maybe they lock us up? I don't know. You never know with things this secret. We're nobodies. Aaron Moore is one of the highest generals in the entire fucking Navy. He could have anyone replace us and anything done to us. And no one would ever know." Bride looked like he felt as helpless as Phillips did. "So we go in," he eventually relented. Phillips nodded. "Yes. Plus, our brothers are in there somewhere. We have to find them and make sure they're not like this." He motioned to the inside-out corpse. "I can't leave them like that. I hope they're fine. But if they're not, I wouldn't want to be left in this state either," Bride quietly agreed. The 2 had never felt more helpless. After Pearl Harbor, they had felt shock but resolve. They wanted to throw a punch back. But in this situation, they couldn't throw one back. Aaron Moore held all the cards. He was an untouchable opponent. They had to play his game. They had to enter a ship which had just been subjected to the direct impacts from theoretical physics that no one could truly understand yet. But if the state of the crew on deck was any indication, then the 2 sailors knew anything, all manner of horror, could be waiting for them below decks. The sense of dread built in both of them That feeling of being helpless, sinking, unable to escape. Inside the ship, there could be anything. Anything could happen, could come for them, from any side, from any hall or door, at any time. The two didn't speak again. Phillips relaxed his grasp on Bride's shoulders, and Bride took a step back. His hand slipped away from the flare gun and picked up the rifle he dropped in his panic. They shared a look, slid a chamber into the... They shared a look, slid a bullet into the chamber of each of their rifles, and made sure the safeties were flicked off. They then turned towards one of the doors into the ship's superstructure, the one the inside-out sailor had sprinted out of, and walked towards it. Around them, the frozen sailors still stood unmoving, and others were still wandering around the deck aimlessly, some muttering and others just staring. None had blinked. With guns raised, Bride and Phillips then stepped through the door and entered the ship. They aimed their guns down the hallways inside as they entered, Phillips aiming his gun towards the right end of the hallway, and Bride to the left end. No one was in the hallway immediately inside, in either direction, and Phillips motioned with a silent snap of his fingers down the right side of the hallway, and Bride nodded, following the other's lead. Together, leaving the open door behind them, they headed into the bowels of the Eldridge. They were soon deep inside the ship. At first, things had appeared normal. The closer to the top decks, the more orderly everything was. Chairs were still in place at tables, abandoned mugs of coffee set on those tables, along with half-played games of cards and still smoking cigarettes sitting abandoned in the ashtrays. It looked like those using them had just stepped away for a break and would return at any minute to carry on their game and finish their smoke. But no one returned, and no one was around. Phillips and Bride found it odd. It seemed like the whole crew had jumped ship. Where was everyone? No one appeared as the two continued their search, and as Phillips and Bride slowly worked their way down the decks and deeper into the ship, further below the top decks, towards the bottom of the ship, the atmosphere of the hallways and the rooms changed. The rooms were slowly becoming ravaged. Small details at first that could have been minor accidents, but things were quickly growing more extreme to the point that the rooms and hallways looked like a large animal such as a tiger had gotten loose inside. Mugs were spilled, ashtrays lay on the ground, tables were flipped over, and chairs had been thrown into the walls with such force that they'd broken apart. What looked like fingernail scratch marks in the hallway paint, done in a way that looked like the claw marks from some terrible monster, also didn't help ease the two sailors walking down the halls, rifles still raised and aimed ahead, just in case. They were becoming more and more unsettled, and didn't know what to expect as they traveled deeper inside the vessel. And even though he knew you weren't supposed to put your finger on the trigger until you were ready to fire, Bride already had his finger resting on the rifle's trigger. The feeling was so strange. Nothing was threatening the two, but at the same time they felt like everything was threatening them. That a pervasive force, such as a tidal wave of water, was waiting around the corner to rush them. The scratch marks and torn apart rooms were reminders that something had indeed happened, and that pervasive feeling of danger closing in on all sides wasn't an unwarranted feeling. But nothing was around to act on it. Bride had never been claustrophobic, but he was beginning to feel like he was in those hallways. He felt confined, and that if something did come for them, then they had limited ways to escape it, whatever it might be. He tried to reassure himself that it was all in his head, that the state of the ship was just getting to him. They headed further into the ship, and the state of things became even worse. The wrecked state of the rooms and halls becoming more extreme every time they traveled to a lower deck. The rooms and hallways were now completely trashed, items strewn about all over, and random limbs, or the occasional swollen face, jetted out of the metal bulkheads in odd places where the sailors had been fused into the metal. It seemed that the deeper into the interior and to the lower decks they went, the closer to the machinery which turned the ship invisible that they got, the worse the state of the ship became. Phillips briefly indicated to Bride that they should stop in one of the rooms for a few minutes, after they'd been patrolling the inside of the ship for 45 minutes. Bride relented without protest and followed Phillips inside. Phillips sighed and sat down at one of the tables, which was still standing upright. "It's hot," he commented, looking over at Bride. "Should the interior of the ship be this warm, or is this from the machinery?" Bride shook his head, sitting down at the same table. "I don't know," he admitted, wiping sweat off his brow. Phillips sighed again. "Where is everyone?" he asked, addressing the elephant in the room. Bride shook his head. "I don't know," he said again. "It's weird, though. We've not seen a soul since we came below decks." Phillips nodded. "It's like everyone vanished," he said. However, the trashed room was a clear indication that the crew hadn't just vanished. They were clearly somewhere on board. They sat at the table in companionable silence for a few more minutes, both feeling tired already, but neither of them admitted to it. Finally, Bride stood up and indicated that they should get back to the search. Phillips nodded as Bride unslung his rifle from his shoulder and walked out of the room. He went to stand as well, but stopped to idly check an abandoned hand of cards lying on the table. He shook his head. "This fella might have been lucky they disappeared. They weren't going to win anything with this hand," he said, setting the cards down, grabbing his rifle, and following Bride back out into the hallway. Upon arriving at a four-way intersection, Phillips and Bride paused. The hallways to either side were dark. The lights were out in those. Ahead, the lights were on, but flickering worse than any of the others they had seen. The electric buzzing was loud, and it accompanied each flash from the lights. The lights were not flicking in sync either, but at random, illuminating patches of the hallway ahead rather than the full thing. And the lights in the rooms off to each side were also flickering at random. Pipes ran along the ceiling of the hallway as well, and one was hissing softly from a valve. But since it was the only hallway with lights on, and as they didn't have flashlights, Phillips and Bride chose to go forward. The only other option would have been to backtrack and go down another deck, bypassing the whole area altogether, but they were trying to clear the whole ship, so they couldn't. Phillips, by now, had also moved his finger to the trigger of his rifle, rather than keeping it off of it like he had been up to that point. The pervasive dread Bride had been feeling was getting to him, too. As they moved forward, the two stepped through a door that doubled as a watertight hatch and into the hallway. They continued to proceed slowly down the hall, rifles up, and ahead to their left was a large glass window of some kind. It was about waist-high up off the wall, rectangular-shaped, longer than it was high, and it looked into a room. A doorway was closed next to it, but the lights were on inside. Phillips and Bride didn't know what the window or room was for. Observations of some kind, they guessed, maybe prisoner interrogation. And they moved to walk past it. Someone slammed up against the glass as they passed. The two wheeled around, pointing their guns, but slowly lowering them as they looked back at a very scared sailor wearing a white uniform. He looked with fear at the two outside, but once he studied them for a moment, he began pleading, his voice barely audible through the glass. "Help me! Help me!" Phillips and Bride continued to stare, not sure what to do, when they saw a second shape almost materialize out of the flickering darkness behind the scared man. Another sailor, with a huge smile on his face and wide-open eyes. It was so intense of a smile and stare that the skin almost looked stretched. The smiling man walked up behind the scared man and pressed his body against the others, looking directly into Phillips and Bride's eyes. He then brought his hand slowly up to the now screaming scared man's face, his facial expression never changing throughout the whole thing. And he never looked at the scared man, only at the two outside in the hallway. Phillips and Bride were rooted to the spot, staring in horror but unable to move or look away. They could only watch. They watched as the deranged-looking, smiling sailor stuck his fingers into the mouth of the other man, whose screams had allowed the man to slip his fingers inside. The deranged-looking man pressed himself up against the glass, unblinking gaze still locked on Phillips and Bride, as he began pulling, still smiling that deranged smile. Smiling, even as the screaming man's cheeks began to tear free from his face as his attacker pulled back with more and more force. As the man's cheeks were torn clear off his face, his blood splattered against the glass, and Phillips and Bride could only stare at what happened next. The deranged man then grabbed the other by his top and bottom jaw and began pulling again, not stopping until the man's screams were joined by the sounds of snapping bones as his body began to slide down the glass to the floor, out of sight below the window frame. The whole time, the deranged man was peeling away the screaming man's face. He was smiling. And he was always looking, his eyes wide open and unblinking, at Phillips and Bride out in the hallway. He never looked away, blinked, or broke his smile. It all happened, from the pleading man slamming himself up against the glass, to the smiling man pulling his face apart, to Phillips and Bride hearing the screaming man's jaws break and then snap so loud it was audible through the glass. In less than 30 seconds. That deranged, unchanging face, that smile, those eyes, the sight of another man's face being torn off, backlit by the bright, flickering lights in the room, was a sight seared into both sailors, and one that would haunt their memories. And so was the fact that the smiling man never once looked away from the two sailors. Not even once as he continued tearing off the other man's face. His eyes never once went to his victim. They never moved and remained locked on Phillips and Bride. Holy fucking fuck! Bride stammered, frozen at the gory horror he was seeing, and not even making a move to raise his rifle towards the smiling man, who was still staring at them with his unblinking eyes as he continued pulling the other sailor's face apart, not looking at what he was doing even once. Phillips had a much more immediate response to the scene, and was the one to snap out of it and move first. All he said was, "Nope," grabbed Bride by the arm and began pulling him at a run back down the hallway they'd come from. Bride snapped out of his daze and followed, both sprinting down the hall as fast as they could until they reached the door at the intersection, which Phillips slammed shut and proceeded to lock once they were through it. They now stood at the four-way intersection, the hallway ahead leading back outside, the dark ones to their left and right, heading deeper into the destroyer's internal maze of ransacked rooms, machinery, and corridors. They stood in the meeting point of the four hallways, heaved over and taking deep breaths to recover from the sudden sprint and the sight they'd just seen. "What the hell? What the hell?" Bride asked, asking the first time and then screaming the second. What is happening here?" "I don't know," Phillips mumbled, still taking deep breaths. Bride's hands went to his hair. "How could turning a ship invisible cause this?" he murmured, his voice having a soft squeak to it. "All right, we have to go," Phillips panted after a few more seconds. "I'm not leaving without Blake," Bride replied. "If we're going to defy Aaron Moore's orders, then damn it, I'm at least going to try to find my brother first." Phillips looked at him for a moment, looking as if he thought he was as crazy as the man who had clearly lost his mind in the other room was, but then nodded inside. Aaron Moore had been correct. The motivation was strong. And Phillips found he couldn't walk away from his either. "Okay, right. Okay, look. You said your brother works in the kitchen on this ship. So, he was probably down there working on lunch when this happened. Mine was on night watch last night, so he's probably up in his bunk at the barracks, which is one deck up from here. Okay, we can do that. It's just two places. You head to the kitchen and look for Blake. I'll go up to the barracks and see if Tom is there. But listen, if Blake isn't there, then come straight up on deck. I'll do the same if Tom isn't in his bed. We meet back on deck, and we shoot that damn flare. Bride nodded, then smiled ever so slightly. Look who's all for defying orders now, he chuckled. Not a jovial one, but one merely that was more of a coping, de-stressing action. Something he needed after what he'd just seen. Phillips chuckled in response as well and nodded. I think what we just saw is enough justification to forego the instructions. If Aaronmore disagrees, then he can come down here and check out Mr. Smiles for himself. Bride nodded, briefly smiling before it faded. William, do you think Tom is going to be in his bed? Do you think Blake is down there baking cookies? Phillips asked in response. Both questions were rhetorical. Both knew what the other was thinking, but both also knew the other needed to know if their brothers were fine or otherwise. Bride extended his hand. Straight there and then out, he said. Phillips shook it. Same to you. Straight there, then out on deck, he confirmed. No matter what. If they're there, if they're not, if they're fine, or, if they're afflicted by whatever happened to these men, Bride said. Phillips nodded again. He slid around into his rifle's chamber, though. A clear message as to what he'd do if his brother was in a state like the deranged man in the room was, or like the inside-out man on deck was, or in a state like any of the other horrors they'd seen. Bride found himself doing the same a moment later, not even fully realizing he did it. It was automatic. Straight there and up, Bride said, still more automatic and unintended. They shook hands. Good luck, they wished each other, and then set off into the different halls in opposite directions, deeper into the Elderage, away from the daylight far above, and further into the shadowy, blood-soaked hallways of the vessel. The lights in the hallway Bride found himself in on the lower deck were flickering worse than the other ones had been. The electric buzzing was louder as well, and the hall was cast into dim, dancing shadows. Bride moved slowly, to avoid kicking anything scattered on the floor that might bring attention to him, and he had his weapon up. There were many doors on each side of the hallway, all either fully or partially open, but none of the lights were on inside any of them, and they were all pitch dark, none having portholes, and Bride knew that anyone in any kind of state of madness could be lurking inside, crouched in some dark corner or simply staring at him with a smile like the man on the upper deck had had. He resolved to keep his eyes forward and not look into any of the doorways. He came to another intersection of 4 hallways and pressed himself up against the wall to his left. He lowered his rifle to his side and peeked his head around the corner. 3 sailors were standing in the hallway to the left, silhouetted in the flickering lights. Bride ducked back out of sight. The 3 hadn't been moving, but Bride knew that didn't mean anything. Just because they were still didn't mean they were frozen. The buzzing coming from the flickering lights was so loud that he couldn't hear any noises coming from the 3 that might have hinted if they noticed him or not. Bride paused to reassess his next action, thinking what route he could take to go around, and glanced back over his shoulder. He saw a man crouched only a few paces away from him, likely having crept out of one of the rooms. He'd been creeping up behind Bride and was holding a knife. His eyes were wide, looking like Bride imagined he did when his mother caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. They both stared at each other for a moment, and Bride reacted first. He swung the butt end of his rifle up and struck the man in the windpipe to keep him from making noise that might get the attention of the 3 in the hall. Silently as he could, he rushed forward and grabbed the other sailor, getting them into a chokehold. The sailor struggled, and Bride scrambled to keep his arms from hitting anything as they flailed, while keeping his arms wrapped around the man's neck at the same time. They nearly tumbled back into one of the open dark rooms, but Bride threw them both into the wall instead, sliding down the wall and onto the floor. The man kicked a fire extinguisher that was laying on the floor nearby, and Bride tightened his grasp on the man's throat. He didn't know if the sailor was in his right mind or not, but in that moment, he couldn't take chances, so he squeezed his chokehold and didn't loosen it until the man went limp. Bride held him in a chokehold for several additional moments to make sure that he was at least unconscious before then releasing the body. It slumped down onto the floor next to him. Bride sat there for a moment to catch his breath. Then he slowly got up and retrieved his rifle from the floor. He crept back at the intersection and looked around the corner to where the three men had been standing. They were gone, and the hallway was empty. Bride immediately slung his rifle up and aimed it in that direction. There were no lights working at the end of the hallway, and he couldn't even guess where the group had moved off to. Movements behind him made him whip around again, gun raised, and he watched with wide eyes as an arm snaked out of the doorway he and the other sailor had nearly tumbled into during their scuffle. The arm was down on the floor like whoever was inside was lying on their belly like a snake or a crocodile. It grabbed the sailor by the ankle and began dragging him into the room. Bride had seen enough. With one final glance to confirm the group of three were gone, he sprinted across the intersection down the hallway ahead as the lights flickered and finally went out. Bride didn't stop. He kept going straight, ignoring the sounds of gnawing coming from where he guessed another room was, until finally dim but working lights came into view ahead. Once back in the light, Bride slowed down, gasped, and stopped to catch his breath. Something wet dripping on the ground behind him made him look back. Standing, just barely visible in the shadows at the edge of the light, was another sailor. All Bride could see of them was their mouth, which was hanging open like the jaw was stuck as wide as it could have gone, and saliva was dripping in long strings off their chin. Bride turned to face them and raised his rifle. "Back off!" he shouted. "I will shoot you!" The mouth, all he could see of the man, remained still for a moment, and then slowly retreated back into the darkness with a slight spasm, and was gone. That pervasive feeling that danger was around every corner and behind every door had not left, but now it was stronger than it had ever been before. The outside might as well have been a world away. Bride felt so alone in that moment that he thought being stranded on an island in the Pacific, with crocodiles in the swamp and Japanese soldiers patrolling, would have been better. He might have had better odds there, be it at surviving, escaping, or just staying hidden. He slowly lowered the gun after a few moments and began walking away from the dark section of the hallway. He walked backwards for a moment to make sure the mouth didn't reappear, but it never did. Once he had what he felt was a safe distance between him and the area where the lights were out, he turned away and kept going. He was near the kitchens now. He just wanted to get there and see if he could find his brother, or where his brother might have gone. Bride soon saw that the doorway to the kitchen was open upon his arrival, so he stepped inside and looked around. Half of the lights were out, but the other half were working and not flickering. And even though only half the kitchen lights were working, Bride could see the countertops were a mess. Food sat half-prepared on the countertops, with more sitting, burning on still-working ovens. There were 4 rows of metal counters and tables which formed 4 long rows along the length of the room. Food sat half-prepared on the countertops, with more sitting, burning on still-working ovens. There were 4 rows of metal counters and tables which formed 4 long rows along the length of the room, used for preparing food en masse. Along each wall was an additional set of counters, and there were sinks and stoves along them as well. A doorway at the back led to the food storage area. No lights were on back there. The staff had seemingly long abandoned their post, and Bride's brother was nowhere to be seen. He walked deeper into the room and looked behind the rows of metal counters and underneath them too, but found nothing. For a few moments, he stood in the center of the room, as if hoping his brother would pop up from behind a counter and yell, "Surprise! You found me!" He obviously never did, and Bride stood alone in the center of the room in silence. With a silent resignation that he had no idea where to even go looking for his brother, Bride turned to leave the kitchen. He stopped. There was a hand placed against the door, the arm creeping back out and around the corner. Without even thinking, Bride silently dropped to his knees. Looking through the space between the floor and the bottom of the counter, he watched as a pair of legs walked into the room. They walked nonchalantly, not even trying to be sneaky, like things were perfectly normal. They paused, then turned and began walking along the ends of the aisles, pausing at the end of each row of counters to look down the rows between them. Bride felt a chill as he realized whoever this was, they were looking for him, and had likely been following him or seen him come in here. The image of the smiling man in the hallway, happily pulling another sailor's face off, of that man creeping up behind him in the hallway outside, was enough to get him to move as silently as he could to the end of the row. Doing so as fast as he could, Bride crawled down the aisle, away from where the legs were until he reached the opposite end to where the legs stood. With an entire row of counters now between them, Bride slipped around to the next aisle over. Still down on all fours, Bride looked under the counter again. The legs were now at the end of the aisle he'd been hiding in, but they were still between him and the doorway out. Watching them by peering under the counter, he watched the legs walk to the end of the next aisle over, stop, and then come back again. The length of the counter was still between them, but the sailor was standing at the opposite end of the row Bride was ducked behind. The man started walking down the road toward the end, towards where Bride was hiding. They were still walking casually, not aggressively or sneakily, just strolling, like they had not a care in the world. Bride kept himself hidden behind the end of the counter as he watched the legs come closer, and he quietly crawled around the counter to the next aisle over, putting another row between him and the unknown man. Trying to time each movement with the step from the person, he softly placed his hands on the floor at the same time as the boots the unknown person was wearing. Moving in this way, he slowly crept towards the end of the aisle on the side of the room where the door was. Bride was hopeful he could sneak out, but with another glance under the counter, he saw the legs had reached the end of the row and stopped where he'd been hiding just seconds prior. Bride stopped. He was halfway down the aisle and knew he would be spotted if the man came around the corner behind him. He stayed still for a moment, trying to keep his calm and think of his next action. An idea did come to him right when he needed it most. Sometimes, while playing hide-and-seek with Blake and their two friends in the forest, Bride would hide from them inside hollowed-out logs lying on the ground. Under the counters, there was space enough that he could crawl under, and it would be about as roomy as some of the logs he'd squeezed into as a kid. Glancing at the legs again, he crawled under the counter on the left side of the aisle and squeezed his body into the open space underneath it. The space under the counter, looking down towards the opening at the end of the row, was very constrictive, and there would be an audible thump on the metal if he brushed up against it, even lightly. Once cramped inside the snug space, he went still. For several seconds, there was no sound. Then he heard the footsteps again, still strolling casually up the aisle he'd just been crawling along. The footsteps passed him and continued up to the end of the row of counters, where they again stopped. They now stood at the end of the row, close to the opening in the counter where you could see under them if you looked into it. Bride knew that if the sailor looked into the opening, he'd be in plain view. There were no nooks to squeeze inside of where he could hide. The footsteps came closer to the opening, and the legs appeared outside of it at the end of the row of counters. As quietly as he could, Bride slid his rifle off his shoulder. He then pulled it up until he could turn it around and aimed it towards the legs. He moved slowly, so he didn't loudly bump into the metal all around him and draw the attention of the sailor. The legs didn't move, but a hand slowly came into view. The fingers curled in such a way that they resembled the claws Bride had seen on illustrations of the terrible lizards that lived millions of years ago in a book he'd read. The hand touched the ground, and Bride realized the sailor was bending down to look under the counters. The top of their head, then his face came into view. The sailor's eyes were wide open, and there was also a frozen smile on his face. It wasn't as wide as the smile the other man had had. It was just wide enough to show a few teeth. A casual smile, the kind you'd see when you greeted a friend, to reflect the casual stroll the sailor had taken around the room. Bride found it even more unsettling than the stretched, wide smile he'd seen on the other man, and he didn't hesitate. He fired and shot the man in the head only a second after their face came into view. He didn't want to. He didn't want to shoot a fellow serviceman, and he'd also wanted to keep quiet and not alert anyone else to where he was. But he wasn't going to give the man time to react to finally locating him. The sailor was flung back and fell into a crumpled heap on the floor, a bullet hole in his forehead, and Bride crawled up the length of the counters and out of the opening at the end of the row. As he stood up, Bride looked down at the sailor on the floor. Who had he been? What life had they left behind to serve their country? What had happened to them to turn them into the thing that had been stalking him? Was he beyond help, and how did the experiment even cause this? It could have been Blake just as easily as a stranger, Bride realized. Could he have fired if it was, or would he have let his brother do who knows what to him? Bride turned away from the sailor, not able to look at him any longer, and locked eyes with several smiling, sweat-drenched faces. Several of the kitchen staff had been creeping into the room from that dark doorway at the back. They were leering at him from the doorway, smiling and holding knives and cleavers. They froze like a deer would in car headlights as Bride spotted them. But they didn't stop smiling. A quick glance confirmed to Bride that none of them were his brother. The stare down lasted only a few seconds before Bride turned and bolted out of the room, back into the hallway. He'd only been given one clip for his rifle, after all. He knew he didn't have enough rounds left to stop them all since he'd shot 3 already. As he sprinted out of the hallway and down the corridor, he heard the group sprinting out of the kitchen after him. They were cackling maniacally, and he imagined their wide, insane eyes and joyful, crazed smiles on their faces as they sprinted after him. Bride felt another spike of adrenaline surge through him, and he sprinted faster, easily surpassing any speed he'd ever achieved in boot camp. He didn't slow down until a staircase going up came into view. He stopped at the base and whipped around, raising his rifle and firing 3 more bullets. 2 struck the cook in the front of the group in the chest, and he fell to the ground. The 3rd struck the one behind him in their right leg. The 2 who were hit by the bullets fell, and the rest of the group, who was scrambling behind them, tripped over the bodies of their fellow sailors. The cluster of cooks fell into a tangled pile of flailing limbs on the ground. They had indeed been smiling the entire time, and they still were. Bride didn't waste another moment. He bought himself a small window of time to hurry up to the higher deck and lose his pursuers before they could untangle themselves and follow him. He turned and bolted up the staircase at the same speed he'd reached while running down the hallway and made for the top deck. Elsewhere, one deck higher than the kitchens, Phillips was proceeding with caution down one of the hallways when he slowed his already slow pace. He began hearing what sounded like a heavy melon being bashed against the metal floor over and over. After a moment, he continued to slowly creep down the hall, weapon raised and ready. The thumping was coming from an open doorway ahead to his left. Each thump was accompanied by a grunt. Slinking up against the wall, he peered inside. A man was sitting in the middle of the room, on the floor. He was on top of another sailor and had his hands grasped into their hair and was bashing their skull into the floor over and over. Already there was a dent in the assaulted sailor's head, along with a splatter of blood on the floor, until finally, with one powerful slam and a yell of effort, the insane man slammed the other sailor's head down onto the floor so hard that it busted open like a melon. The mush that had once been a brain spilled out of the busted open, caved-in skull. The deranged man, who was also smiling like the others, never noticed Phillips slink right by the open door and down the hall. Phillips continued down the hall and turned around a corner that would lead him to the ship's barracks, and came face to face with a wide-eyed, smiling crew member who had his hand outstretched towards him. He recoiled with a stifled gasp and shock from seeing someone appear immediately around the corner, but stopped, seeing it was one of the frozen crew members who seemed to have been frozen midway through a morning greeting to a fellow crewmate. The extended hand might have been reaching out for a handshake. Though it was friendly, the unmoving smile and cheery expression made the frozen face very unsettling to look at. Phillips eventually stepped past him. The man remained frozen, the smile unchanging, and he hurried down the hallway to the barracks. The door finally came into view, and Phillips picked up his pace. Outside the door to the barracks, just past the doorway, was a sailor, hanging from the ceiling by his hand, which had been embedded into the ceiling from the wrist up. His flesh had been stripped off of the bones where his skin had been exposed, his arms and legs, though the blood dripping through his shirt showed that his stomach had been targeted as well. It looked like he'd been attacked by rabid wolves. Muscle was all that was holding the body together. Blood streaks on the floor showed that clawed-up pieces of meat had been dragged off down the hall, and Phillips was happy the barracks were not any further that way. Stepping inside the barracks, rifle raised, he found the room deserted. No one was in any of the beds, and none were made or even orderly. The room was a mess. Mattresses lay on the floor, and it looked like people had hurried out of it. Philip stepped further in, wanting to make sure his brother wasn't hiding anywhere. Taking a few paces inside the room, he slowly scanned it with his rifle up, until he stopped. Lying on their floor, on their back, was a young sailor. He'd been fused into a metal bedpost from one of the bunks just below his rib cage. The post was impaled through the center of his lower stomach, straight into his belly, pinning him to the floor. And he was coughing and gasping slightly each time he took a breath in. Each breath was a wheeze. Phillips lowered his rifle as he stared down at the sight, and the young sailor slowly turned to look up at him. It seemed that, apart from the horrific injury, the sailor hadn't been afflicted with whatever the experiment's side effects had been. He was clearly still all there mentally, and he didn't have that smile or stretched skin. With a pleading look, the amalgamated sailor reached his hand out towards Philip's rifle. "Please, shoot me," he sputtered between coughs and gags. Something fell over in the hallway outside the door, maybe a bucket, and Phillips whipped around, rifle raised and pointing at the door, but he didn't see anyone. To be fair, a bucket just falling could happen for any reason, but Phillips wasn't chancing that it just happened to fall at that moment. "Everyone's long gone," the sailor sputtered. "No one came when I could still call out." "You think they're long gone?" Phillips hissed. "You've got no goddamn clue what's going on here." Backing up from the door, Phillips looked down at the sailor on the floor. "Have you seen my brother, Tom Phillips? Have you seen him?" The sailor looked like he couldn't believe what was being asked. When he didn't answer, Phillips sighed in frustration and stormed back to the barracks doorway. While he was frustrated, he truly pitied the poor soul, but he couldn't risk firing his gun needlessly. He both didn't have the bullets to spare, and firing it would alert everyone on the entire deck to his location. Exiting the barracks, he found a sign on the wall that indicated the nearest stairway was past the man hanging by his hand from the ceiling, in the direction the blood streaks went. As Phillips moved to step around the corpse, he paused. From the darkness ahead, he thought he heard a noise. It wasn't an outwardly alarming noise, just something metal falling over and banging on the floor, but it was telling. Things didn't just randomly fall over on their own in most cases, let alone two inanimate objects falling from the same area within a minute of each other. With the lights off, Phillips couldn't see if anything was there. He raised his gun, aimed into the darkness, and backed off a few steps until he was back at the barracks doorway. He found himself at a standstill, not wanting to go forward into the darkness to the stairwell, or back because he knew a threat was behind him. He couldn't go forward or backwards, not without finding out exactly what was ahead. Phillips decided that he had to try and test if anyone was or was not down the hallway ahead for sure before making any moves. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and grabbed a fire extinguisher off the wall and backed up to the barracks door. The only sound here was the cough of the man pinned to the floor. Phillips knocked the extinguisher against the wall 3 times. It loudly banged off the wall with every hit, and then he threw it down the hallway away from the hanging man, where it rolled away from him with a loud crash. He ducked back behind the doorframe, out of sight, as several footsteps began sprinting out of the dark section of the hallway and towards the fire extinguisher. More clanging emitted from the dark hallway as various crew members scampered past the doorway to the barracks. Phillips chanced a glimpse into the hallway and saw maybe half a dozen crew members standing around the fire extinguisher, their reactions resembling how Phillips imagined early man reacted to first harnessing fire. Then, with eerie synchronicity, they turned. Not towards him, though he still shrank back. A few of them were standing too close to the barracks door for him to be comfortable, but instead, they turned towards the other end of the hall, where the frozen man was standing, that happy smile no doubt still on his face. Phillips watched with chilled nerves as the group slinked up to the walls and silently crept along them like a pack of wolves hunting, coming out of the dark cave for an ambush. Phillips watched as the man in the front of the group slipped towards the middle of the hallway, right behind the frozen man with the stealth of a big cat, crouched on all fours like a wild beast, and then leapt forward onto the frozen man's back. Again, it was like a big cat making the spring for its prey. The frozen man fell forward onto his face, his outstretched arms snapping off like marble, making a loud snapping sound. Phillips watched with chilled nerves as the group slinked up to the walls and silently crept along them, like a pack of wolves hunting, coming out of a dark cave for the ambush. Phillips watched as the man in the front of the group slipped towards the middle of the hall, right behind the frozen man with the stealth of a big cat, crouched on all fours like a wild beast, and then leapt forward onto the frozen man's back. Again, it was like a big cat making a spring for its prey. The frozen man fell forward onto his face, his outstretched arms snapping off like marble. There was no blood, and the Gone Bananas crew mingled around like confused animals. That was until one rushed forward, with the fire extinguisher raised, and brought it down on the frozen man's head. It shattered like a marble statue, and the crew all pulled out knives from their belts and jackets and began trying to stick them into the frozen man with rabid fury, but the blades bounced off the frozen man's skin like it was made of stone. Phillips had seen enough. He ducked back into the barracks fully and crawled away from the door. Once he felt he had a safe distance, he sat up and aimed his rifle towards the door as he tried to think of his next move. He noticed that, by chance, he'd ended up next to the impaled sailor, and he slowly turned his head to face the suffering man. Phillips didn't plan what he did next. He just acted out of self-preservation. It was like he was on autopilot. He didn't think, he just acted. He knew he wouldn't get out of the barracks, or the hallway, or the ship alive unless the afflicted crew outside were distracted by something else they could play with. Still crouched, Phillips lowered the gun and leaned down towards the impaled man. "Better you than me," he said. The sailor turned his head to look at Phillips, confusion dawning slowly on his face between each wheezing breath. Phillips didn't say anything else. He turned away and crawled under the beds until he got to the other side of the room, so that the impaled man was further away from the door than he was. So the crew would be further away from the door than he was when they came running inside. From his position under the bed, Phillips would be between them and the way out, and they wouldn't be between him and it. Phillips laid on his belly under the bed, which still had blankets to hide him, and then aimed his gun towards the pinned man. The sailor was watching him, terrified and shaking his head pleadingly. It seemed he'd realized that Phillips was planning to use him as live bait to get the attention of the group outside off of him. Phillips didn't even respond to the silent pleading. He aimed down the sight of his rifle, right at the sailor's head. Then he shifted his aim to their neck, then their shoulder. It wouldn't be good bait unless he was alive and screaming. The trapped sailor continued to shake his head and silently plead with Phillips, now quietly sobbing. Phillips fired. The gunshot was loud, but the bullet struck the impaled man's shoulder, and he began screaming, trying to grasp his shoulder. Phillips stayed still and quiet as the group rushed into the room towards the screaming sailor. Phillips looked down towards the floor and covered his eyes as they descended upon the trapped man, cackling and smiling like the man in the hallway on the lower deck had been. Only once the group was properly distracted did Phillips look up again, when he heard them stabbing and clawing. But his plan had worked, as morally questionable it might have been. The deranged sailors were further into the room than he was, and he was nearer to the door than they were. As they tore the screaming man apart, Phillips, hoping it had at least been quick, crawled out from under the bed and slipped out of the door. He ran down the dark section of the hallway, passing the hanging man, until he found the nearest stairwell by feeling for the handle on the wall. He also felt the soft touch of still warm, bloating, sweaty flesh from sailors who had been fused into the walls as he felt along for the door handle in the darkness. Upon finding it, he pulled the door open with enough force that he thought he might tear it off its hinge and ran up the stairwell, his feet slamming on the metal steps as he hurried toward the top deck and out of the ship. Above him, he could see light shining down the stairs. The stairwell gradually became illuminated by lights as he ran up to the higher decks, but he didn't slow down, even as he left the darkness below him. The staircase spiraled around, winding, but going up, thank goodness. Phillips continued to follow it up, running like the ship was sinking and the water was flooding just one deck below him. Elsewhere, Bride was also sprinting up a similar staircase, spiraling up towards the top deck. His feet slamming on the metal steps loudly, but he didn't care if he was heard. He only wanted to get out, and he kept going up towards the upper decks. He hadn't slowed, and he kept going up, just trying to get out. Phillips kicked the door open and burst out onto the ship's deck. Looking around, his rifle up, he saw the same meandering crew members still wandering around, looking like they were somewhere very far away. The sun was low in the sky now, so he and Bride must have been on the ship longer than they'd realized. The sky had turned from a blue to a golden glare as the sun sank towards the horizon. Phillips trotted a few steps away from the door before he stopped to catch his breath, his legs shaking and nearly giving out below him. He hadn't run with such intensity and duration since boot camp. As he caught his breath, he allowed himself to really take in everything he and Bride had seen below decks. The sailor turned inside out, the ransacked rooms, the trashed hallways, the man who had clearly suffered some horrible side effect from the machinery running the experiment which led him to tear another man's face off, the equally insane man who was bashing another's skull in, the sailor fused into the ceiling and hanging from it, and the man fused into the bedpost, the man he had used as bait and thrown to the figurative wolves. It really sunk in for Phillips as he stood there on the deck, his gun held limp at his side. He'd sacrificed another sailor's life so he could escape with his own. The reality of that decision sunk in for him. Someone had died a horrible death, by his own doing, so he could get away. Was that really the only way he could have gotten out? He'd always thought of himself as being the kind of man who would never leave someone behind, not on a sinking ship, not on some island in the Pacific where he was battling the Japanese. But it had not been that way at all. He'd thrown away any chance that other sailor, his fellow serviceman, had at escaping alive from that nightmare the experiment had birthed into the world. A nightmare Lovecraft himself had never dreamed up in his works. Phillips no longer knew what he should think about himself. Would he leave a fellow man, even Bride, behind in a battle if it meant saving his own skin? If he and Bride, or even Tom, were on some beach battling against a German, Italian, or Japanese stronghold, and they had to retreat, would he turn around and run and leave the others, or would he cover them, like he'd always imagined he would? Phillips no longer knew what he should think about himself. The image of the man he thought he was had been shattered. Did everyone who served their country have to go through this realization? Did his father, when he was battling in the trenches and had to watch men who had no gas masks choke and die, pleading for help as they did? Did the sailors at Pearl Harbor, when the Japanese were attacking, have the same realization, when they had to leave friends behind on the Arizona to save themselves as she sank? Every new serviceman always thought they'd be the one to stay behind to the end, to get everyone out alive first. But then in the moment, did you really have that selfless will? Phillips knew he'd be seeing the pinned sailor's pleading face in his sleep for the rest of his life. It would never leave his memory. A shape suddenly lunged at him from the corner of his eye. He whipped around, raised the gun, and blocked the attack. Someone had lunged at him from behind their hiding spot in a coil of thick rope. It was another deranged-looking sailor smiling the same frozen-looking smile. Phillips shoved them back, raised the gun, and fired. It struck the afflicted sailor, and he stumbled and fell backwards. Phillips slowly lowered his rifle, it also hitting him now in that moment how easy it had been to turn a gun on those who had been horribly affected by the experiment. Then another thought hit him like a slap. Would he have really fired at Tom that easily if he'd found him in the same state as those other sailors? He looked away from the dead sailor and instead turned his gaze to the nearest of the observation ships. People were staring back at him. Despite the distance, Phillips could see that they looked horrified at what they'd just witnessed. Standing in the doorway to the bridge of the same ship, Phillips could see Aaron Moore. His face had no chink in its armor. It was unreadable. "You son of a bitch," Phillips said. Several sailors suddenly began shouting and pointing behind Phillips. He turned around and looked up at the ship's superstructure. Sailors were crawling out on all fours from the windows, their mouths hanging open wide, their eyes looking sunk into their skulls. Phillips backed up a few steps as the people descended down the walls and onto the deck, looking like actual demons crawling from hell, still on all fours, still with their jaws hanging open. With a wheezing hiss, one lunged at him. Phillips raised the gun and again fired, and the sailor dropped. The others shrieked and charged forward on all fours. Phillips fired at each of them, but his gun clicked before he could shoot the last one. The sailor, still on all fours, scampered forward and jumped towards Phillips. Another gunshot rang out, and they were knocked to the side as the bullet struck them. Phillips turned and saw Bride standing in the same doorway they'd first entered the ship through, his gun raised, his face alarmed. Phillips sighed in relief. "Thanks," he said. He held up his gun. "I'm out of bullets." Bride nodded as he joined his friend. "That was my last one, too." Phillips nodded, seeing Bride had apparently had no better luck at locating his brother either. He then looked at the bodies lying at his and Bride's feet, feeling the same thoughts creeping in again. Bride saw his expression and touched his friend's shoulder. "Hey, I wouldn't want to be left like that if it was me." He could tell Phillips had clearly had something traumatic happen to him, and added, "We'll talk about it, okay? I'm here for you, mate." Phillips just nodded, then changed the subject. "Okay, we've really got to go. Shoot that damn flare off so they'll send people over here and get us off this boat." Bride nodded and went to retrieve the flare gun from his belt when he stopped as he'd gotten it halfway free. "Wait. Aaron Moore said there was Morse code coming out of this ship. The wireless shack is just through that hall and down the door," Bride said, pointing into a doorway. "You gotta be alive to send Morse code," he added. Phillips sighed and shook his head. "God damn it," he said as Bride turned and ran back into the ship. Phillips followed his friend. He wasn't going to be the kind of man who left a friend behind. He knew it then. They ran down the short hall and burst through the partially open door to the wireless room. The operator sat at his desk, slumped down to the point he was resting on his chin. His eyes were wide and unblinking. They looked so dry and teary that it didn't seem like he'd blinked since the experiment. His hand was on the transmitter, tapping. It didn't look like he was doing it intentionally. It looked like he was just stuck in a loop of tapping nonsense, just a dot over and over, like a residual haunting, repeating the last action he'd been doing before the experiment had gone wrong, over and over without end. Bride reached out to try and shake the man, but Phillips stopped him, shaking his head. Bride relented and they backed out of the room, as the slumped wireless operator continued to tap on the telegraph transmitter. It was still the only motion he was doing. They left the room and hurried back out on deck, in case any more unpleasant surprises were lurking in the rooms around them, and they hurried to the safety railing. Aaron Moore was looking back at them from the observation ship, his demeanor expectant and uncaring. Bride took the flare gun from his waist and pointed it directly at Aaron Moore's form on the bridge of the nearby ship for a moment before aiming it up and firing into the air. They hadn't searched through the whole ship, but he didn't care, and he knew Phillips didn't either. They were definitely in way over their heads. Phillips was right. Aramore could go see Mr. Smiles himself if he insisted they go back. Bride fired the flare, and the bright red rocket flew high into the air where it exploded, hovering above the Eldridge and bathing it in red, flickering light. Completely drained, Bride simply lowered his arm, and he and Philip stood where they were on the deck, side by side, looking out at the other ships observing the Eldridge. Aramore turned and walked back onto the bridge of the other ship the moment he saw the flare. The flare triggered an immediate reaction. The PT boat came back alongside the Eldridge and retrieved Phillips and Bride. Meanwhile, there was a massive amount of movement on shore as several squadrons of armed soldiers prepared to board the Eldridge and sweep it until it was clear. Several of the observation ships were moved away from the Eldridge, and the destroyers closed in around her. As the PT boat arrived on shore, Phillips and Bride were helped off the boat and onto the dock. They looked like ragged shadows of their former selves. They were covered in sweat and blood, and looked like they'd been through war-torn Europe on a sightseeing tour of the most devastated areas. Their clothes were hanging on them ragged and loose and no longer crisp and neat, and they had a distant stare in their gazes not too unlike the ones the sailors aimlessly wandering around the deck of the Eldridge had. Everyone on the shore watched them with equally wide-eyed expressions and gave them plenty of berth. The researchers who spearheaded the project looked like they wanted desperately to ask what the two had found, but they didn't actually move to speak to the two sailors. As they walked away from the docks, they found a car waiting for them, with two officers standing outside of it who nodded to the two. Their rifles were taken, and they were motioned to sit in the back seats. They were driven to another building, led inside to an interrogation room, and had to retell everything that happened on the Eldridge over and over to various people, scientists, military personnel, other strangers in suits. Aramore, always lurking in the back corner of the room. Phillips and Bride were eventually released once it seemed enough people had heard their statements, but were told they'd be expected to give their testimony again the next day to more people. Before leaving, they had been forced to sign multiple documents saying they would never talk about the experience to anyone, civilians or news reporters or even any military persons who had been present on the day of the event, unless authorized by Aramore himself. Everyone else who was sent aboard the ship to secure it and clear it of threats were also going to have to sign similar forms under the threat of treason if they ever spoke of what they'd seen. Several squadrons of men were sent aboard the Eldridge to clear it of threats and secure the machinery which caused the mess. The sailors who had simply gone bananas and were aimlessly walking around were taken off the ship to see if they could be helped. Those who had suffered horrifying physical effects but were still in their right minds were also evacuated if possible. A few sailors were also found hiding in various locations around the ship, totally fine physically and mentally, but few were found completely unafflicted. Most suffered at least minor effects of some kind, but most had suffered various severe side effects. One sailor had been located on the lower decks, roaming around. He'd been mentally fine and physically okay except for one thing. His eyes had apparently exploded. He'd said to the soldiers who found him that the last thing he'd seen was the ship shimmering as she began to turn invisible, and then his eyes had just popped. Those who had been driven into insane homicidal rages were eradicated as soon as they were found. They were simply too far gone and too aggressive to be helped. Soon, the ship was secured, and all the crew accounted for, no matter what state they'd been in or if they were alive or deceased. Everyone was accounted for, except for two. Blake Bride and Tom Phillips were never accounted for or located. The researchers had theories, but just like with why the crew suffered so many horrifying side effects, no answers. That evening, after their traumatic experience on the ship which had been turned invisible, Phillips and Bride were sitting at a counter in a bar on the military base. Everyone was giving them a wide berth. Even the bartender wasn't looking them in the eyes when he came to refill their glasses with more whiskey. And the two weren't talking to each other either, just silently offering companionship to the other as they both processed what had happened to them that day, and wondering what had befallen their respective brothers. That was until someone joined them. Someone pulled out a bar stool and sat down next to Bride, quickly introducing himself. "Hi, you two. Carl M. Allen," he said. reaching out his hand. Neither Phillips or Bride shook it. They only slowly turned and looked at the new arrival with sideways glances. He looked to be around the same age or a little younger than they were. Seeing they weren't eager to engage in small talk or shake his hand, Alan got straight to the point. Look, forgive me, but I'm so curious. I'm a United States Merchant Marine, still a civilian, though I did serve in the Marines for a year, but that's not important. Because I'm now a civilian, I don't have the clearance to know the details of what happened today. But I was on one of the ships observing the experiment, the SS Andu Furres, if you're curious. Because we were docked at the shipyard already, and just got roped into this whole thing, they told us to observe the experiment, but nothing else. So we did. I saw part of it from the distance. All I saw was the destroyer go invisible and reappear. I saw people on the deck wandering around like they'd gotten lost. I saw you guys, you board her and then go inside, only to reappear hours later looking like you'd gone down to the 7 layers of hell and back. I saw you shoot some people crawling out of the damn windows, but then you fired that flare and I didn't see anything else because my ship was ordered to move away from the area. Look, I had to sneak in here to find you guys. Again, I'm a civilian who just works on a federally owned ship. I don't have the clearance to be on this base, nor the need to know to be told what was going on today. But I saw a ship go invisible and come back again, only for its crew to be completely bananas in the mind. So, answer me this before I get caught. What happened? I might not have the need to know officially, but I need to know, he managed to eventually ask. I can't just see all that go down and not get answers. I want more details. Phillips shook his head and took a drink from his glass. You don't want to know. Carl M. Allen shook his head and pulled a notepad out, grabbing a pencil off the bar counter. No, I do. I want to know everything. I need to know. Phillips and Bride shared a silent glance between themselves, a very tired, slightly tipsy glance. But they also both silently agreed to tell Carl M. Allen what had gone down. You didn't hear it from us, Phillips eventually relented. Carl M. Allen nodded eagerly. Absolutely, I didn't. So many folks were sent on board that ship today after you two, they'll never know who I talked to. Phillips nodded, and he and Bride emptied their glasses and slammed them on the bar, waiting for a refill. Once they had it, they told Carl about how after the Eldridge was made invisible and reappeared, the sailors were either driven insane, intangible, frozen, or fused into the hull of the ship. Allen wrote down every detail the two divulged to him, thanked the two, and vanished into the night after buying them another round of drinks. Following the Philadelphia experiment, the survivors of the USS Eldridge who could be helped were brainwashed into believing the Eldridge had indeed been down in the Bahamas on her shakedown cruise, and those observing the experiment were forced to sign multiple forms declaring they would never report what they'd seen under the penalty of treason should they ever speak about the experiment. All records of the experiment were either destroyed or classified as top secret. No explanation for why the crew of the USS Eldridge suffered from such diverse and horrifying effects was ever determined. The researchers who spearheaded the project were discreetly shipped off to assist in the Manhattan Project. Additional reports also came out, which stated the USS Eldridge appeared more than 200 miles away at Norfolk, Virginia, at the same time she was made invisible. Several ships observed her for several minutes before this image faded away. No explanation for this incident of apparent teleportation was ever determined either. The experiment officially never happened, and those involved with the experiment were shifted around to other projects as the wars in the Pacific and Europe continued until 1945. In 1955, Carl M. Allen would nonetheless come forward with an account of the experiment, describing all the horrifying effects it had on the Eldridge's crew. The story was dismissed as a hoax. John Bride awoke to a tumultuous crash as he tumbled out of his bunk and onto the floor. The floor took a sharp list, and he instantly knew the ship had struck something. Or, heaven forbid, had been struck. The vessel the U.S. Navy sailor was on was a patrol vessel guarding the coast of Alaska, watching for any sign of a second invasion by the Imperial forces of Japan, like the one that had occurred in 1942. The vessel itself was the USS YP-73, a former civilian vessel purchased by the United States Navy to serve as an auxiliary patrol vessel in the Alaskan sector. Her patrol route was the Athelian Patrol. It was a minor role to play in 1945, given how the tide in the Pacific had definitively turned against Japan, but still important. The YP-73 herself was a converted fishing vessel. She was just over 84 feet long, had a beam of 20 feet, and her weight was 115 gross registered tons. She'd been manned by a crew of 16 sailors when her patrols had started, but when John Bride and William Phillips were transferred to her a few years after her patrols began, the crew had ballooned to 18. It had been a major adjustment to go from the warm weather of the eastern coast of the United States, ready to ship off to the Atlantic Ocean, to overnight being sent up to the icy coast of the Alaska Territory. At least it was important work, but not exciting. A lot of watching, but no U-boats to sink. It seemed that neither of the two later arrivals to the vessel would be buying the other a drink for sinking the most U-boats, like they had planned back when they still expected to serve in the Atlantic. The watchful days had been uneventful until the moment of the sudden crash, and the YP-73 had been a good ship to serve on at the very least. And now, that boat was filling with frigid polar ocean water. Bride didn't know what had happened, but the list the ship was quickly gaining was telling enough that she was taking on water and likely going down. For all he knew, they'd been attacked by a surprise offensive by the retreating Japanese, a desperate, last attempt to break out of the defensive war they'd been enduring since the Battle of Midway and turn the tide on the Americans again. Bride scrambled to his feet as the ship creaked below and around him. In reality, the cause of the crash wasn't the Japanese. It was January 15th, 1945, and the patrol vessel had struck an underwater reef 1,000 yards off Kodiak Island, east of the Spruce Cape signal station, and the ship was sinking into a frigid, watery grave. Bride scrambled to his feet, the only one in the room at the time of the crash, and hurried out of the barracks into the hall outside. The wood was creaking, and the ship had momentarily settled at what had to be a 10-degree list to port, and he made for the stairs to the top deck, but stopped at the base of them. Looking over his shoulder, Bride stared back down the hall towards the other doorways that led to the rest of the sleeping rooms. "William!" he shouted, but he heard no answer, and Bride found himself at a crossroads. He didn't know if his friend was back there or out on deck with everyone else. But the sight of green, foamy water gushing into the end of the hallway prompted his movement. He sprinted over the slanting floor towards the flooding to the room where his best friend, William Phillips's bunk was, and found that his gut had been right. The water was licking around the doorframe hungrily, mercilessly when he made it inside and found Phillips. Phillips hadn't been out on the top deck when the crash occurred. He'd been doing what Bride had been, sleeping after their shift, and his bunk had toppled over on top of him when the ship was jostled. Phillips was on his back underneath the toppled bed, trying to push the heavy frame off, which was pressing down on his chest. His face had turned red from both the strain and inability to breathe. "Shit!" Bride gasped. He threw himself into the room, grasped the metal bed frame, and lifted. Phillips had been pushing on it, gasping as the weight pressed into his chest, preventing him from yelling out for help, but he couldn't move it alone. The water was beginning to slop into the room, running down past the two as Bride lifted, with Phillips pushing at the same time. With a grunt from the effort, Bride lifted the bunk enough for Phillips to slide out. He dropped it again and grasped his friend by the shoulders. "Are you hurt? Hey, are you hurt?" Bride asked. Phillips was sucking in multiple deep breaths, but shook his head. "I'm not hurt." Before either could speak again, a wave of frigid ocean water gushed into the doorway as the hallway outside flooded. The wave sloshed into the room and drenched their backs. The room was beginning to fill, and the slant of the floor was getting steeper as the patrol vessel settled forward by the bow, still listing to her port side as well. "Shit, come on," Bride urged, grabbing Phillips's hand and pulling him to his feet, but Phillips's leg gave out as he tried to stand. "What?" Bride exclaimed. Then he spotted Phillips was indeed hurt. His leg had a bloody wound by the ankle. "Damn it," Bride said as the water hungrily gushed around his feet. "Okay, come on," he said. Grabbing Phillips under the shoulder and lifting him up, pulling his friend's arm over his own shoulder to help Phillips get his feet under himself. As water continued flooding into the room, rising fast, they waded through the knee-deep water and out into the hallway as the floor began to take on a more severe list to the side. A sudden shudder from the ship nearly threw the two from their feet as they waded into the hallway and towards the staircase out. With the water following them like a starved, relentless predator, they waded through the freezing seawater to the stairs that led on deck. The patrol boat shuddered again as they reached the stairs, and this time, they both lost their footing for a moment. Philip slipped out of Bride's grasp slightly as he landed on his bleeding leg. "Come on!" Bride shouted, forcefully pulling Phillips back onto his feet and half carrying him over his shoulder up onto the deck as the water reached the stairs, consuming the ship as eagerly as a hungry snake would consume a mouse. The room Phillips and Bride had been in was already submerged by the time they reached the top of the stairs. Neither knew what had happened, but it was obvious that an open hole had been torn into the ship's wooden hull. Due to how fast the ship was flooding, the damage was definitely significant. Unlike when a body was injured and blood gushed out, when a ship was injured, the water gushed in. A ship didn't have to bleed out to die, and the patrol ship was dying fast in the icy Gulf of Alaska. Outside, the cold Alaskan air was whipping by and felt just as frigid to the skin as the water flooding the USS YP-73 did. The sky was pitch dark, not a star visible in the sky, and the ocean around the sinking vessel was just as black as the night sky was. But the violent whitecaps were visible out in the dark void surrounding the ship, and they didn't look the least bit inviting. As the two got out onto the top deck, they both saw the other 16 crew members rushing around as their ship slowly sank into the sea. Some ran inside the upper superstructure, others were coming down from the bridge, and others still were making their way to the life rafts. Amid the calamity, the wind was howling and icy flakes were falling from the sky, thick like rain in a monsoon, and the water swallowing the ship looked rough, unfriendly, and unforgiving, and both Phillips and Bride knew it was utterly cold. Colder than anything they could imagine, even after having been briefly dunked into it below deck. Being totally submerged in it or swimming in it would be completely different. Urging Phillips forward, Bride hobbled towards a fellow crew member who was rushing towards the stern of the patrol vessel. Bride grabbed him by the collar. "Hey, what happened? Was it the Japanese?" he asked. The crew member shook his head distractedly. "We struck a reef," he explained, shoving himself free and hurrying towards the stern. Phillips and Bride watched the sailor hurry by and vanish around the side of the former fishing vessel superstructure. Another looked down into the staircase Phillips and Bride had just come up, immediately stopped and rushed toward the stern as well, his path having been blocked by the rising water. The vessel was also creaking and cracking now. Even on the top deck, it wouldn't take long for the water to reach them. Everyone was hurrying to prepare and abandon ship. "Oh, shit," Bride heard Phillips say. He turned and saw the water was beginning to gush over the port side of the bow as the patrol ship began to go down. Bride gulped. No amount of training prepared anyone to be on a sinking ship, let alone one sinking into icy ocean water. He tightened his grasp on the arm Phillips had over his shoulder. "Come on, we have to find you a life jacket," he said, turning and moving with Phillips towards the stern. "What about you?" Phillips asked as he hobbled along with Bride. Bride didn't look at him. "You first," he said, amid the strain of half-carrying his friend. The ship lurched and began to slip down faster. The water began chasing the two up the deck just as it had been doing in the ship's interior. They headed around the superstructure towards the stern and saw everyone else climbing onto the side or jumping from the ship into the water. "Do you think they sent a distress call?" Phillips asked, the cold air biting into his unprotected skin. "I don't know. We don't have time to worry about it, though," Bride replied, grunting from half-carrying Phillips along the entire deck. The deck suddenly slanted, and the ship shook, and the wood groaned like she was screaming in pain. With that, she began to drop like a rock down into the body of water. The motion nearly threw Phillips and Bride from their feet. They could feel the ship sinking below them. The YP-73 was going down fast now. "Shit, jump!" Bride said, knowing they didn't have time to find life jackets. The two sailors threw themselves over the side and into the icy ocean. Bride surfaced first, gasping so loud it was practically a scream from the shock of the cold water. It felt like what he'd imagined being shot everywhere at once with white-hot bullets would feel like. He quickly collected himself, breathing deeply, and pulled a struggling Phillips up to the surface after he again grabbed him under his shoulder. Phillips let out a similar gasp of pain to Bride's as his head breached through the surface of the water. Meanwhile, the YP-73 shuddered and groaned again. Her stern rose up out of the sea and into the air as she filled with water. Her stern rose high up, and she settled for a moment. Then, with air gushing out of her like a geyser as she filled with water, she went down. Slow at first, but then the plunge picked up speed. It was one long, smooth slide, and then she was gone with a final splash as what air was left inside of her escaped. And Bride, Phillips, and 16 other sailors who had been on board the patrol vessel were left stranded in the freezing, icy, rough water in total darkness. A large wave washed over them. Bride spat out a mouthful of seawater and again pulled Phillips back to the surface. With his leg injury, Phillips was finding it hard to tread water. Their heavy clothing didn't help either. Both had been so exhausted that they just collapsed into their respective bunks in all their clothing. "Hold on to me," Bride said. "No, I'll wear you out faster. It already won't take long in this water," Phillips protested. "I don't care. You're not drowning out here for me," Bride argued, not letting Phillips pull himself free. "You got me out of the ship. Now focus on yourself. I'll be fine," Phillips assured, trying to pull himself free, not wanting to drown his best friend with him. "You can't swim with that hurt leg," Bride retorted, grasping Phillips by the arm and pulling him back so they couldn't separate. Before either could say any more, a large piece of broken-off wood splashed to the surface next to them, followed by other pieces of timber from the ship that had torn free as she went down. They swam to the nearest one and clung to it. It was buoyant enough to hold them both just at the surface with their arms wrapped around it. Bride put his arm over Phillips' shoulder and grasped the board on the other side to make sure he stayed on it. They could hear the other sailors shouting nearby, amid the howling wind and splashing mountainous waves, but they couldn't see them. Bride noticed ice was already forming in his hair. "Well," he said, shivering from the cold to the point his voice began to develop a stutter. At least there's no sharks around here." Phillips just groaned. "I thought I was the one who made the jokes," he said, shivering even worse than Bride was. "Well, you've been slacking lately, so someone had to do it," Bride responded. He looked around as the distant shouting continued. Do you think the others got into the life rafts?" he asked. "I don't care what the others are on at the moment," Phillips replied in a shaking voice. "I care about the fact that we're not." Bride nodded. He knew they wouldn't last long in such frigid water. Now that the initial incident was over, the two truly noticed the cold. They noticed how much they were shivering, and how much they both hurt, but also at the same time how much they couldn't feel. There was simultaneously numbness and excruciating pain coursing through every sense the two had. Even breathing felt both frigid and painful, but at the same time the cold made it short and rapid, only adding to the agony. Each breath felt like a stab with a knife. Bride groaned as the waves sloshed around them. He never expected to find himself in such a situation. Sure, he knew being on a sinking ship was a possibility, but never here, off the coast of Alaska, in freezing water that was too cold for words to ever describe. It wasn't fair, because he and Phillips weren't even supposed to be there. After the secret experiment at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard in 1943 had gone horribly wrong and resulted in a massive death toll that had to be explained as accidental in letters to the families, Phillips and Bride hoped that they would just be able to put it all behind them once they were out at the Atlantic and distracted by the ongoing war for control of it. They'd hoped they'd be so busy that the experiment would be driven from their minds. But instead, right before they'd been due to ship out to the Atlantic in late 1943, they'd unexpectedly been shipped elsewhere at the last possible minute. Not to the Pacific Theater or anything like that, but to the most out-of-the-way place possible that they could serve instead. Instead of the Atlantic Ocean, the two sailors had found themselves as part of the auxiliary patrols off the coast of Alaska. Transferred, Bride had said when their former captain told them. What do you mean transferred? We're due to set out for the Atlantic tomorrow. Hazley, their former captain, had just shrugged. It's not up to me, he said, holding up two papers in his hands and dropping them down on the table. These orders came straight from the top. Tomorrow, you two transfer to the Alaska Patrol. They knew it wasn't a coincidence. He had wanted them somewhere out of the way, somewhere that they wouldn't be a problem, somewhere he wouldn't have to worry as much about them blabbing about the experiment, and where people couldn't ask them about rumors that might have been going around. General Aaronmore, who had nearly gotten them killed by sending them onto the USS Eldridge after the experiment to turn her invisible had gone horribly wrong and driven many of the crew into an uncontrollable homicidal rage, one side effect of the many other equally horrific afflictions caused by the experiment, including being frozen in place, becoming fused into the metal structure of the ship, complete loss of sanity, horrific physical mutations, and more. It was an experiment Aaronmore was observing on behalf of the entire United States Naval Command. After it was clear something had gone wrong on the ship the experiment was conducted on, he'd sent specifically Phillips and Bride on board because they had brothers on board the ship, who both had simply vanished and were never located. There was never any explanation. Every other crew member was eventually accounted for, save for Blake Bride and Tom Phillips. No traces of them were ever found. The grief of the unexplainable loss was something the two had hoped to put behind them, as good soldiers did, once out in the Atlantic. But the grueling Alaskan coast and constant patrols had been enough to eventually drive it from their minds. It was the one good thing about their new positions keeping them busy. But the pain of the loss never went away fully. In fact, even in the cold water, they could still feel it deep inside them. Aaronmore had wanted them here, out of the way, somewhere insignificant, a spot no one would remember when it came to history. He wanted them silenced, or put somewhere where they couldn't talk to many people. As one of the highest-ranked individuals in the entire United States Navy, Aaronmore had the power to pull such strings, to get last-minute transfers, to sweep things under the rug, to oversee such a highly secretive experiment and then cover it up once the outcome was not what had been desired. As they continued to float in the ocean, aware that the other sailors of the YP-73 were slowly falling silent around them, both Phillips and Bride knew hypothermia would set in quickly in such cold water, and then that'd be it. As they clung to the wood, being battered by the waves and wind and falling snow and ice, they stopped talking and focused on trying to stay awake. But as fate would have it, it seemed the two were not doomed to die in the cold ocean. By the time both knew they wouldn't have been able to hang on for much longer, another ship arrived. It was the Coast Guard cutter Bittersweet. It seemed the YP-73 had indeed sent a distress call before she went down. Over the next few minutes, the Bittersweet plucked Phillips, Bride, and 6 other survivors from the water, clinging to wood or onto rafts. The other 10 had all died from the extreme cold by the time the rescue ship arrived and took them back to port for medical attention. Among those who were deceased, Bride noted, by the fact that he wasn't on the rescue ship, was the young sailor who had informed them that the patrol vessel had struck a reef and wasn't bombed by the Japanese. By the last week of March, both John Bride and William Phillips had nearly regained their full strength and recovered from the ordeal. They had spent the previous roughly 2 months in a medical center on Kodiak Island. It was a good place to recover, all things considered, very well defended, even though the failed Japanese invasion of Alaska had not advanced to any point near the island. But the defenses were reassuring when in a vulnerable state. The town had been turned into a fortress due to fears of a Japanese invasion following the attack on Pearl Harbor. But the Japanese invasion in the Aleutian Islands had remained much further to the west of Kodiak and had ended by 1943. Patrol vessels like the now foundered YP-73 were watching to ensure another one did not happen, even though the Japanese were retreating on all fronts across the Pacific. Following the sinking and rescue from the ocean, Phillips and Bride both had not only developed hypothermia in the incident, but they also had spent the last few months suffering from long-term illness from it, and other effects brought on by the freezing water. Their hypothermia had been severe. Both were lucky to have survived. Both had experienced frostbite to varying degrees of severity, but nothing bad enough to result in any loss of digits or limbs, as well as inflammation in various parts of the body, fluid in the lungs, and a weakness in their whole bodies resulting in shaking limbs and unsteady walking. That they had not been able to fully shake off yet, though their strength was returning. Thankfully for them, the worst of the effects seemed to be past them and they were well on the mend. It had been a hard battle, but it was nearly over now. But they weren't fully recovered yet. They still became winded easily, felt weak, and were told they needed bed rest for an undetermined amount of time yet. Both knew they just needed more time, and were working to encourage the other. But Bride had noticed something off about Phillips in the long months of sitting side by side in one room. In fact, something had been off about him since the Philadelphia experiment. His personality had never been the same after that traumatic day, and in the few months since the sinking it had only become more apparent. Phillips hadn't told Bride any of his true feelings, but ever since the experiment on the USS Eldridge, Phillips had dealt with a lot of self-doubt, and Bride saving him from going down with the YP-73 had only dredged them back up to the surface with full force. On the Eldridge, Phillips had effectively thrown another sailor to the figurative rabid wolves. He'd done so to save his own skin. Ever since then, he'd been eaten away at inside by self-doubt about if he could be relied on, or if he'd abandon anyone in a life-threatening situation. Bride had gone back inside of a sinking ship to save him, and Phillips wished he knew for certain he could do the same. But effectively killing another sailor to save his own life had left him with a feeling that he couldn't, and that he'd always choose to save his own skin when it came down to it. Phillips wished he could convince himself otherwise, that he would be there when someone needed him, but he just found that he couldn't. Even if it was his best friend he had to go back for, that little feeling of doubt was there, chastising him over if he could or not. And he didn't see it going away anytime soon, and it made him angry. Lying on two beds in a shared room, they'd originally been accompanied by some of the other YP-73 survivors, but they'd all been discharged by the time their vessel was stricken from the naval record a month after the sinking. Since then, they'd been on their own. Phillips and Bride seemed to be the only two suffering from a slow recovery and long-term illness from the experience. The days seemed to just pass by and not much seemed to change. Though for them, little seemed to change, things on the wider scale were far from stagnant. As Phillips and Bride spent months recovering from severe hypothermia, the wars in Europe and the Pacific were continuing to rage on, but the tide noticeably had turned, seemingly definitively, to the Allies' favor on both fronts. The Germans and Japanese were both retreating, and Italy had long since surrendered to the Allies. With any luck, the two thought, the war would be over by the time they were finally discharged from the hospital. Then they could get on with their lives. Every time the radio broadcast a news report, the two listened. "How are we doing today?" a nurse asked, bringing the two coffee as their morning began, as mundane as all the others had been. "Better than yesterday," Bride said, taking his mug with a polite smile. Phillips coughed a little and took his with a silent nod of thanks. He pulled his blanket higher up around his shoulders and took a sip. "Maybe we'll get you two up for a long walk around the facility today," the nurse encouraged. A soldier entered the room, his uniform crisp and neat, adorned with medals, and waited by the door. The nurse sighed. She tucked her tray under her arm when the soldier walked in, looking displeased, but said, "You have a visitor waiting for you. When you think you can stand and be on your feet for a while, this young man will show you to him. Excuse me." She left the room and the young soldier by the door remained. He was a Marine, and remained silent as Philip and Bride cast confused glances in his direction. Visitor? Bride eventually asked. Phillips shrugged, but didn't speak. After drinking their coffee, the warm liquid did them good. Phillips and Bride dressed themselves in clean white uniforms that Navy sailors wore, and followed the young but well-ranked Marine out of the room. They didn't speak, and simply followed him. The soldier escorting them eventually stopped at an open doorway to a conference-looking room, and stood respectfully aside, allowing them to enter. They did so. The room had no windows, and the walls were painted gray. The two sailors entered the room and stopped, just inside the doorway, at the sight of a familiar figure waiting at the table in the center of the room. Standing there, leaning against it, was General Aaronmore. There he was, like a specter who appeared the moment the two almost had their strength back to sap it all away again. Both stopped, as if they'd been struck as soon as they saw him. The soldier who had guided Phillips and Bride into the room left the door open. Perhaps Aaronmore felt he needed someone to rush in if the two lashed out at seeing him again for the first time since 1943. "Hello again," Aaronmore greeted. Or perhaps he merely felt untouchable and didn't feel the need to worry about such things. "The fuck do you want?" Phillips asked, foregoing any of the formality he had in their first meeting in 1945. "Good to see you're recovering well. I heard about the sinking of the YP-73 and personally read about each of the sailors on board to see who had survived and died." "And you were disappointed to see that we were still alive, weren't you?" Phillips snapped. A slight smile spread on Aaronmore's face at the comment, but he changed the subject. "Come in. I came all this way to see you two in particular. There are things at play we need to discuss." He motioned to the table behind him where a map was laid out. Phillips and Bride didn't move. "It's time-sensitive, gentlemen," Aaronmore firmly prompted. Slowly, Phillips and Bride walked into the room and stood on the opposite side of the table from Aaronmore. "Sorry if we're a little cautious. Last time we took direct orders from you, we ended up on a ship of horrors and our brothers missing in action," Phillips retorted, clearly agitated. Bride was silent, and after a moment, Aaronmore spoke again. He didn't acknowledge Phillips, and instead got straight to the point. "You two are aware, yes, that the Nazis have been looting priceless works of art, historical artifacts, and other prizes from museums in every country they've trampled over since they stupidly wandered into Poland. Priceless works of art, pieces of history, important artifacts, all stolen by those smug madmen. Well, now that they're retreating with their tails tucked between their legs, it seems they want to make a last effort to escape with as much of it as possible, or perhaps just ensure we don't get what they've stolen back. If they can't have it, no one can. Barbarian mentality. Plus, some have grandiose visions of Nazi Germany rising again, and if it did, they would need treasures on hand to finance another war." He paused, and Phillips and Bride both remained silent, which prompted Aaronmore to continue his brief. "Our intelligence indicates the Nazis intend to take these treasures, and a slew of other items of varying significance, and place them on a train currently traveling through regions of Poland still under German control. With them on the losing end of the war, they're going to try to make a run for it with all of these objects stashed on that train to an unknown location. It is a direct and desperate response to the Western Allied invasion of Germany. We entered Germany on the 22nd. We received the intelligence of this contingency plan on the 23rd. Unfortunately, we haven't broken the exact code they're using for the message. It's a more complex variant of one we already have, so we only understand one word in 3. So what we know is fragmentary." Aaronmore paused for breath and indicated the map laid out on the table. It was a map of Poland, with railroads highlighted. "We don't know where the train is. We don't know where it's going. We just know it's traveling right now through German-controlled territory in Poland, which is everywhere past the black line going down the middle of the map," he said, pointing. "It's gathering up whatever is brought to it at each town or station it stops in. Art, military secrets, who knows what else. Perhaps even Hitler's personal treasures. All we have are maps like this for cross-reference,
but we believe the train is traveling on an unmapped, or partially unmapped, rail system that runs somewhere through southern Poland. A railroad constructed by the Nazis after their invasion in 1939, possibly ending somewhere in the Central Sudets, at an unmapped mine tunnel, or even an old one, perhaps, or one of their many tunnels or bunkers that are all over Europe. Either way, if the train escapes with these items on board, it will likely be buried and all but impossible to find. The Nazis are nothing if not thorough when they're losing. They choose to do this action specifically when losing the war instead of diverting manpower and resources elsewhere, only to keep these items away from us. Due to the historical significance of the artifacts in consideration, and of the military interest in some of the other items that are also likely being taken to the train, we cannot let that happen, Aaron Moore explained, like he was briefing soldiers he was about to send into battle. It was a tone Phillips and Bride did not like hearing. It was just like the one he had before sending them onto the USS Eldridge. They also did not like where this conversation seemed to be going. Last time they had a brief like this from Aaron Moore was also right before he'd sent them onto the USS Eldridge. So, we come to it now. We're sending you two, just you two, behind enemy lines. Your objective is simple. Find and stop the train at all costs, Aaron Moore finished. Are you mad? That's the heart of German-controlled territory. We'd have better odds parachuting into Iwo Jima and hiking to where our boys currently are without having any weapons than we would walking into Poland right now where none of our boys are. Phillips all but shouted. Why would you possibly send us to do this instead of some special operations team, like the Army Rangers or something, Bride asked, shaking his head, not believing what he was hearing. Hell, drop an airborne division into southern Poland and secure the rail lines. Don't have us walk in there and expect anything. Poland is crawling with the Germans right now. There's probably a gun behind every bush, a tank hidden in every barn. Why do you think we can do this? He couldn't believe they were being dragged helplessly back into another one of Aaron Moore's games. I watch things carefully, and in the experiment, he said the word carefully, as if not wishing to admit it ever actually had happened out loud. I saw that you both were quick on your feet, had fast reactions to changes in a situation, and were good at thinking your next moves through in a tough situation. I heard your reports on everything that happened inside the ship and the choices you made to escape, Aaron Moore replied matter-of-factly. I feel confident you can pull this task off. Do we even look like we know how a train works? Bride blurted out. I feel confident you can figure it out, Aaron Moore curtly responded. Fuck you, and fuck your feelings, Philip said. And fuck all your medals. How many people did you put in their graves to earn those? Is each medal pinned on that uniform a dead man? Are two of them from Tom and Blake? He added, pointing at the medals hanging on Aaron Moore's uniform. He was barely restraining himself by the time he was done. A year and a half of held-in rage was threatening to burst out like water from a falling dam. Aaron Moore did not react to the insult. His bushy mustache didn't even twitch. We're not trained for this. We're Navy sailors, not ground infantry, Bride added. You'll sail to Europe before the end of the week. You'll be at the front in 7 days at most. You'll be given a more detailed brief before you set out, given all the information about where the train should be that we have available. You'll be outfitted in standard infantryman uniforms. You'll be provided weapons, ammunition, food, water, grenades, a few little treats for the road, a compass, and a map like this one, Aaron Moore said, lifting the corner of the map off the table for a moment. I'd recommend trying to find a German map of the rail lines and compare them. Some soldier might have one, or some abandoned camp might. You might also find one in a town along the railroad. Use one if you find it, and look for discrepancies or rail lines that don't appear on our maps. either at all or merge off of lines that do appear on ours. Find the train, Aaronmore finished. Phillips exhaled hard through his nose. And board it like cowboys holding up a train in the Old West, he said, fed up already with the whole thing. And hold it until the Allied line reaches you. At no point should they be more than a few hours behind you. The Germans are retreating, so progress is fast, Aaronmore repeated. In summary, your mission is to stop the train so the approaching Allied forces following you can secure it, along with all the gold, artifacts, and everything else on board it. As I said, they'll only be hours behind you. If you can find the train, stop it, and secure it, you should have no further trouble. As I also said, the Nazis are retreating fast and won't have time to go back and look for it once they realize it's overdue. While traveling, keep hidden when possible. Expect traps, ambush zones, radical fanatics who might do who knows what now that they're losing. Don't trust any beggar on the road. Don't trust any closed door in any building. You see a tank that's abandoned, you chuck a grenade into it just to be sure. Don't trust anyone or anything until our boys catch up to you. Phillips snorted, noting an all too familiar twinkle in the general's eyes. He put on his poker face. He didn't believe a word that he was hearing from the general's mouth. Aaronmore wasn't this stupid, he knew, to send them to do this if it was something he truly wanted accomplished. He had other motives for sending them to Poland, and Phillips knew what they already were. Hell, he knew it wasn't a coincidence that he turned up now, after they'd narrowly survived one catastrophe and were still recovering from it. He knew it wasn't a coincidence Aaronmore turned up when he and Bride were still standing on shaking legs, with weakness in their arms and shortness of breath after too much exertion. Are there any questions? Aaronmore asked. Neither Phillips nor Bride spoke. They knew from before that they were helpless to stop something Aaronmore had put in play. The amount of strings he had to have pulled to get this insane mission approved must have been more than there were sailors on the USS Eldridge when all hell broke loose on her in 1943. Aaronmore nodded, and now smiled, but it wasn't friendly. Neither was the sparkle in his eyes. Good. You are dismissed. As Phillips and Bride left the room, Phillips turned to Bride as they walked back down the hall towards their room. You see that look in his eyes? He wants us to fucking die on this mission. Bride nodded. Of course he does, he replied. Why do you think he's sending just us into the heart of German-controlled territory? We survived the sinking, and that put us back on his radar. Got him thinking about us again, and what we know. So he wants to try and have us silenced in a way that won't raise eyebrows before the war ends. And here's his opportunity. If we die in Poland, we're just two nobodies killed in action. Nothing suspicious. And no chance we'll ever talk about everything we saw happen because of the experiment, Phillips finished, shaking his head in anger. It was just like the USS Eldridge, though. They knew they had no choice but to go along with Aaronmore's game. And this time, they would have no flares to get them out of danger. It was in the first week of April when Phillips and Bride found themselves outfitted in infantry uniforms, helmets sitting loosely on their heads, holding rifles just like the ones they'd been given when they were sent aboard the Eldridge, and making their way across the countryside of Poland. They couldn't help but feel strange wearing army attire and not Navy uniforms. They also felt weird about being on the ground in the middle of the war. It was something completely alien to them and unlike anything they were trained for. They'd been trained to fight out on the ocean, on ships, and sink U-boats, not be on the ground and possibly engage with enemy ground troops. As they made their way through the countryside, they hadn't seen anything save distant farmhouses, some still having livestock in the surrounding fields, others seemed empty and abandoned. The sky had also been overcast and gray since they arrived. They were now well beyond the line of Allied-controlled areas, far from any towns and deep in southwestern Poland. It was still territory being held by the Nazis. Where the train was supposed to be, they had no idea. It was like chasing a ghost. They hadn't seen so much as a rail line since they'd hiked out past the line and into enemy territory days earlier. The Allied line was ever expanding, though. Explosions sounding in the distance almost constantly told the two that they weren't too far behind them, just too far back to be of any help to them if things became dicey. They'd been walking through Poland for days, sleeping in shifts at night, but could now see something promising. Far ahead on the horizon was the hazy outline of the mountain range where the train was supposed to be heading to. It was much further into German-controlled territory than they were now, in territory the Allies were nowhere near claiming yet. The Germans might have been retreating, but their grasp over Poland was still as strong as it had been since 1939 when they invaded. This deep in enemy territory, Phillips and Bride both knew that there could be a gun aimed at them from any distant window or from behind every tree that they passed. Cross-checking their map with their estimated position, they knew miles ahead would be a road that led to one of, if not the last, town or village that the train would likely be passing through, according to the information that they'd been given before setting off for Europe. It was a town with a name that neither could pronounce, but they felt confidence they could find their way there at the least. It was based on shaky intelligence at best, but it was better than nothing. The road that led there was still miles ahead, on the other side of the hills that they'd come to. When they reached the road, they'd have to head left to reach the town, which was several miles further away from the spot they'd come to when they reached the road. Their progress also wasn't as fast as either would have liked. There were still times when their legs became weak, when their arms shook, when they had shortness of breath. They were still not fully recovered from sinking into frigid ocean water for an extended amount of time. Definitely not to the point of doing the kind of physical activity that they were, but they had no choice but to carry on, pausing for breaks when needed. They knew it wasn't a coincidence Aaron Moore had sent them when they did. They were more vulnerable in their current state. Their water was gone by the time they'd been traveling through the hills towards the distant road. The last stream they'd come to had not been in a state that allowed them to refill their canteens. The stream had been filled with the corpses of cattle, riddled with bullet holes, along with the bodies of what seemed to be every man, woman, and child from an entire small village, bloated and lining the banks or caught in the stream itself. It seemed the Nazis had leveled an entire village and executed all the inhabitants while they retreated. For no reason other than just because they could. And the water had obviously been poisoned by the amount of bodies lying in it, so the two carried on after taking a moment to fully take in what they'd seen. They knew similar sights must have been all over Europe, and that fellow American soldiers following behind them would likely find the same thing. Do you think this is what the paratroopers found when they parachuted into Europe last June? Bride asked after they'd stumbled upon the scene and taken in the true horror. Philip shook his head. I hope not, was all he said. The sight made him sick to see. It was such a pointless waste of life. Bride was the one who pulled them away from the stream. He placed a hand on Philip's shoulder and turned him away. Then they walked away without looking back. So they continued forward and traversed the miles without speaking much, resting when they needed, moving towards the mountains, which didn't seem to draw any nearer. But then, out of the blue, Philip suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Shit!" and threw himself to the ground behind a bush. Not knowing what his friend had seen, Bride followed his example and did the same. After a moment of nothing happening, he poked his head up and saw what Phillips had seen. He saw Phillips was peeking through the top of the blades of grass, and over his friend's shoulder, Bride could see it. Nestled ahead of them, off to their side, was a machine gun nest. It was not abandoned like everything else built by the Germans they'd passed thus far had been. The shapes of German soldiers could be seen sitting in it. Bride crawled up to the bush and peeked through it too once he was certain they hadn't been spotted. How many are in it? Bride asked after a moment, hanging back. Looks like 3, Phillips answered, not taking his eyes off the gun nest. The hell are they still doing here? The German line is retreating, Bride whispered. Philip shook his head. I think they're taking some lessons from the Japanese, he replied, glancing back over his shoulder at Bride. Seeing the confusion on Bride's face, he continued, It's just 3 guys. I think they broke away from their battalion and stayed behind intentionally. They're going to ambush the Allied line when it comes through here, right over the hill. Whatever group it ends up being, they'll walk into a kill zone, he clarified. That's suicide for them, Bride responded, his voice getting slightly louder. The Germans, he added. Phillips motioned him to keep it at a whisper. Exactly. Hence why I said the Japanese are teaching them a thing or two. They know it's suicide. Any large battalion will overrun them in seconds. They just want to take out as many people with them as they can, he said, glancing back at the nest. The nest was circular-shaped, its border lined with sandbags, and sitting at the front was the machine gun resting on a tripod stand, able to be swung around and fired in any direction with deadly accuracy. Assholes, Bride muttered, shaking his head. He sighed. We can't leave it. Phillips tightened the grasp on his rifle, like he was about to stand up and open fire at the nest. I know, he said. Bride put a hand on his shoulder. It's also just the 2 of us. We can't just rush in there. 10 guys couldn't do it without 8 of them getting mowed down first. Use your head, he firmly said. Then added at more of a whisper. So instead, we crawl around them, under their sightline, through this high grass, until we're behind them, and then we hit them from behind. With any luck, we'll take them out before they realize and turn the gun around. We can't leave it here to ambush whatever battalion comes through. Phillips nodded in agreement to the plan and took one more glance at the machine gun nest through the bush. He shook his head, angry. Shit, he hissed out. Then he motioned Bride to follow him with a jerk of his head and got down onto his belly and began pulling himself forward on his elbows, pushing with his legs. Bride did the same and followed him after a moment. Slowly, keeping as low to the ground as possible, they crept forward, using the grass to keep them out of sight as they began to circle around to the back of the nest. The thick blades of grass kept them hidden from view, but the grass was thick enough to also keep the nest hidden from their view and anything else. So Phillips didn't see the viper ahead of him until he was nearly nose to fangs with it. He jerked back from the venomous snake, which had opened its mouth threateningly. It hissed loudly at the sudden movement and took off, slithering away into the grass. Though he managed to keep from shouting at the startling sight of the deadly snake, the snake itself made noise, both as it hissed and then as it took off into the grass. It was loud enough for the Germans sitting in the nest to hear it. Phillips and Bride heard them talking, and, with a cautious glance through the top blades of grass, they saw one of the soldiers climbing out of the nest. He jumped over the sandbags and started walking in their direction, holding a rifle up and ready. Phillips and Bride both pressed themselves down onto the ground, Bride putting a finger to his lips as the soldier slowly walked closer. As the soldier drew nearer, Phillips very slowly sat up on his elbow. Then he slowly brought his rifle around and aimed it at the approaching soldier, moving slow as to not audibly brush the grass aside, bringing the sight up and level with his eye. He moved the gun so it was lined up perfectly with the soldier's head. He slowly confirmed a bullet was in the chamber, placed a finger on the trigger, and kept his gun trained on the soldier. He took his eyes off the soldier to look over at Bride. Bride was staring back at him, but couldn't move. The approaching soldier was much closer to him than he was to Phillips. Too close for him to risk even shaking his head to tell Phillips not to fire. Phillips returned his gaze down the sight of his gun, glaring down the barrel at the soldier. Finally, when the soldier was so close that Phillips could see the grass reflecting in his blue eyes, when he was about to step right on Bride, he stopped. He scanned the fields around the nest, but didn't look down at his feet, where Bride was all but laying. Not seeming to be satisfied with not spotting anyone, the soldier brought his rifle up to his shoulder and fired a few shots into the grass past where Phillips and Bride were laying. It was clear to both that he was trying to flush out something or someone. But when nothing jumped out or seemed to react, the soldier seemed satisfied. He lowered the gun, turned around, and walked back to the nest. Phillips lowered his gun and sat up enough to watch until the soldier climbed back into the nest. Then he dropped to the ground and sighed as quietly as he could. Bride shuddered and allowed the tension to leave his body, and he laid limply on the ground for a few moments as he tried to stop shaking. He heard his heart pounding in his ears, and he took several deep but quiet breaths to calm himself down. Phillips also slumped onto his back and took a moment to allow the tension to melt away. That had been far too close for comfort. They stayed still for a minute before, prompted by Phillips, they continued to army crawl along to the other side of the nest. Phillips was now watching for any snakes or other animals that he might startle. Slowly, the two sailors continued crawling through the long grass until they finally got around behind the nest, placing them on slightly higher ground than it was, giving them a perfect shot at the soldiers in the nest below them. Lying on the ground side by side, they unslung their rifles and got them ready. Then they slowly set up into a squat once they were sure none of the Germans were looking up the rise at them. Once they were ready, Phillips softly counted down from 3. Once he reached 1, he and Bride stood up out of the grass and fired at the same time. 2 of the German soldiers in the nest dropped right away once the bullet struck their back. The third, who had been between the other 2, only had time to turn around, a look of shock on his face, before he too was struck in the chest by 2 bullets simultaneously. He was flung back by the bullet striking him and fell against one of the sandbag walls, splayed on his back, facing the sky with a blank, opened-mouth expression. With a third soldier on the ground, Phillips and Bride ran forward and aimed their weapons down into the nest, but there were no other soldiers hiding at the bottom. It had only been the 3, which convinced them both more that it had indeed been a splinter group who were only trying to kill whomever they could in a final stand. With the skirmish over, they both sighed in relief, and Phillips jumped down into the nest. He stepped over the bodies and ejected the ammunition from the mounted machine gun as Bride kept watch. Once he'd taken it all, he threw the bullets as far off into the grass as he could. He sighed and slung his rifle back over his shoulder, and Bride lowered his own. "Bastards," Bride said. "You know, we could have just used one of our grenades. Thrown it in once close, they wouldn't have had time to register what it was," he pointed out as Phillips turned to look up at him. Phillips shook his head. "We should probably save them. They might be needed later." "What are we going to do? Blow up the train?" Bride asked. Phillips shrugged. "Maybe the track," he said, looking down at the bodies lying at his feet at the bottom of the nest. He kicked one of the corpses. "Besides, it felt good to do this myself. They deserved it. All of them." "No argument there," Bride agreed, as Phillips wiped one of his boots on the swastika armband around one of the Nazis' dead uniforms before climbing out of the nest. As he did, Bride slung his gun over his shoulder too and pulled their map back out. After a quick scan of it, he said, "That road shouldn't be too much further ahead. Another 2 miles, maybe? Once we get there, we can just follow it straight into the town that Aramore said is where the train is likely to make its last stop before it heads off into the unknown." He looked up. "You need a break, or are you good?" Phillips nodded in reassurance. "I'm good. Let's go." Bride folded up the map and stuffed it into his uniform. "I do wish we had some water, though," he admitted, smacking his lips. Phillips looked at him, then took his canteen off his belt, shook it, and held it out to Bride. "There's a few drops left," he said. Bride hesitated, but Phillips shook it again. "Go on, take it." Bride did so, and they set off again, heading towards the road. Though both knew they didn't have a hope in the world at actually stopping the train, unless it was with a grenade, but they both knew they at least had to try to do what Aramore wanted. just like they had to on the Eldridge, even after they had realized something was very wrong on the ship. If they didn't at least try, and they managed to survive, then who knew what Aaron Moore would do to them? He could easily have them disappeared, and no one would ever know. The two eventually came to the road they were looking for. It was a dirt road, worn with wheel tracks from both wagons and motorized vehicles. It worked its way through the fields and forests of the countryside, vanishing around a bend behind a hill to their right and working its way off into the distance on their left. Phillips and Bride came to it as they reached the bottom of a hill. The dirt road ran along the base of two of them on each side. The bushes and long grass reached out into the road as if trying to consume it. They'd only just stepped onto it and off the hill when they heard something coming around the bend to their right. "Hide!" Bride whispered, grabbing Phillips by the arm and pulling him back into one of the bushes growing along the side of the road. Lying in a ditch under the shrub, weapons held out the ready, they watched as a horse-drawn wagon came around the bend in the road, heading in the direction they'd be traveling as well. It was being pulled by a single horse, and being driven by what seemed to be a lone German infantryman. Phillips and Bride watched from their hiding place as the wagon drove past, noticing that it was loaded with wooden crates in the back. As the wagon passed them, Phillips suddenly jumped up and ran out into the road behind it. He raised his rifle and fired a single shot into the back of the soldier's head, the bullet punching through his helmet. He slumped forward, and the horse reared back and neighed in alarm as Phillips ran forward to calm it down. Stunned for a moment at the sudden action, Bride didn't react for a moment, not until Phillips had calmed the horse down and was climbing up into the wagon and patting down the body. "Damn it," he grumbled, crawling out from under the bush and coming out onto the road as well. "William, what the fuck are you doing?" he yelled. Phillips didn't answer. He checked to confirm the soldier was dead, patted the body down, and pulled out a Hitler Youth knife from one of the uniform pockets, and then climbed into the back of the wagon, opening the crates and rifling through the contents. "Phillips!" Bride sputtered. Phillips didn't answer, not until he'd opened the last crate. "No gold or art anywhere. All they had are crates loaded with these," he said, pulling out a clean, folded uniform. He set his rifle down and held one up to show Bride. "These are Waffen-SS uniforms." He looked back at the uniform and then back at Bride. "We need to change into them and get out of ours. We might as well be wearing American flags if we stay in what we're wearing now." "Not what we want to be wearing when we walk straight into the town ahead, which is going to be full of these guys," Phillips said. Bride sighed in frustration, grumbled, but nodded in agreement and caught one of the uniforms when Phillips threw him the shirt, followed by the pants from another crate. "Any helmets?" Bride asked after catching the articles of clothing. Phillips shook his head. Bride nodded. "All right. We'll have to ditch ours then. It'd be pretty conspicuous to walk into a town filled with Nazis while wearing American helmets," he said, unclipping his helmet and taking it off. He tossed it over into the grass, and Phillips repeated the action a moment later. "Some treasure hunter will find those in 100 years, Bride said. They both then grabbed the SS uniforms and began to slide them on. As Bride slid it on over the uniform he already had on, he felt dirty putting on a uniform that was designed to associate the wearer with some of the very worst of the Nazis. Phillips seemed to feel the same because neither took their American uniforms off, save the helmets. They just put the SS uniforms on over the top of it. As he and Phillips changed into their disguises, Bride spoke again. "What's going on with you? Why are you charging head-on into every opportunity for a fight?" Phillips also sighed in frustration and looked at Bride as he was buttoning up the SS uniform over his own. But after a moment he answered, "I'm just going through some stuff right now. The sinking of the 73 really just dredged some old feelings back up, okay?" Bride shook his head, but gave an understanding nod. "Just keep your temper in check from here on, okay? The more skirmishes we get into, the more likely we are to get noticed. I hate these guys as much as you do, but for God's sake, think your actions through. Just think next time. You're going to get us both killed if you keep this up." Those words ripped into Phillips like a knife, doing more damage than any bullet ever could. He didn't answer. He just focused on finishing buttoning up his disguise. Once he had the SS uniform on over top his own, Phillips slipped the Hitler Youth knife into his waist belt he was wearing underneath the SS uniforms, but he slipped the holster with his pistol onto the belt he was wearing on the outside. Bride didn't think to conceal anything on himself. Once they were in uniform, they grabbed their weapons off the ground, freed the horse and smacked it on the hindquarters to send it on its way, hid the body in the grass, and set off down the road towards the town. Once we're no longer in hostile territory, we'll talk about what you're dealing with, okay? Just for now, keep your head level, Bride said as they set off. A few miles down the road, as it crested a hill, the two sailors paused and then ducked behind some small trees, looking down below them. They hadn't reached the town yet, but something had appeared ahead. The road went down the hill and then back up another, but before it did, it passed by a lone farmhouse in the vale. There was no movement around the house, but what seemed to be a tiger tank was sitting behind it, near the barn and animal corral. Phillips and Bride shared a look. "What do you think?" Bride asked. Phillips looked down at the house. "We have to check it," he said. It was the perfect place to observe for the movement of enemy troops, and the tank showed that the Germans had taken it over at some point. Bride nodded in agreement, and they crept out from behind the trees. Slowly creeping towards the house, Bride put his hand on Philip's shoulder. "If someone is there, do you think it'd be less conspicuous if we're just walking towards the house, rather than sneaking, given what we're wearing?" Phillips glanced down at the SS uniform he had on, then nodded. He didn't sling his rifle, but held it more casually, and stood up straight. "It's the opposite of the Elderidge. We can go 2 feet on that ship without sneaking," he mused. Bride cracked a small smile, and they proceeded down the road towards the house. When they reached it, they approached the front door, and Phillips pushed it open. He and Bride stood up straight, trying to look official and demanding respect, on the off chance Germans were inside, but the home was empty. Stepping inside, they found the owner's possessions had been shoved into a side room, and that the living room and kitchen had clearly been used by the Nazis for something. A left-behind radio set hinted at the home being used as a hidden listening station of some kind. It seemed that the Germans had left recently, and in a hurry. As Phillips scanned through the home, Bride looked over into the room where the owner's possessions were piled up. A little girl's porcelain doll was sticking out of the pile, staring sadly at the floor. Bride shook his head in disbelief. "They chased a family out of their home," he said. "I hope they chased a family out of their home," he added, thinking back to the stream. It was as if the Nazis wanted to burn the world down now that they couldn't have it. He entered the main room and looked at the radio equipment that had been left behind. Something on the table next to it also grabbed his attention, and he picked it up. It was a German colonel's visor cap. Phillips came back into the room. They didn't just, hopefully, chase the family off. "Come here," he said. Bride dropped the hat back on the table and followed him down into another hallway, and stopped when Phillips pointed at the floor. "Tripwire," Phillips said. It was at the end of a hall, at the entrance to another larger room. Cautiously, Bride peeked his head around the corner and looked back at Phillips. When they left, they filled the house with explosives and left a tank out back to bait our boys in when they passed by. That many crates of explosives could take out a whole division if someone stepped on that wire. Would for sure take out the whole house and yard. He shook his head. "Pricks," he scoffed. Phillips nodded. "Yeah," he agreed, stepping back from the wire, which seemed to be something similar to a fishing line, and went out the back door. He now had his gun up, on the off chance some of the Germans were still around. Bride followed him, and they approached the tank. "Stopping the trend would be easy if we can figure out how to work it," Bride commented. Phillips nodded and slung his rifle over his shoulder. He climbed up onto, and then inside of, the tank, but re-emerged at the top a moment later, shaking his head. "They completely destroyed the controls. This thing will never move again." He climbed out of the tank and jumped back onto the ground. "Let's go. There's nothing for us here." We're wasting time we don't have. They went back inside and, after finding some scissors, they cautiously cut the tripwire and left the house, heading back onto the road to continue towards the town that they were seeking. It didn't take long after that before the road wound its way through the fields and countryside, through a small wood, and then down into the village. It was a tiny place with mostly wooden buildings. At the opposite end of the town from where Phillips and Bride were approaching it was a rail line, and sitting at what was clearly a train station was a train. All around it and throughout the town, Nazi soldiers were walking around, entering and exiting buildings, and loading crates of varying sizes onto the train cars. Most of the cars were cargo-oriented, but there was one armored car adorning an anti-aircraft gun, and a few others were also passenger cars. Several soldiers were boarding as well, while others seemed to be staying back. Vehicles were also coming in from other roads and stopping around the train, with their own cargo being emptied out and placed onto it. The Nazis were clearly evacuating and doing it quickly. There were no civilians anywhere in sight, both sailors noticed. It seemed that the entire population of the town had been relocated, just like the family from the farm had been. It seemed that the population had been put onto trucks and driven away, hopefully not in the same way that the other town's populace had been relocated. By the time they arrived into the town, the sun had all but set. Some gray-orange color remained in the sky to the west, but other than that, it was fully dark out. Due to the overcast sky, no stars were visible, but the glow from the waning half-moon faintly was. A ghostly, pale white orb shining through the clouds vaguely revealed where the moon was. The poor, near-moonless night obscured Phillips and Bride as they arrived and aided them in not being noticed. No one looked Phillips and Bride's way as they walked into the town. Walking along the main road like they belonged there, Bride leaned over and whispered to Phillips, "That's it," as he pointed at the train. Phillips nodded. "Now, let's just find out where it's going." They headed straight for the train station. Several distracted soldiers hurried past them. No one looked at them or spoke to them. Everyone seemed to have an assigned task that they were hurrying to complete. One soldier shoved past the two and muttered something but didn't look at them. It was a strange feeling. As Phillips had pointed out earlier, on the USS Eldridge, he and Bride had been forced to try and stay out of sight of every possible person on the ship. But here, even though those instincts were screaming at them to hide, they could just walk right past the threat, right out in the open. They didn't draw attention to themselves. They knew they'd probably not be noticed. "If we find any unoccupied helmets, we should probably put them on. Less chance someone will notice us because right now we're the only ones without them," Phillips whispered as they walked up the street. Bride nodded, but it wasn't entirely true, technically. The captains, colonels, and other commanders overseeing the hurried evacuation were wearing hats. As Phillips and Bride reached the train station, they glanced back at the train that they'd come so far to find. "Think we could slip on and hijack it now?" Bride asked. Phillips shook his head. "No. Look at the amount of passenger cars versus how many people are here. Not everyone is leaving with the train. Our best bet is to find where it's going and head that way so we can cut it off. Less people to contend with," Phillips whispered. "Besides, do you know how to drive a train?" "No," Bride admitted. Phillips nodded. "Me neither. We'd be gunned down if we tried now." They slung their rifles over their shoulders and walked into the train station. Some lanterns were burning on a few tables, but the building was empty. Charts and lists were lying everywhere on tables. It seemed to be a checklist of what hadn't arrived yet, or what hadn't been picked up at previous stops. On one wall, tacked onto it, was a large map of Poland. Bride reached underneath his disguise and pulled out from a pocket in his uniform the map of the rail lines in Poland that Aramore had given them back in the United States. He unfolded it and walked towards the wall with the larger map. Phillips grabbed a lantern and followed him. Bride spread out the map and held it against the wall as Phillips held the light up. Checking theirs with the Nazis' version, looking for differences in rail lines heading south towards the mountains. At first, seeing no differences, Bride located the town they were in on their map and began tracing the rail line running out of it and comparing it to the big map as he did. Then they both saw it. A rail line that didn't exist on their map, branched off from the same line on the Nazis' version, and it ran straight into the mountains. No such branch was present on theirs. Bride felt an adrenaline rush go through him. "That's it," he softly gasped. That was the plan. The train would merge off the line on their map and onto the secret line that wasn't present on theirs. From there, it would head into the mountains. "God damn," Philip softly replied. "They really do have a secret rail line. The train goes that way, merges off the main line, and vanishes. And I bet the guys who stay here follow later and destroy the line, and that's it. No one would ever find the train." Bride shook his head. "Brilliant," he couldn't help but say. "You want to hide your spoils of war, build a secret rail line, and do it, then destroy it when you're done." They knew at that moment the train was picking up a large amount of stolen art and gold that had been brought to this last stop before it set off and was hidden. The two could only imagine what works and masterpieces were stashed in those crates being loaded onto the train at that very moment. Another town with a station was further down the line, but the secret line on the Nazis' map branched off from the line before the train would reach it. Once it headed down the route that didn't exist on their map, it would reach an area of the mountains filled with abandoned coal mines, hundreds of them. No doubt it would go inside one of those mines and never be seen again. "It's gonna go into an abandoned coal mine," Bride said. Phillips shook his head. "Intelligence told us in the brief there's hundreds in that area. If it goes there, no one will ever find it. That's such an easy place to make something disappear. All they have to do is rip up and bury the tracks on their way and seal off the entrance, and it looks like a mountain. I think you're right, that a large number of these guys are going to stay here and destroy the tracks once the train goes through. The ones going on the train are probably just going to guard it just in case." Bride shook his head. "God damn it," he swore, louder than he intended, but no one outside seemed to hear. With the amount of passenger cars the train was pulling, only around 1/3 of the soldiers in the town could fit on the train at the absolute most, meaning at least 2/3 or more would be staying back and likely destroying the tracks before retreating further into territory still under Nazi control. "So what do we do?" Bride asked. "Well, we can't just hijack it, but maybe we can slip on when it's being loaded. Where the secret line branches off isn't too far. If we're not on the train when it leaves, I don't know if we can catch it," Philip said, examining the map again. A voice suddenly came from the door, and the two turned around to see 3 Nazi soldiers standing in the doorway to the station. The one in the middle marched towards the two, flanked by his fellows, who were armed, and shouted something. Not knowing what to do, neither Phillips or Bride knew what to say. They didn't speak, and the man grabbed the map from Bride's hands. He scanned it, and then seemed to notice something because his eyes widened. The soldier suddenly looked back up at them with an accusatory glare. He turned the map to face the two. Only now did Phillips and Bride notice something minute that they hadn't picked up on before, but now knew was very intentional. General Aaron Moore's personal seal had been stamped onto the bottom right corner of the map, and the United States Navy symbol had been stamped onto the left. Those had not been on the version of the map Aaron Moore had shown them in Alaska. He had added them to this one himself. The soldier shouted again, likely demanding to know why an American general's personal seal was on a map in possession of what appeared to be Nazi SS soldiers. When Phillips and Bride didn't answer, he snarled something in German, and the 2 other soldiers grabbed Phillips and Bride and dragged them outside. The soldier who had taken the map marched out the door and shouted something. And as soon as Phillips and Bride were pulled outside, several other soldiers ran up, took their weapons, and hastily patted them down. They looked distracted by the bigger task, but felt in all the pockets. They took the grenades, pistols, and other weapons they could find. Once the search was done, Phillips and Bride were pulled out into the road and marched towards the train. The soldier who had taken the map was speaking to a well-dressed captain, who turned to face the scene and walked towards Phillips and Bride. They were restrained in place as the Nazi captain stopped right in front of them. He stared at the two without speaking for a moment, his icy eyes licking over each detail of what he might have assumed to be busted informants for the Americans at best. He had a poker face as good as Aaronmore, and nothing got through the armor. There was no chink in it to read or hint at what he was thinking. The Nazi captain then seemed to notice something off about Bride's uniform and pointed at it, loudly ordering something in German that the two couldn't understand. A soldier stepped forward and roughly undid a few buttons and pulled Bride's outer uniform back, revealing his American uniform underneath it. The captain seemed to tense up. His eyes widened slightly. "Americans," he hissed. The soldiers all around began to look in all directions, as if expecting an attack to come at any second. The captain froze from his surprise for only a moment, before he looked around and shouted out several quick orders in German. Soldiers suddenly began running all around, grabbing boxes and taking them to the train or loading tools onto trucks. It seemed that the evacuation was picking up the pace. The captain then turned to face Phillips and Bride again. After looking at them for a moment, he turned to his man and began speaking. When it came to the German language, Phillips was hopeless, but Bride could sometimes understand one word in three. But he didn't understand a word of what the captain was saying. He dreaded what it was if it was relating to him and Phillips. As several soldiers closed in on Phillips and Bride, the captain barked again and they stopped. He turned away and grabbed 2 ropes from the back of a truck and tossed them to 2 soldiers standing behind the 2 sailors. He'd ordered them to execute the Americans, but not to waste the bullets they'd need later while doing it. Phillips and Bride were marched out of the town and up a hill, flanked by 10 soldiers. Soon, a line of trees came into view at the top of the hill, and the 2 German soldiers leading the march stepped forward. They checked a few trees with the lanterns they were holding, seemed to find one they thought was satisfactory, and then tied 2 nooses at the end of each rope. They then threw the other end up into a tree with large branches. Bride began panicking at the sight, knowing what they were going to do to them. "Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God," he stammered, tears he couldn't hold back beginning to fall down his face. Phillips didn't say anything. He just looked at the ground, looking like he'd resigned himself to what was about to happen and to the fact that they couldn't escape with so many armed soldiers guarding them. Out of the 10, 8 had their guns pointed at the Americans. The other 2 were getting the ropes ready. The soldiers seemed to be in a big hurry because they didn't tie Phillips or Bride's hands behind their backs. They just slipped the nooses over their heads and tightened them around their necks and walked them to the base of the trees. The 2 who seemed to be in charge of hanging them then stepped back and grabbed the other ends of the ropes, giving a tentative tug to make sure the branches would hold the weight. Then, pulling on the ends of the ropes, the Germans hoisted the sailors up off the ground. Bride gasped and grabbed the rope, strangling him. Once the 2 were several feet off the ground, the Nazis tied the ends of the ropes around another tree to keep the Americans hanging from the branch and stood back to watch. As he hung by his neck from the branch, Bride tried everything he could to pull the noose away from his neck, but it wasn't a battle he was winning. His legs were kicking at empty air, seeking any foothold, but none were there. He gasped over and over, but only pulled in a tiny amount of air with each gasp, not enough to keep his strength up. As the seconds ticked by, he became frantic for air and kicked out more desperately, but each kick made the noose feel like it tightened around his neck even more. He needed to breathe so desperately, and he gasped for air over and over, but he just couldn't breathe. Bride gasped, but no air came in, and trying to pull the rope away from his neck did no good. As both the lack of oxygen and the weakness in his arms he'd already been dealing with combined, Bride lost the ability to try to keep the noose from strangling him, and his arms fell down to his side. His body went limp as he hung there, rope tight against his throat, his mind fogging, and his vision slowly blurring and fading to darkness. The light from the lanterns the soldiers were holding was the last thing to fade away. He slowly stopped swinging as the moments passed by and hung from the tree, unable to move as the feeling in all of his limbs ebbed away into nothingness. Bride's last coherent thought was that Aaronmore was gonna get what he really wanted, after all. The breath suddenly gushed back into his body and Bride gasped. His eyes shot open and he saw the limbs of the tree above him. He was lying on his back on the ground and sat up, gasping and coughing at the same time. His hands went to his neck, and he yelped when he felt the noose still tied around his neck. In a panic, he grabbed the rope, pulled it over his head, and threw it off to the side. He then fell back onto the ground and took several deep breaths, trying not to break down and sob. He failed. Philip sat next to him, massaging his own neck, but otherwise seeming to be handling being hung by the neck much better than Bride was. But he didn't interrupt his friend and let him cry until he stopped on his own. Once he had mostly calmed down, Bride wiped his eyes and sat up. He coughed and asked, "How?" His voice was very hoarse. Phillips looked down at the ground and held up the Hitler Youth knife he'd taken from the young soldier driving the wagon. He waved it slightly before lowering it again. "They didn't find it when they patted me down. They just took what I had on the outside. Either they didn't notice or just didn't think I had anything stashed under the borrowed uniform," he said. "But how?" Bride asked again, still taking deep breaths to get oxygen back into his system. Phillips looked at him. "I faked passing out. I kept my hands between my neck and the rope, but I pretended to pass out. God, it hurt, because I've been really feeling that weakness in my arms over the last few hours. I just had to hope that they really were in a rush to get out of here, even more so because of us, and that they would leave once we passed out. They did. Once you went limp as well, they only stayed for a second and then turned and walked away." He paused to rub the bruise visibly developing around his neck. "Once they were gone, I reached one hand under the SS uniform, pulled the knife out, and cut the rope. Then I cut the rope anchoring you in place. You weren't breathing, so I had to give you rescue breaths. After a few seconds of that, you gasped and woke up." Bride took everything Philip said in for a moment, rubbing his aching neck for a moment, and then he spoke again. "Thank you." That was all he said before he looked down at the ground, shaking his head. He sniffed and wiped fresh tears from his eyes. Another cry was threatening. He held it in and wiped his eyes and kept the tears back. "It's all fucked up. All of it," Bride said, his voice breaking. Phillips nodded. "Yeah, it is," he agreed, looking at the knife that had saved their lives, taken after the end of another. They sat under the tree for a few moments of silence, but Phillips finally sighed and spoke again. "John, I've not been myself. I know it. He paused. "I've been dealing with self-doubt ever since the experiment, and the sinking of 73 really brought it back in full force, like I told you earlier." Bride looked over at him as Phillips continued. "The sinking made it worse because you came back and saved my skin. If you didn't, I would have drowned. I wouldn't have gotten that bed frame off me. And it goes deeper too. Back on the Eldridge, there was this young guy, about our age, younger, I think. I don't know who he was. He'd been fused into a bedpost by whatever the hell happened. He was alive, totally fine in the head, unlike the majority of the deranged crew. He was pleading with me, save me or put me out of my misery. But there were these deranged sailors outside, and at first I thought they'd been driven into an animal-like state. They were hunting like big cats almost. But then I saw them pull out knives and attack this frozen sailor, and that made it much scarier because that meant they were still as smart as me. They weren't rabid animals mindlessly attacking something. It meant rather that they were people with an uncontrollable urge to kill." Philip sighed. "I basically gave that guy to them on a silver platter. He was fused to a bed. He couldn't move anywhere. He couldn't run. He couldn't fight back. I shot him. I thought about doing it in the head so he wouldn't feel what they did, but I needed him to scream so they'd go to him, so they wouldn't think to look for me. He was pleading with me not to do it, but I did. I shot him in the shoulder. They came in, and I ran once they started ripping into this poor man. I did it so fast, too. It was the first thing I did. Save myself is all I was thinking. Everyone else be damned. He looked over at Bride now. And you know what happened next? You found me on the deck being attacked by those sailors crawling on all fours. I was out of bullets, but you saved my skin. You didn't leave me out to dry and save yourself. Ever since that day, I've always been worried that I wouldn't be able to be the kind of person who can stay back and save someone. Even you, or Tom if he was here. I essentially killed that sailor to save my own skin, and ever since I've never been able to see myself as the kind of person who wouldn't do it again, or the person who wouldn't leave someone behind. I thought for a time I'd gotten past it, and I told myself I'd follow a friend into battle anywhere. Damn, it really came back after the sinking. After you came back to save me. It's made me so angry. It's made me lash out, be reckless. Sometimes want to die, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for how I've been acting since January. God. He trailed off and put his hand to his head, rubbing his temple. Bride didn't respond for a moment and then said, "That's not true. William, I know you. I know you would go back for me, or for Blake, or Tom. You would." Philip shook his head. "You don't know me," he said. "God damn it, William, I do," Bride said, speaking louder even though it hurt his throat. Phillips whipped around to face him. "Did you not hear me?" he snapped. "I killed that guy on the Elderidge. I mean, I didn't, but I did at the same time. Ever since, I've always had this self-doubt about if I'd ever be able to go back for a comrade, even for my best friend, you." The sinking really brought it all back up. That's why my temper has been so short lately. It's why I've rushed into every fight, like that machine gun nest or that guy driving the wagon. You're right. I did just rush out there when the wagon went by. My temper got to me. I didn't check if anyone else was around. You kinda knocked some sense into me after. If you hadn't, I'd have probably just started chucking grenades once they grabbed us. But I did what you said. Bided time until I had a chance. So you see, ever since the experiment, I've had doubts as if I could go back and save someone, or if I could stay back and not throw someone to the wolves. And that's twice in the last 3 months you've saved my life. That's what I'm dealing with right now. You don't get how it makes me feel. I don't deserve to be your friend. I'm a selfish asshole who only cares about himself. He shook his head, as if Bride hadn't heard a word he said the first time. He couldn't fathom that Bride would remain so calm with him considering what he told him. "Yeah, I heard you. I heard you explain it the first time. You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me when I say you are the best friend I met outside that theater with Blake. You're the funny man from our little posse. I remember you warned me about what Bruno did on C deck. You saved my skin on the Elderidge when I saw that guy in the hallway. And on the Elderidge, you know what else you did? I realized that the wireless operator might still be alive. I turned around and ran back inside of that ship of horrors. And you came with me. You followed me back inside when neither of us had any bullets left. Those afflicted crew members were getting closer to the upper decks, but you still followed me back inside of that ship, and you didn't hesitate. I know what kind of man you are." Bride looked at him. "I know what kind of man my best friend is. A man I'd follow into battle anywhere, and a man I know will always have my back, no matter how dire a situation gets." When Phillips looked back at him, This time it was him who had tears filling his eyes. He seemed to be overwhelmed quickly because Bride suddenly found himself being pulled into a painful hug as Phillips began to sob. Shaking sobs, as the emotions he'd held inside himself since that day in 1943 finally spilled out of him. Phillips's whole body shook with the force of his emotional crack-up. Each body-shaking sob was so powerful, it was like Phillips was being struck in the back with a hammer swung by a strong man you'd see perform in a circus. You're a good man. Don't ever tell yourself otherwise. How do you think Tom would feel if he knew you were thinking this way? Bride asked. Phillips sat back and chuckled a little, still crying. He'd think I'd gone bananas, he said, laughing. I'm thinking that too, Bride chuckled. Phillips shook his head. Watch it, or I might not tell you next time Bruno does something. They both laughed. Despite the situation they were in, they laughed. You remember that time Bruno set his parents' barn on fire? Bride asked after a moment. Philip shook his head. No, I don't actually, he sarcastically replied. But what I do remember is the time you had a mouse in your house, and Bruno thought it was a good idea to bring the neighbor's cat over to catch it. Yeah, suddenly we had an angry cat running around the house, clawing things up, Bride chuckled, shaking his head. Bruno then decided to bring in another neighbor's dog to catch the cat. And when that didn't work, Bruno decided, okay, enough of that, Philip said. Okay. But I will add, I remember that Bruno got his butt tanned by both my dad and his, Bride replied. Good thing Bruno got stopped. Who knows what would have come back with him next? He might have tried to bring in an alligator next. They sat in silence under the tree for a moment, before Bride chuckled and said, Do you think Bruno has sunk any U-boats? Philip snorted. If he has, we both might owe him a drink, he chuckled. Bride shook his head slightly. You know, when we made that bet, I always thought it would be Tom who won. We always called him Deadeye when we went shooting. Phillips nodded. No bottle or can was safe. Now that they had a quiet moment, amid the calamity of the war, the two both truly felt the losses of their respective siblings again for the first time since the experiment. Bride wiped his eyes. What do you think happened to them? He asked. Philip shook his head. I don't know. I just hope it was quick. I wish they were still here, though. I think Tom would have really knocked some sense into me years ago. A sudden whistle in the distance brought the two back to the moment, and they looked down into the town. The train was moving. The cars had been loaded and were slowly being pulled away from the station down the tracks by the engine. Bride stood. Shit! He looked at the train pulling away, and then held a hand out to Phillips. We have to do something. Phillips nodded and took his hand. He stood next to Bride, sliding his knife underneath his outer uniform again. After Bride pulled Phillips to his feet, they looked down at the town, seeing the train was pulling away and picking up speed. Bride shook his head. We'll have to go after it. We have to try. How? Make it up. It's what we've been doing, Bride replied. Any ideas? Phillips bit his lip, then nodded after a moment. There's a tunnel not too far ahead down the track. A couple of them. I saw them on the map. We can catch the train at one of them. And then what? Bride asked. Board it like cowboys holding a train up? Phillips shrugged. Then he took off at a run towards the town. God damn it, he's back, Bride said, following. They hurried down the hill and snuck into the town. They kept out of sight, but Phillips had to take out one guard with his knife when they found where the weapons were being stored. Remaining undetected, they hid the body inside a barn, stole rifles and slung them over their shoulders, they stole pistols and slid them into their holsters, made sure they had ammo for each, and found that the Nazis had horses in the town. They were tied to trees near a few vehicles, but ready to ride. Before any of the Nazis left in the town knew what was happening, the two Americans who had been marched off to be hanged burst out onto the main road, riding their own horses. Phillips and Bride rode in a quick circle around several bewildered Nazis as they caught their bearings. Then, with a quick kick to spur their horses, they took off at a full gallop. Before any of the Nazis could really react beyond shouting, the Americans rode off on horseback to the end of the street, turned off the road at the station, and took off at a full gallop down the tracks. Several soldiers yelled and gave chase on foot, but the Americans quickly rode out of the town, following along the tracks, following the train. The few soldiers who tried to follow stopped the chase quickly, seeing that it was a lost cause. Achieving its full speed, the train rumbled down the tracks. It entered a wooded area, the forest on all sides serving as good concealment from Allied planes that could begin flying overhead any time. Even if they did, the armored rail car near the front had a powerful anti-aircraft gun ready to shoot them down. Those on board felt smug and sure that they'd escaped with all the stolen gold and artifacts that had managed to reach the train before its final departure for the secret line. Some of the work stashed on board went back several centuries, and once they were hidden away, the Allies would never find them. Finally, if the Nazi regime ever bounced back, they could recover the artifacts. Those on board were riding to their destination in luxury, surrounded by it too, and passed the time smoking, talking, eating, or playing card games. The train picked up more speed, and it was nearing the point where it would turn off the map line onto the secret track. Soon, it would reach the mountains and be hidden away, with all the art, artifacts, gold, and information on secret projects that was stashed on board. Cresting a hill and coming to a road, Phillips and Bride rode towards where it crossed over the train tracks. They came to the overpass quickly and saw the train passing through the tunnel under the road. "Yeah!" Phillips yelled, kicking his horse in the side to speed it up. Bride did the same, snapping the reins to make his go faster. At the tunnel, they dismounted and looked down at the train cars passing underneath. The train was moving fast, and it seemed like it was still picking up speed. Most of the cars were already through the tunnel, and only a few had to still pass under the overpass. Phillips lightly tapped Bride on the stomach. "Jump!" he said. "What?" Bride stuttered over the sound of the train. Phillips nodded and patted Bride's arm. "Yeah, like cowboys holding up a train, remember?" he said, and leapt onto the roof of the car passing underneath the bridge. It was nearly the last one. "Oh God," Bride said, but did so as well, following his friend, and landed right behind Phillips on the roof. The tunnel quickly fell into the distance behind them. "Let's go," Phillips said, pulling Bride up, and the two took off at a run across the roof towards the engine. They reached the end of the first car and jumped to the next one in line. "The train is moving southwest quickly," Bride shouted, "and gaining speed fast. The place it'll merge off isn't far ahead. Let's see if we can get to the engine before it gets there," Phillips replied, and they began running again. They leapt from car to car, working their way up the line quickly, but the engine didn't seem to get closer no matter how many cars they jumped to. The train was pulling way more cars of looted art and gold than they first thought. Each leap was a gamble in the darkness. A single misstep would have sent either of them plummeting underneath the wheels. The wind was howling by like a typhoon, and the wheels below the train cars were roaring, becoming louder like a screaming beast as the train gained speed. "God, how many cars of stolen artifacts are they hauling?" Bride asked after they jumped to the fifth car, each loaded with plundered art. Phillips stopped, but he didn't answer Bride's question. He held his hand out to stop Bride and squinted at something ahead, hardly even visible in the darkness. Bride expected Phillips to motion them forward again, but instead he jerked back. "Shit! Duck!" Phillips shouted, throwing himself to the roof and pressing himself flat against it. Bride saw what Phillips had and quickly did the same, throwing himself flat onto the roof next to him. Moments later, the train car they were on passed under another tunnel, the last one before the merge-off. The brick top of the tunnel was mere inches above the two sailors' backs. Once the tunnel passed, Bride gasped like the wind had been sucked out of him. Phillips tapped his arm. "Come on, most of the cars have doors on the end where they couple together. We'll go through the door and go through the cars as long as we can, rather than over them," he said, jumping to his feet. He pulled Bride to his feet as well, and they hurried to the end of the car. They climbed down the ladder and jumped over the coupler onto the next car. The next car, by chance, happened to be a passenger car, and they opened it and went inside. They met eyes with several surprised Nazis who were sitting at the booths in the car. Everyone froze, some halfway through setting down a playing card. The stare-off lasted for a few seconds, then everyone started raising their guns. Phillips and Bride had their rifles up first and opened fire at the soldiers. Several fell to the floor with bullet holes in their uniforms, and Phillips and Bride ducked behind the booths at the end of the car. The soldiers left were shouting and firing at them. Fuck! Bride shouted, ejecting the empty clip from his rifle and sliding a fresh one he'd grabbed from the town into the gun. He stood up and fired at a soldier who had been creeping up the center aisle towards where he and Phillips were taking cover. The bullet struck the Nazi soldier in the face and flung him back into another soldier. Phillips stood up and shouted, "Fuck that guy, and fuck you too!" He fired at the startled soldier who was holding their dead comrade. A few more bullets went flying through the air, then all the soldiers who had been in the car lay dead on the floor. With the Germans in the car all dead, Phillips and Bride ran out of their hiding place and towards the other end of the car. They opened the door, but found the car ahead was a cargo car with no door on the outside. "We'll have to go on the roof again," Bride said. "That was short-lived." Phillips nodded. "I think some of the cargo cars do have doors, though." "Well, this one doesn't," Bride said, sliding his rifle over his shoulder and stepping over the coupler. He climbed up the ladder at the end of the next car and up onto its roof. Phillips followed him. As they got up onto the roof and crouched, preparing to run for the next car, they heard distant shouting echoing from somewhere ahead. "Think they heard the shots?" Bride asked. Phillips reloaded his rifle with a clip Bride handed him. "How could they not have?" he asked, throwing the spent one off the side and sliding the new one in. He stood up and Bride followed suit. Let's go," Phillips said. They took off at a run again across the roof. When they got to the end of the car, they saw the next one had no door at the end, and they jumped across the gap to the next car. They were halfway across the roof of this next car when Bride grabbed Phillips by the shoulder. "Look," he said, pointing. On the next car, another passenger car, soldiers were climbing up onto the roof. "Shit," Phillips said with gritted teeth, unslinging his rifle and firing at the nearest soldier. The bullet struck his hand as he was pulling himself onto the roof at the end of the car closer to the sailors, and he yelped, falling down into the open gap between the cars. Bride also unslung his weapon and aimed it, fired, and struck one of the soldiers on the next car in the chest. They gasped, he fell to his knees, and slid off the side of the car, flopping onto the ground, looking kind of like the rag dolls that Bride's little cousin played with. He and Phillips kept firing as the Nazis climbed up onto the roof, each of their shots hitting true. They didn't let up or give the soldiers time to get ready to fire back. "Well, it's not U-boats, but I hope you're keeping count. You might owe me a drink yet," Phillips said once the next car was clear and he and Bride ran to the end of their car, climbed down, and entered the empty passenger car. They paused. The cargo cars must have all been stuffed full of stolen art, as full as they could be, because this car had also been stuffed with artifacts as well, leaving only a few tables open for the soldiers to sit. Slightly shocked at actually seeing some of the stolen artifacts, Phillips and Bride slowly walked up the aisle, looking at the pieces. Paintings, statues, other artifacts had been stuffed into the car. Bride slung his rifle and grabbed a painting. "This is a Van Gogh piece," he said, showing Phillips. "Yeah," Phillips murmured, walking a few steps further down the aisle. He passed Greek statues, framed pencil sketches, paintings by famous artists from previous centuries, weapons that looked like they were made by the Romans, but something more modern lying on a table in one booth caught his eye. He picked a document up off the table and showed Bride. "Don't suppose you can read it?" Bride set the painting down and shook his head, but took the paper and scanned it anyway. The lights in the car were a dim yellow, but they gave enough glow off to make the letters on the paper out. Bride looked back up. One word here and there, but the word Wunderwaffe is on here. Wonder weapon. William, they're not just transporting art on this train. At the very least, they're also transporting plans for secret weapons. Maybe even some prototypes. It's a cache of everything they want to keep hidden, Phillips realized. Bride nodded. At least everything they were able to get loaded on here. Maybe some of it never made it, but look at everything that did. I wonder if these wonder weapons are what Aaron Moore was really interested in acquiring on the off chance we actually pulled this off, Phillips muttered. The wall at the opposite end of the car suddenly exploded and huge bullets flew into the car. Multiple ancient statues were shattered, paintings were shredded, and artifacts exploded into pieces. "Shit, go!" Phillips shouted. He and Bride ducked down on the floor when it started, and they crouch-walked back to the door they entered through. Exploded, splintered fragments of artifacts raining down on them the whole way, and they hesitantly climbed up the ladder and onto the roof of the car to see what was going on. Peeking across the roof, They saw that the next car was neither a cargo or passenger car. It was the armored car, topped off with a massive double-barreled anti-aircraft gun that was firing shot after shot into the car Phillips' bride had just been inside of. The gunner didn't seem to care if he destroyed the yard or not. He was just hell-bent on eliminating the American cowboys who had boarded their train. "We can't just rush that. That guy will see us, aim that big gun up, and blow us away," Phillips said. "We'll climb around the outside, cling to the roof, and use the window frames like stepping stones to pull yourself along." "Oh, great," Bride mumbled. "See you on the other side," Phillips said, climbing down the ladder and going around to the left side of the car, climbing out of sight. "Other side of the train car, I hope," Bride said, but he did the same. He pulled himself to the right side of the car and began pulling himself along, stepping on the window frames as he went. The man operating the anti-aircraft gun hadn't stopped firing. It seemed like he was going to keep going until he reduced everything inside of the car to dust. As Bride pulled himself along, a tree branch snapped past. He suddenly realized how dangerous his position was, and he pulled himself along faster. The last thing he needed was to be hit by a tree or a sign along the railroad. Bride quickly reached the end of the car and looked around the edge at the man. Deciding it would be too awkward to unsling his rifle and shoot from the angle while hanging on the side of the train, he pulled his pistol out of the holster. He fired at the soldier and they fell backwards. The big gun stopped firing as he was flung back. Bride pulled himself around to the front of the car and saw Phillips doing the same. He also had his pistol out, and he laughed. "I think we fired at the same time." Bride nodded, holstering the weapon. They kept moving, climbing over the armored car, and from the top they could now see the engine ahead in the darkness. Between it and the two sailors was another cargo car, then another passenger car, then 3 or 4 more cargo cars after that. "Nearly there," Phillips said. They crossed to the next cargo car and pulled themselves up the ladder. As they got to the top, they stopped. Standing at the opposite end of the car's roof was a Nazi colonel. In all likelihood, this was the commander of the train operation, the man who would oversee what happened to it. And it seemed he had come to deal with the American wannabe cowboys himself. The colonel's cap blew off in the wind. A sudden gust occurred as the train shifted slightly. Phillips and Bride realized they were pulling away from the main track. "We've merged onto the secret one," Phillips urgently said, raising his rifle. The colonel did the same with his own weapon, a pistol, and fired first. The bullet struck Bride in the shoulder. Bride screamed, losing his footing and falling onto the roof. Phillips fired, but his shot was wild and missed. The colonel aimed his pistol towards him, so Phillips yelled and threw the rifle. It spun through the air, but its butt struck the colonel in the face. He stumbled, firing a bullet into the roof as Phillips pulled out his pistol and fired several shots. The colonel ducked down and began firing back. Philip felt a bullet graze his leg and he stumbled, but he didn't fall. He aimed his next shot and squeezed the trigger, but the gun was empty. The colonel attempted to fire too, but his gun also clicked. "Damn it," Phillips said as the colonel snarled and rushed them. "Take the rifle! I can't shoot it with my arm out of commission!" Bride shouted. He pushed it towards Phillips. Phillips grabbed it, but before he could aim, the colonel tackled him. He grabbed the rifle and pushed it down on Phillips's neck, pushing as hard as he could. Phillips felt his neck getting crushed, but he couldn't push the colonel away. Phillips was seeing stars when Bride was suddenly there. Over the colonel's shoulder, he delivered a strong right hook into the colonel's ear. The man yelled and whipped around and tackled Bride. He lost the rifle in the struggle, and it slid over the side and was lost. Bride tried to get his pistol out, but the colonel knocked it away from Bride's hand, and it skittered down towards the end of the car. Phillips coughed, still gasping for air, but when he saw the colonel getting Bride into a chokehold, he snarled. Bride was right. He wasn't going to let his friend down. Phillips crawled on all fours past the scuffle and grabbed the pistol. Sitting, he turned around and aimed the gun towards the fight. The colonel was tightening his grasp on Bride's neck. Even in the dim light, Phillips could tell Bride was turning purple as he tried to get free, but he couldn't escape the chokehold he was being put in. One twist, and the colonel would no doubt break his neck if he didn't just choke him to death. Phillips wasn't going to turn away, though, and keep going for the engine, even though it was a near impossible shot that he only had seconds to pull off. He had to shoot past Bride's head to hit the colonel from the angle he was firing from. This was the moment he'd prove to himself what kind of man he really was, and he wouldn't waste it. He aimed. The wind was making holding his arm steady impossible, as was the shakiness that was creeping in again, and the nighttime light made getting a clear view of the shot impossible as well. He saw the colonel tightening his grasp on Bride's neck. Phillips steadied his aim, squeezed the trigger, and fired. The shot was nearly impossible even in good conditions. Phillips had only a tiny, narrow open window to hit the colonel over Bride's shoulder, but the bullet struck true. It ripped into the colonel's head, punching into his skull above his left eye. He fell back onto the train car's roof. Bride gasped for air as the man's grip on his neck slacked, and he pulled himself away, coughing. Phillips dropped the pistol. It slid off the side of the car and went tumbling into the darkness, and crawled forward, reaching his friend as he gasped for air. "Are you okay?" Phillips asked over the roar of the wind. Bride wheezed, but nodded. "Give me a moment," he said, spitting a glob of blood out of his mouth. He didn't seem to have the strength to push himself back onto his feet. He did finally sit back on his knees and looked at Phillips. Thank you." Phillips nodded, knowing there was nothing to say. He stood up, looking over his shoulder towards the engine. "How much longer do we have before we get to the mountains?" Bride asked, still wheezing slightly. Phillips shook his head. "I don't know. I can't see them in the dark. The map made it look like miles, though." He grasped Bride by the arm. "Come on, we have to go," he urged. As Bride climbed to his feet, he shook his head. "Do we even have weapons?" Phillips didn't respond for a moment. "We have knives. We'll make it work." Before Bride could say anything, they heard several voices shouting on the next car and saw several Nazis climbing onto the roof, aiming their weapons. It was a makeshift firing squad, and Phillips and Bride were standing in the middle of the roof. They had no cover, nowhere to run. The Nazis lined up in a row and aimed. "Shit," Bride exclaimed, and, having no other option, stood and shoved Phillips over the side as hard as he could as the soldiers fired. He and Phillips tumbled down to the hard ground, crashed into it, and rolled several times before they lost momentum and stopped. Both felt like their entire bodies were on fire from the pain of the impact, and both had to refill their lungs with the air that had been knocked out of them. They both eventually managed to sit up and watch the train cars roll by. After a few minutes, the last one passed, and the train was gone. Despite the pain both were in, Phillips and Bride crawled forward to the tracks and looked down the line. They watched the last car vanishing into the distance, and soon it was lost to sight in the darkness. Just as the cause to stop the train was, it was a lost cause. It always had been. As they watched it fade from view in the distance, Bride had only one thing to say in response to watching it rumble away into the night. Fuck what Aaron Moore wants. They were alive, despite everything that had happened, and they weren't going to kill themselves trying to chase it down again. Once the train was gone, save for the fading noise of its distant roar, they sat back next to the tracks and recovered for a few minutes. Phillips eventually spoke as he shakingly got himself onto his feet once he was sure he could walk. "Come on, we have to go. We're still in hostile territory, and there's no flare to shoot off to get us out of it this time." He held a hand out, and Bride took it, and Phillips pulled him to his feet. Though it hurt, everything hurt, they unbuttoned their disguises and pulled the shirts off, followed by the pants. Leaving them on the tracks, now wearing only their own uniforms again, they set off away from the tracks and into the forest. Supporting each other as they walked in case the other's legs gave out, Bride was limping on one leg, they cut through the woods, towards where they knew a road would be, according to their now lost map anyway. All they had left if they needed to protect themselves were knives. Bride felt his legs give out suddenly, but he didn't fall. Phillips, whose arms were under his shoulders, pulled him back onto his feet. "Come on," Phillips encouraged, pulling Bride's arm over his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, supporting his friend despite the obvious pain and strain it put on him. They soon came out of the woods to another dirt road and collapsed in the middle of it. They couldn't go any further. Dense forest flanked the road on all sides. An owl hooted from somewhere nearby. They silently decided that they'd sit here and wait for the Allies, the Americans, British, Canadians, it didn't matter who, to catch up to them. The ever-present sound of explosions in the distance, drawing nearer, told them the Allies weren't far behind them. Every explosion sounded nearer than the last, and every explosion meant that the war was just that much closer to being won. At one point, they even thought they heard a plane flying somewhere in the distance, maybe dropping an airborne division into new territory. By the time the sun was coming up and the sky to the east turned a misty gray and silvery blue mix, a convoy rolled over the hill to the east, and Phillips and Bride watched it draw nearer to them coming along the road. A tank division, followed by numerous other vehicles and flanked by numerous American troops. Phillips and Bride stood and put their hands up to alleviate any chance of being mistaken for aggressors. The troops spotted them and ran forward. They quickly realized that the two were friendlies once they saw their uniforms. Seeing that they were also injured, two soldiers hurried forward and helped Phillips and Bride back into the safety of the convoy, one shouting, "Medic!" That was what was important at the moment, getting their fellow soldiers help. They could ask how two American soldiers found themselves way beyond the German-held line later. The tiny town the train had left from had been abandoned by the time the American forces arrived. It was secured by the advancing Allied forces without a struggle. Phillips and Bride noticed, though, when they were taken back there, that the train station had been burned to the ground, along with the map depicting the exact location of the secret rail line. Without it, neither Bride or Phillips felt confidence they'd be able to lead the American troops back to the spot it branched off the main line from. No doubt, all traces of the line had already been destroyed by the Nazis who had stayed back at the town. They were certain to leave no evidence behind. A search for the train was being launched nonetheless, but Phillips and Bride's role in the search was over. The medics who came to treat them looked shocked that the two sailors were even still standing when they saw them. There was hardly an inch of skin on their bodies that wasn't bruised, especially their backs and shoulders from the fall they both took off the train. Phillips and Bride were checked for broken bones, but they had none. The medics seemed surprised by this from how banged up they were. They were treated for what wounds they could be by the field medics, though. Several deep open scratches on the both of them were stitched up. The bullet that had struck Bride's shoulder had left an exit wound on the back of his shoulder, so it was easy to treat with the bullet not still being inside him. Phillips's gunshot wound was also easily treated, but they were told they needed a more thorough care and check back in the territory under complete control of the Allied forces. In the meantime, they spent the next several hours at the town resting up. They were given food and water, and the medics came to check on them a few times before they left with one of the battalions for the next push. The sound of vehicles rolling through was ceaseless, as was the march of boots on the road, but it was eventually joined by music. Someone had apparently found a record player in one of the buildings and was letting it play. An upbeat tune was sounding, almost mournfully, through the empty town. Phillips and Bride hoped that whoever lived here were not lying dead in the woods somewhere. Throughout the morning, they watched several divisions of tanks roll through, flanked by soldiers, and it really brought a feeling that the war was almost truly over. The sky was also filled with flocks of British planes. The Royal Air Force was taking over the skies held by the regime who'd been bombing them for years. It was a beautiful sight to see with a sunrise also accompanied by the first day of clear skies the two had seen since entering Poland. The overcast clouds had finally broken away for a gorgeous sunrise. It really did feel in that moment like the war would have already been over and that Europe was taken back from the Nazis. "Maybe it'll end before we can get shipped back to Alaska," Phillips said at one point, putting out a cigarette a passing soldier had offered him. Bride chuckled. "Maybe it'll end before Aramore can send us on some other batshit mission to die on." Phillips nodded. "Yeah, fuck him and what he wants." They both laughed at that. Though their task was a total failure, they didn't care. They were alive, and Aramore had never truly wanted the train stopped. He wanted them dead. Him not getting his wish was enough for them. Besides, Europe is in such chaos right now. War might end before he even learns we're still alive, Bride said. Or before anyone has a moment to think about sending us back to the Alaska Navy. "No complaints there. I'm over the cold weather," Phillips agreed. "I'm over yippee boats, too." They were silent for a moment before Phillips added, "Do you think he would? Aramore?" he asked. Bride nodded. "Hell yeah, war's not over yet." "Well," Phillips said, "let's hope we never see him again." They sat together as the sun continued to rise higher in the sky, as planes flew overhead, as battalions of soldiers marched past, and as divisions of tanks rolled by. The war might not have been over yet, but after the night they'd had, it was the most beautiful morning Phillips and Bride had ever seen. The train was gone, and with it so much knowledge, but light was returning to Europe nonetheless. The Second Dark Age was almost over. The Nazi gold train supposedly was buried somewhere in southern Poland in the final weeks of the European theater of World War II. Perhaps it entered and was buried in an abandoned coal mine or in an undiscovered German bunker somewhere in the mountains as the Germans retreated out of Poland. It is suspected to have been associated with the construction project known as Project Reese. Numerous lost works of art, historical artifacts, and even possible secret weapons and scientific projects are theorized to have been buried with the train. It has never been found, despite extensive searches through the region of Poland it is believed to have traveled through. Nazi Germany surrendered in the West on May 7, 1945, and in the East on May 9, 1945. May 8th was thus declared VE Day. In 2015, a former Nazi supposedly made a deathbed confession that the train did indeed exist and was buried with all the gold and artifacts still on board. Today, many believe the story of the gold train to be a mere urban legend. A lone Volkswagen sped down the road, kicking up dust and dirt. A Jeep was in hot pursuit behind it, leaving a similar cloud of dust behind. Berlin was being closed in on by the Red Army. Nazi Germany was on the brink of collapse, its armies losing on all fronts, be them land, air, or sea. And a Volkswagen Type 82 Kübelwagen with its top down, stuffed full with 6 extremists, even among the Reich's most insane members, was speeding down a dirt road in Poland. Pursuing them were 2 United States Navy sailors, who shouldn't have even been in the middle of Poland, but they were. And John Bride and William Phillips knew they couldn't let this small group escape and potentially cause who knew how much havoc. Bride leaned out of the passenger side window of the Jeep and fired several shots from his rifle at the fleeing Volkswagen, but getting a good shot was difficult from both the distance he was at and the speed the target was traveling. He leaned back inside the Jeep and ejected the spent clip, sliding a replacement inside. He looked back up and saw the vehicle was getting further away. Come on, he urged Phillips. Phillips changed the gear of the vehicle and coaxed more speed out of it. They began to close the distance, and the Volkswagen swerved a bit. Taking the opportunity, Phillips pushed the gas pedal down and drove up alongside the German vehicle. He and Bride looked over at it and saw several desperate but insane-looking faces staring back at them. The obvious commander, a Nazi colonel sitting in the back seat, who was holding a bell-shaped object, shouted something at the driver, and the Volkswagen began to pull ahead again. Phillips and Bride ended up in this desperate chase by pure chance. The two were both still physically wrecked from their secret mission just the night before. They'd been sent into territory under Nazi control to stop the Nazis' secret gold train. After a long trek across the countryside, the two had tracked it down the night before, boarding it like cowboys in the Wild West and trying to hold it up. A short but vicious battle had ensued on the roof of the train cars, which had been traveling on a secret line built specifically for hiding away the Nazis' stolen treasures. With the Allied line advancing, the Germans had tried to flee with as much of their stolen gold and artifacts as possible, along with, no doubt, some secret projects they didn't want the Allies finding. The thought of trying to stop it with a full army sounded nearly impossible, but sending just 2 men made it sound like an insanity-driven move that could never have been accomplished. And that was the exact point. Phillips and Bride had been sent into Poland to do that impossible task by a higher-ranking individual named General Ehrenmohr. In reality, he didn't ever want the train stopped. He'd wanted the two to die trying to stop it, and it was a convenient excuse to explain their deaths. They'd witnessed a top-secret experiment in 1943, one that would have caused huge public outcry if ever revealed. For that reason, the general had wanted to ensure that they never talked. They had been 2 of the key witnesses to the experiment, seen its effects firsthand, and had their respective siblings disappear because of it. In Aaron Moore's view, that was likely a good motivation for them to one day talk about it. Because of that, they had found themselves in Poland a year and a half after the Philadelphia experiment, on a mission they were not sent to complete but to die on. But they hadn't. They had failed to stop the train, or even recover any of the gold or artifacts on board, but they had both survived and been found by fellow American ground forces later that morning, badly beaten up but alive, and they decided that they were okay with failing their task, simply because they had survived. They'd first encountered the Germans they were now in pursuit of while driving back to a town that had been fortified into an Allied encampment to get treated for the wounds they'd suffered in the train battle. The two had suffered multiple injuries, including gunshot wounds, trauma to their necks, and severe bruising on their backs and shoulders from falling off the train. The field medics had given them what they could, but the two were told they needed a more thorough checkup than they could give them in the front lines. After being told they needed a more thorough treatment elsewhere, well further back in territory under Allied control where actual hospitals were, the two Navy sailors had commandeered an unneeded vehicle that the battalion didn't mind lending them once they had their strength back. The skies were clear of planes by that time, and they were told the road heading back to one of the larger liberated towns, which was pointed out on a map for them, would be cleared of traps such as landmines on behalf of the Allied forces pushing through Poland. Even though they were traveling into territory under Allied control, they were given rifles and handguns just in case they ran into any unexpected Nazi holdouts dug in somewhere. Shortly before noon, Phillips and Bride had loaded themselves into a Ford GPW to drive back to the liberated town and get treated for their injuries. For several miles, the drive through the Polish countryside was uneventful. Here it almost looked untouched. It wasn't scarred like the coastlines of Normandy or the islands in the Pacific were. They followed the road without incident until they were approaching a T-junction, with the road continuing ahead and turning off to the right. To their left, just off the road, was a barn. As they approached the junction, which they were going to head straight through, the barn doors suddenly burst open and the Volkswagen had driven out, speeding down the road to the sailors' right. Following the first vehicle was a motorcycle. That had been the incident which had started the chase Phillips and Bride were now on. A random encounter by nothing more than pure chance. When the motorcycle had tried to follow the Volkswagen, Bride, who was in the passenger seat of the Jeep he and Phillips had commandeered from their friends, had stood up, leaned out of the window, and fired a single shot. The bullet had struck the driver and the vehicle skidded over with a crash. The two sailors had rushed out of the Jeep towards the wounded Nazi soldier, who had been rolling on the ground, a bleeding bullet wound oozing out of the side of his chest. Meanwhile, the Volkswagen had continued speeding down the road into the distance, leaving only a dust cloud behind and the fading roar of its engine. The wounded soldier had been reaching for his weapon when the sailors ran up and pointed their own at him. "Don't!" Phillips had shouted. With a wheezing cough, the Nazi had rolled onto his back and looked up at the two sailors. They took their eyes off him for a moment to watch the fleeing Volkswagen speed off. Then the sound of the wounded soldier laughing made them turn their gazes back to him. Despite the obvious searing pain he was in, the man was laughing at them. Phillips took a step in closer and shoved his rifle in the man's face. "What's so funny?" he hissed through gritted teeth. The man kept laughing and Phillips reacted again. "Talk!" The man began rambling, but Bride interrupted him. "In English," he'd said, in both English then in German. He didn't know much German, but he did know that. The dying man spat some blood out of his mouth before locking eyes with the Americans. "You're fools. You might be marching through Europe to Germany's borders, but you've still lost the war." At that, Phillips grabbed the man by the collar of his uniform. He got right in the dying Nazi's face. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. The man laughed painfully again. Then, he said one final thing before dying. "They have the Die Glocke." Even in death, his eyes had the gleam of an insane fanatic, imagining a world remade in their own image. Phillips and Bride had heard rumors of such a device, or rather of such a weapon. Information about it had leaked and spread around sometime in mid-1944. No one knew what it really was or if it was real. It was more like a scary campfire story. Some rumors had said that it was an anti-gravity weapon, but the more common theory was that the Die Glocke was a time machine. How it worked, everyone could only theorize. When the rumors had first come out, it was supposedly due to the fact the device had in fact been tested. The original rumors they also heard made it sound like the device was huge, but now it seemed like, in reality, it was a small, easily transportable device and not a giant 12-foot tall one tethered in one place, supposedly a Stonehenge-like ring of concrete. They'd been skeptical. Sure, their own government had participated in absolutely insane experiments in the past, such as the one they had seen. But the story seemed more like Nazi Germany's own misinformation and fear campaign, perhaps one inspired by the one the Allies had pulled on them with the fake army before the Normandy invasion. A campaign to make the Allies second-guess themselves about what the Nazis' capabilities really were, even after they had turned on the defensive. Phillips and Bride hadn't known if the dying man was serious, or if the device even worked as it was said to. But they knew they couldn't take a chance of something like that was actually real and working, staying in the Nazis' hands. So, they'd ran back to their vehicle, jumped in, and sped off down the road after the Volkswagen. They knew the possible ramifications if the Die Glocke was real. It didn't have to be said aloud. They were nightmarish. Even being able to turn a ship invisible would be obsolete compared to having the power to travel through time and change the course of history. They had heard the Germans were working on Wunderwaffe, wonder weapons, but never believed any had come to fruition. Not until they'd seen some proof some at least had been in development on the train, but it seemed that one did, and the one that did was possibly the most dangerous one that ever could have. And considering where they'd stumbled across the Germans and the fact documents describing Wunderwaffe had been on the gold train, Phillips and Bride suspected that it had been something planned to be placed on the train, but it hadn't arrived in time. Perhaps the group they were now chasing had gotten held up by the American and other Allied ground forces marching through the region. With how small the splinter group was, they wouldn't have had a hope in the world if they had been noticed by a full company of soldiers. Phillips and Bride suspected that the group had been hiding in the barn once they knew they'd missed the train, trying to plan out their next move, and their arrival had spooked them into making a run for it. So here they were, chasing a group of desperate Nazis, not knowing if the device they supposedly had in their possession was even real, or if it had been a final scare tactic. But as it turned out, it most certainly was real. When the colonel in charge of the splinter group had noticed the American vehicle approaching, he ordered his group to escape rather than stay and risk being discovered backed into a corner. Colonel Hermann Vormann was a very cold and calculating individual, and perhaps one of the most fanatic individuals in the entirety of the remaining German army. He planned his moves well, was known as a merciless individual one should fear, and savored victory. He had only grown more devoted and extreme in his views after being on the losing end of a serious battle earlier in the year, the Battle of the Bulge. Afterward, when he'd come to realize the war was going to be lost if nothing changed, he'd taken matters into his own hands, and the current plan he was preparing to initiate was the result. He had the eyes of an insane fanatic, like the others in the vehicle, but the calm mind of a calculating commander who wasn't blinded by his fanaticism. He had carefully planned out what he would do next, what they would do, to change the outcome of the war. He had thought long and hard about doing it, but had decided that it was best. It was the only way for Germany to win the war now. As he sat in the back seat of the vehicle, he thought about what would happen next. Despite everything happening in Poland at that time in April 1945, Bormann maintained his attire. A commander in good attire gave the illusion of stability to those under your command. There was not an uncombed hair under his visor. There was not a spot on his face that was unshaven. His blue eyes were cold, calm, and his long black hair was perfectly straight. His uniform was still crisp and clean, without a speck of dirt to be seen anywhere. His medals were arranged dutifully, and they all sat flat and level against his chest, not leaving a single one crooked. He always stood with his back straight. While the regime may have been on the brink of collapse, Bormann's appearance gave off the illusion that its army was as strong and unbreakable as ever, with no blemishes and nothing out of place. But his mind was a different story. Everything had gone wrong in 1944, when Hitler had incorrectly guessed where the Allies would make their landing for their invasion of Europe. Hitler knew the Allies would attack, but he'd assumed it would be where the English Channel was at its thinnest. In reality, the Allies attacked much further to the south, and from there, they'd broken through every chink in Nazi Germany's armor until they peeled it away completely. Thankfully, the device he cradled in his hands would change that. The Die Glocke was a wonderful invention. It was a true shame that those who had built it had to suffer the end they had endured, but it couldn't be helped. When Bormann had decided to retrieve the Die Glocke from the lab it was built in, he'd ordered his little posse of werewolf fighters to gun down all the scientists and technicians, along with the few soldiers who had been guarding it, in the lab as well. This was so none could live to be potentially captured by the Allies and talk about what they'd worked on. It was simply too important that it remained a secret. It was a shame in Vormann's eyes, but it had to be done, and he gave the action no further thought from that. The insane unit under his command had eagerly carried out the attack and cleared the rooms as Vormann marched into the lab behind them, his cold gaze passing over dead bodies without an inkling of concern or remorse creeping into his gaze. Once in the lab, he had personally gone and retrieved the device. Stolen might have been the better word, but at this point it didn't matter. All that mattered, first, was getting it away from the approaching Allied line. At first, Vormann had intended to take the device to the gold train and present his idea to his fellow high-ranking commanders who were still in the country. The train would have been the largest gathering of them in the area. With the Die Glocke, he knew he could convince them. The device might have still been in very experimental stages, but it worked, and it could change the outcome of the war if someone would only use it. Vormann had been on the gold train the day before, but no one would listen to his plan without the Die Glocke in hand. None would give him the men he needed to go and retrieve it. He left his soldiers behind as part of a German defensive line further down the tracks. But nonetheless, after many arguments, he left the train at one of its stops, taken a vehicle from the station, and gone alone. On his way to the lab to liberate the Die Glocke, he'd run across a small group of 5 leaderless, but just as insane and desperate as he was, members of the Werewolf Unit, a Nazi resistance force whose mission was to operate behind enemy lines as they advanced through Germany. They'd been aimless and without purpose when he'd happened upon them, and they quickly joined him on his mission to remedy the seemingly inevitable outcome of the war as it was at the time. He felt confident that they would serve his mission better than the soldiers he had left behind. The Die Glocke itself was bell-shaped. It was around double the size of a football, despite the leaked information ballooning its size to that of 2 men. That was not the case in reality, and how those leaks had even gotten out, no one knew. But if it was someone on the inside, then Vormann saw it as all the more reason to do what he did at the lab. The metal the device was made from was hard, especially for how small the device was, and the bell-shaped device was much heavier to hold than it appeared to be at a first glance. On the bottom of the bell was a series of several dials, knobs, and tally-like counters. These counters showed 2 dates and 2 sets of coordinates, one labeled Original Departure / Anchor Date Location, and the other Arrival Date Location. The original departure tally counter showed the date and coordinates that one would leave from, and the other one showed when and where one would be going. The Die Glocke itself was powered by a purplish-colored liquid, a metallic liquid that was highly radioactive but was insulated in the device's fuel tank, and it was known as Serum 525. The tank inside the Die Glocke was full. In the lab there had been tubes that ran into it for a near endless supply of Serum 525, but the Fanatic group had disconnected those once they raided the lab and took it, leaving the Die Glocke with a fuel supply limited to what was in the tank at the time. It had been full. The tank inside the Die Glocke was full of the stuff, and it was enough for 4 uses before needing refilled. 4 uses of the Die Glocke would completely deplete the stock that was in its tank, leaving it useless without any more available. The fuel, Serum 525, itself was an irradiated form of mercury that served not only as fuel to power the device, but also as something to give it the jump start or initial propulsion needed for what it had been designed to do. And that was to punch a hole into time, as the device was capable of distorting space and time itself. The leaked information had gotten the size wrong. It had gotten one other thing right, though. The fact that the Die Glocke was, in essentials, a time machine. It would allow the user to travel through a hole in space-time that it would force open to a date and location of their choosing. All one had to do was set a date and location, not a time, as you would arrive at your destination at the same time you left your original era, and follow a few other simple steps to allow the device to open a hole in space-time you could pass through. And this was Vorman's plan: to use the Die Glocke to go back in time to 1944 and tip off Hitler about the Normandy invasion. Hitler had been convinced that the Allies would try to make their landing over 200 miles away than they ultimately did, but Vorman had been at Normandy, and he had seen everything that happened when the Allies finally came. He'd seen them storm the beaches, climb the hills, destroy and bury their bunkers, get a foothold in Europe. The moment everything had gone wrong, the moment the tide forever turned, the moment where the mistake that was leading to Germany's defeat could be fixed. If the Allied invasion of Europe failed, then Vorman felt the mistakes that led to defeat would be corrected. He knew that if the failure of June 6, 1944 could be righted, then so could the outcome of the war. Unlike Hitler, he had accepted that the war could not be won unless something changed, and he believed the Die Glocke was the device that would be that very thing. He was a man far too devoted to the Third Reich to allow it and his vision for what a perfect world would be under its rule to die. Unlike Hitler, Vorman was not going to cower and hide in a bunker, accept that all was lost and do nothing. But, just as Hitler had lost his mind, Vorman did too, just in a different way. He'd only become more fanatic. The plan to win the war that resulted from his own mental state was completely insane, but he knew it would work. He carefully calculated everything. The Die Glocke was the only way. Of course, the Red Army was also something to contend with, but in Vorman's view, the breach in Europe to the west was more important to quell first. With the Die Glocke, there would be plenty of opportunities to stop the advance of the Red Army later, perhaps even without it. If the Allies in the west were repelled, more troops could be diverted to force the Red Army away, this time with the appropriate gear needed that they lacked the first time. When the group had been held up by the Allied push through Poland and missed the gold train's last stop, they had held up in the barn to debate their next move. Vorman had intended to again propose his plan to his fellow leaders when he reached the train, make them see that it was the only way. From there, they could plan what their implementation would have been once the train reached its destination. If they didn't see reason, Vorman and his posse of werewolves could have done it anyway. But none of that had been possible once they had missed the train, and the group of 6 had been forced to choose if they could still pull the plan off. The arrival of the 2 Americans had settled the debate and prompted action. They would use the Die Glocke to win the war. To use the device, they first needed to attain enough speed and had burst out of the barn to escape before any chance of them being discovered could pass. The destination they were going was a month before the invasion. Once there, Vorman would tell Hitler exactly what was going to happen, and then help him plan the defensive that would keep the Allied invasion from succeeding. And even if somehow they did push through, Vorman knew every battle to come, every defeat Germany could change into a victory, every surprise move by the Allies. He couldn't lose. The Die Glocke made total victory possible. It was the only thing that did. How none of his fellow commanders had seen that earlier baffled him, but it didn't matter. He had the Die Glocke now, and he did see what no one else had. Vorman was setting it up when the others crammed into the vehicle alongside him, began shouting as the American vehicle pulled up alongside them. The colonel had looked over, locked eyes with the two, and ordered the driver to speed up and get away from them. The other werewolves had done the same, shouted and screamed to get away before the Americans could run them off the road and ruin everything. Vorman, meanwhile, once he'd given the order, had went back to turning the knobs and dials on the Die Glocke, setting it up and getting it ready. He was setting the coordinates for where they would go and their arrival date. Meanwhile, Phillips and Bride kept the chase up. Bride could see that the colonel in the vehicle was leaning over what had to be the device, messing with a series of knobs and dials. He pointed. "They're doing something!" They didn't know if it was real. They didn't know that Vorman's plan was to go back to 1944 and tip off Hitler that the Allies would invade Normandy. They didn't need to. They knew the potential ramifications if the device was real, and it was enough to spur them onward into action. As crazy as it sounded, a time machine, if it was real, then they knew it was a chance they couldn't take. Something like that absolutely could not remain in the hands of such an insane regime who were only growing more desperate. If the Die Glocke was real, it could easily let the Nazis turn the war around in their favor. A time machine could do so much damage to so many events that shaped how the war was playing out. And they had no doubt the Nazis had experimented with something so potentially dangerous. They'd seen their own leaders attempt to do insane things to get better odds at winning the war. The terrifying results of the Philadelphia experiment were still seared into their minds, as fresh and vivid as they'd been on the day they occurred. The lengths both sides were going to win the war was terrifying. Anything was on the table, even unorthodox things, like the Die Glocke. Phillips and Bride could not let it stay in the Nazis' hands, especially if they were indeed about to actually use it. Phillips gave the engine all the gas he could, and they slowly crept up alongside the Volkswagen again. The soldiers looked at the two Americans as they pulled alongside them, their eyes wide and wild. But the colonel was still fiddling with the bell-shaped device in his hands, now with even more desperate vigor. "Bride, take the wheel," Phillips said. "What? Why?" Bride demanded. "Just do it," Phillips snapped. Reaching over and grabbing the wheel, Bride held it steady as Phillips let go. Phillips climbed out of the driver's seat, and he and Bride switched seats, managing to do so without losing any of their speed. As soon as he was in the passenger side, Phillips didn't stay seated. "Get right alongside it," Phillips ordered, slinging his rifle over his shoulders. Bride maneuvered in next to the Volkswagen. Phillips crouched in the passenger seat, and as soon as they were right alongside it, as the Germans were raising their weapons towards him and Bride, he leapt out of the Jeep and into the Volkswagen, straight on top of the colonel and several other troops. Bride pulled the Jeep away slightly from the shock of the moment. "Phillips! God damn it!" Bride shouted, taking his eyes off the Volkswagen and looking at the road again to avoid losing control of the Jeep. He kept it steady and looked over at the Volkswagen again. Phillips was struggling with at least 3 of the soldiers in the other vehicle. He was on top of the colonel, and Bride saw him take a swing that connected with the face of one of the troops next to him. Glancing behind him, Bride spotted an ammunition box sitting in the back seat of the Jeep. Still looking at the road, he reached back and fumbled until he felt it. He grabbed it and pulled it up to the front with him, thankful it seemed to be full. He stuffed the heavy metal box onto the floorboard, pressing it against the gas pedal to keep the Jeep moving. Then, with the road ahead straight, he grabbed his rifle, stood up, and also leapt into the Volkswagen, landing in the front of the vehicle, which swerved when he collided with the driver. Behind him, the Jeep veered off the road and crashed into a large tree, its bumper and frame caving in and its back tires lifting off the ground. The Germans were all shouting as the struggle for the Die Glocke continued. The vehicle gaining speed and veering out of control. The driver couldn't do much with Bride laying on top of him, but leaned as far back as possible and tried to keep the vehicle from crashing. Phillips kept trying to reach for the Die Glocke, but Vorman kept it out of his reach, still trying to finish setting the device up as he did. One of the werewolves grabbed Phillips, and he leaned up and nailed a powerful punch into the man's face. He tumbled backwards and over the door and off the side of the Volkswagen onto the ground. Bride, meanwhile, was struggling with the trooper in the front passenger seat. It was an even matchup, neither gaining an advantage over the other. Vorman suddenly shouted in a loud voice, and Bride picked up enough of the words to understand what had happened. "Phillips! He's got it ready! It's working!" he shouted as he tried to overpower the werewolf he was tangled with. And the Die Glocke was clearly working, because ahead, down the road, was an area of space that appeared to be warping, lensing, and bending, and the Volkswagen was speeding straight towards it. "Oh God," Bride said as he saw it. Philip saw it too, and, out of desperation, he shook the werewolf holding him off and grabbed for the Die Glocke. He didn't try to pull it from Vorman's hands. He just reached under its base and spun as many of the knobs as he could, turning them to a random date, location, everything. Vorman shouted as this happened and tried to push Phillips away, but the Die Glocke began rattling slightly. Then the top and bottom sections of the device began to spin in counter rotations as it began working. A bolt of strange colored lightning, almost a shimmering, rippling blue color, seemed to materialize from out of nowhere with a loud boom and strike the spot where it looked like reality was stretching and distorting. Then, at that spot, reality and space itself seemed to be forcefully peeled away by invisible claws. It seemed to tear open like a seam unzipping. A mist formed around the edges of the hole, but there was clearly something on the other side. The device truly worked. A hole in space and time had just been opened, and visible through it was the date, time, and location of the random spin Phillips had done on the knobs. And the Volkswagen was speeding straight into it. Looking completely disheveled now, Vorman tried to change the settings back, but it did no good. The hole in time had been opened, and the Volkswagen sped straight through it. Location and date unknown. The Volkswagen came out of the tear on the other side, through the small gateway of mist that had been on the other side, and the driver instantly stopped the vehicle so suddenly that its tires screeched and left burn marks on the road. Everyone was thrown forward by the momentum. The road was the reason the driver had stopped. Why, everyone had. No one was fighting, speaking, or moving. They were staring forward with shock and confusion on their faces. No one could comprehend what they were seeing. Ahead, the road was dilapidated, crumbled, and had clearly not been maintained in a long time. It was paved with two faded yellow lines going down its center. Dense trees covered in strange vines loomed over both sides of the road. Buildings, clearly long abandoned and overgrown in the same vines, stood on each side of the road. Some of the trees looked familiar, and several others looked very strange, like the ones Bride remembered seeing in illustrations in a book about some of the terrible lizards that he'd read once. The air was warm and very humid. Sitting in one of the trees overlooking the road was some type of strange-looking small primate. Its fur was brown, and there was a white ring around its hairless face. The small primate, which didn't even look like it was a foot tall, squeaked and scampered away into the trees, hiding in the vines. No one noticed it, nor did they know that it was an Epidium. Such a fact would have been even more difficult to comprehend had they understood what it meant. What they were focused on was that the homes were empty, the roads were not maintained, the world was silent, save for birds and insects. Everything looked abandoned, empty of people. It was such an alien thing to see that none of the 7 people in the Volkswagen reacted for several moments as they took in the impossible sight. Behind them, the mist faded away, and the distortion in reality, the hole in space-time, closed, smoothed out, and returned to normal. Phillips and Bride recovered first. Using the opportunity while the Germans were stunned at the sight of the world in ruins, Phillips grabbed the Die Glocke from Vorman's slack hands, and he and Bride jumped out of the vehicle. Phillips set the device on the ground between him and Bride, and they raised their rifles and began shouting at the Nazis. "Drop your guns! Now!" Phillips ordered. Still seeming to be in a daze, the werewolves complied and threw their pistols and rifles out of the vehicle and raised their hands. The weapons clattered onto the pavement as they were thrown. A moment after the others, Colonel Vorman also pulled his PPK sidearm out of its holster and also threw it onto the pavement. He didn't seem to be shook like the others. Shocked, yes, but not shook. His cold eyes were already calculating a next move, so both Phillips and Bride pointed their rifles at him. "Go on, go!" Phillips shouted, keeping the colonel in his sight. "Verschwinden!" Bride added, gesturing with his gun for them to drive on. The Nazi still looked overwhelmed. The driver even seemed to just be moving with automatic motions as he adjusted the stick shift. But Vorman didn't have that overwhelmed look. He seemed to just accept the order to leave without fighting it, without making a move to get the Die Glocke back. For someone willing to do something so drastic to change the outcome of the war, Phillips and Bride felt that he was giving up very easily. But neither had the chance to decide to shoot him because he shouted an order and the driver pushed the gas pedal to the floor and the Volkswagen took off, kicking up leaves and sticks in its wake. Phillips and Bride watched as it took off down the rough, crumbling road, leaving them behind. They kept the vehicle at gunpoint as it sped off and didn't lower their weapons until it was out of sight and the sound of its engine was fading away, being replaced by the noise from the insects. Once they did, Phillips immediately picked the Die Glocke back up as Bride took in the scene. "What's happening? Where are we?" Bride asked. "Where is everybody?" Phillips examined the bell-shaped device and flipped it over to look at the base. "We're at 40 degrees, 31 minutes, 9.8 seconds north, 84 degrees, 16 minutes, 11.6 degrees west." "What?" Bride asked, shaking his head as he thought about that position. "That would... okay. That would put us somewhere in western Ohio." Slightly slack-jawed, he stared wide-eyed at Phillips. Phillips did a slight double-take and re-examined the bottom of the device, looking at the other tally counters. He shook his head. This says the date is July 8th. He trailed off, and then spoke the year aloud with a slight sputter. 2045. What? Bride asked for the second time. He dropped his gun and grasped his hair. No. That can't be right. He turned and pointed at Phillips with a slight chuckle of denial. That's not possible. He stopped pacing, knowing that it had to be. They both had seen reality itself tear open and then watched as they passed through the hole. What happened then? You don't think the war did end up destroying the world somehow? Couldn't have, Phillips said. How do you know? Bride questioned. Because, Phillips replied, shaking his head and pointing at one of the abandoned houses. I've never seen a car like that. Bride looked and realized Phillips was right. Even rusting and with shattered windows, the car sitting outside of the house was slick, much more streamlined and less boxy than one they'd ever seen. It was a large vehicle, resting on wheels and strings of long rotted tires. And even though it was very rusted, some of its original white paint was still visible. Hesitantly approaching, Bride opened the front passenger side door. It creaked loudly and sounded like it was going to fall off the frame. It didn't. Bride pulled it open and leaned inside and shuffled through some of the compartments in the car until he pulled a piece of paper with some faded text out from the glove box. Bride scanned it. Something caught his eyes and it almost made him faint. He climbed out of the car and showed Phillips. It was a vehicle registration tag. Bride pointed at one specific detail and showed it to Phillips. The vehicle's date of registration was 2038. Bride suddenly felt his hand shaking and nearly dropped the paper. Oh God. It worked. It really worked, Bride said. We're We're over 100 years into the future. Sweat broke out on Bride's face, and it wasn't just from the heat. Unsure of what to do next, the two stood by the car for a few minutes, taking in the reality of their situation and that something catastrophic had happened sometime after 2038 that resulted in an apparent total collapse of civilization, and trying to figure out how to make the Die Glocke work so they could open a hole back to 1945. The sound of a deep bellow that physically shook the both of them coming from one of the nearby tree lines made them stop. Even with the loud sounds of the summertime insects, they heard the sound of something very large and heavy moving through the trees somewhere out of sight. Phillips grabbed Bride's shoulder. "Come on, let's get out of the open," he prompted. They grabbed Bride's dropped weapon and then hurried off the road and into the forest behind one of the crumbling houses. The area seemed like it had once been a residential neighborhood, but the trees and vines had all overgrown the area. Proceeding slowly, Bride held his weapon up and ready. Phillips was holding the Die Glocke, having to carry it. His rifle was slung over his shoulder. They left the dense trees behind and found themselves in an opening, likely an area once fully devoid of trees and plants, but now was overgrown with knee-high grass. Ahead was the half-concealed, collapsing ruin of an industrial warehouse, metal shards sticking up from the wall and roof towards the sky. "Let's go there," Phillips prompted. He and Bride proceeded across the field and came to what must have been one of the old roads, or even the parking lot, because the grass was replaced with gravel, the remains of crumbling pavement, with weeds growing through the cracks in the ground. They were nearing the closest opening, not a door, but instead a collapsed section of wall that made a hole, when something squawked somewhere behind them in the tree line. They both turned and looked back toward the trees for a moment, but saw and heard nothing else. So they turned to go inside when something else jumped out in front of them. Landing on a large piece of collapsed metal next to them, a massive black shape bounded up onto it and roared at them. Phillips and Bride jumped back and stumbled away from it. Phillips dropped the Die Glocke, and he and Bride raised their weapons. The thing was snarling, crouched on all fours and glaring at them. Snarling, it slinked off the pile and crept towards them on all fours. Bride knew he had to be crazy at this point, but the thing, honest to God, looked like a dinosaur, at least in shape. The dinosaur-looking creature was down on all fours. It had 2 legs and was clearly a biped, a theropod like an allosaurus. But it had 2 long arms as well, and was clearly comfortable walking either upright or down on all fours as it was at that moment. Its body, back, shoulders, tail, neck, and head were covered in a thick, rigid armor. Bride doubted he and Phillips's bullets would even be able to penetrate the armor. At the end of its tail were 3 rows of spikes like those Bride had seen in illustrations of Stegosaurus. Running down its back were also a series of spikes growing from its spine. In its mouth was not a typical row of teeth one would see on a dinosaur, but instead, it was a single row running down the middle of the upper and lower jaws. Its teeth were serrated, like shark teeth. Its eyes lacked visible pupils and were blank, and glowed a bioluminescent yellow. On its neck were what looked like a series of open slits, and Bride quickly realized that they were gills. On its hands were 3 fingers and a thumb, each ending in a long claw. On its feet were 3 toes like a bird, complete with webbing between the toes. Each toe also ended in a claw, with the innermost toe on each foot having a much longer sickle claw than the other 2. On the back of its skull were thick, spike-like quills. The biggest shock of all of it was the fact that on one of its arms was burned the number 000002. The dinosaur had clearly been designed by someone and branded with an identification number, like the Wunderwaffe Phillips and Bride were currently guarding. Humans had made it. Phillips fired a shot at the creature, but the bullet bounced off its skull, deflected by the thick armor, just as Bride had predicted. The bullet didn't even scratch it. It just caused the creature to snarl more viciously. Phillips's grip on his rifle slackened a bit at the sight, and his mouth fell open. Then the creature did something neither of them expected. Instead of rushing at them and tearing them apart, it didn't react to being shot with violence, but instead, it spoke. "Who are you?" it demanded, still snarling, baring its teeth threateningly, looking ready to pounce at any moment. Phillips and Bride couldn't process it. They couldn't answer. Their brains just could not comprehend what had just happened. It was too alien, too absurd to process. The thing stalked much closer to them. "Who are you?" it demanded again. Phillips and Bride remained flabbergasted. Finally, Bride eked out an answer, the first word that came to his mind. "Sailors." The creature stopped and actually cocked its head to the side at that. The quills on the back of its head rose. The thing responded to that with confusion. "Sailors?" the creature questioned. It didn't seem like it believed them. It clearly wasn't satisfied. Despite the fact that the situation they were in wasn't normal, Bride managed to format a response. "We're not from here. We're from 1945. He managed to spill out despite his shock. Now the creature seemed to be the confused one. "You're what?" it asked, the hostile tension fading from its body as it spoke. Phillips and Bride still couldn't believe that it was talking, even as it continued to do so. The creature dropped the act after a moment and stood up on its hind legs rather than remaining down on all fours. Standing on its hind legs, it stood around 10 feet tall and it looked down at the two. It shook its head. It didn't seem to believe them. The creature, who was indeed a man-made hybrid animal, simply named Version 2 because that was all he ever was when he was created, no longer thought the two strangers were a threat. He didn't believe them when they said that they were from 100 years ago, but he could tell that the two were alone, that they were scared, and that they didn't seem like a threat at the moment. Likely, their fear had caused them to blurt out anything that they could think of. He decided to throw them a bone and help them out. "Once you two have time to collect yourselves, I want real answers," Version 2 said. "But for now, you shouldn't stay out there. It's dangerous. Come on inside the building," he prompted, motioning with a gesture of his head and going inside the same hole in the wall that Phillips and Bride had been planning to. He walked inside and spoke again. "I don't let random strangers stay in the territory of the community I live in. You can't trust people you find out here. You better convince me that you're not trouble." It then went inside and out of sight. Feeling unable to do anything else, it was like their moves were being prompted by an unseen force. Phillips and Bride slowly lowered their weapons, grabbed the Die Glocke, and walked inside after the creature. The inside was like a cavern. Plenty of room for Phillips, Bride, and the mystery creature watching them. Deciding to pretend it wasn't there, Phillips and Bride made a fire and gathered some firewood from the nearby forest, while being watched by the creature. And by the time the sun had set, they were sitting by it, still fiddling with the Die Glocke. But it proved to be a riddle that they couldn't crack despite their best efforts. Phillips, who seemed to have a better understanding of how the device might work in concept, was fiddling with the knobs, but found that he couldn't change the dates again. They appeared to be locked into the current setting, and he couldn't understand why. Across the fire from them, lying on its belly with its head on the ground, was the hybrid. Its glowing eyes were staring at them, unblinking, until it finally spoke. "Okay, you two. You've had time to collect yourselves. Now I want answers. Who are you?" Phillips and Bride turned their wary gazes up to the hybrid sitting across the fire from them. "Where are you from?" Version 2 added with some agitation in his voice. "Are you from another community? Are you just living on the road?" Bride gulped. We're really from 1945. This morning we were in Poland. Now we're suddenly in Ohio. Just like that. It's as crazy as it sounds, I admit. he insisted. I don't know how to make you believe it, but he trailed off and seemed to get an idea. Look at what we're wearing. Look at our weapons. Have you ever seen a rifle like this? And the uniforms. Does anyone in 2045 walk around wearing World War II uniforms? For us, this morning it was April 1945, not July 2045. This thing is why we're here, Bride motioned to the Die Glocke. We were trying to stop some bad people from using it to change the course of history. We'd heard rumors about this device. It's called the Die Glocke. Rumor had it that it was a time machine. So we couldn't let it stay in the hands of those who had it if it was real. The ramifications would have been devastating. One thing led to another, and here we are in July 2045. He shook his head like he still couldn't believe it. He felt like he'd gone insane. He was sitting in a crumbling warehouse just over 100 years into the future, having a conversation with what might as well have been a monster. A monster apparently created by humans that looked like it was one of the terrible lizards he knew from books. Though, one unlike anything he'd ever imagined before. Version 2 finally snorted and lifted his head off the ground. Okay, what are your names? Still not believing that they were having a casual conversation with the hybrid, it was such a crazy thing, Bride answered nonetheless. I'm John Bride, and this is William Phillips. Sailors of the United States Navy, enlisted on December 7th, 1941. He paused and licked his dry lips. What about you? Do you have a name? Version 2, the hybrid answered. Phillips looked up from the Die Glocke and stopped tinkering with it. What does that mean? It's the only name the people who created me gave me because it's what I was. Literally a second version of an earlier hybrid, Version 2 answered. Phillips and Bride both looked lost, more lost anyway, and Version 2 decided to humor them and fill in some of the blanks. The hybrid dinosaur sat up and stared at the two across the fire and continued. I still want answers from you two, but I'll fill you in on my story. Version 2 paused for a moment, then spoke again, his single row of teeth in each jaw glinting brightly in the flickering firelight. The group who created me sprung up very quickly after the apocalypse struck. They walled off a section of a city and maintained the power grid. They created me and other hybrids in the following years, and when they tried to force other groups to submit to and serve them through force, a conflict broke out. The communities they tried to subjugate formed a united coalition and fought back. My creators wanted intelligent but lethal animals they could use as weapons. That's why I have all this armor, all these natural weapons all over my body. I was built specifically to look scary and be lethal to anything in combat. One hybrid, version 1, though he doesn't actually call himself that, went rogue and ended up on the side of the communities our creators were fighting. I was a literal updated version of him. They made me specifically to have more strength, have more lethality, have more weapons on my body. I found out later that they were obsessed with making me an improvement to him in every way, because after his escape, they saw him as a failure. Then, to make sure I couldn't go rogue and switch sides too, they brainwashed me into believing I should only serve them and wanted to spill blood for them. Version 1 snapped me out of the brainwashed mind they'd programmed into me as it was all winding down, and I switched sides for the rest of the war. Eventually, the community my creators were in charge of were forced to surrender when the coalition of communities they molested were essentially beating down their gates and walls. It's over now, has been for years. The communities my creators tried to subjugate won the war. The leaders who were trying to conquer the other groups were either ousted from power, jailed, or executed, depending on what their role in the war was. Version 2 explained. Phillips and Bride Both still looked lost. A war between communities of people? What happened to the states? It didn't even sound like something on the scale of the Civil War. It didn't make sense to them, but version 2 had confirmed their fears that some apocalyptic event had occurred, even though they still didn't know how it happened. Bride finally cracked and asked them, "Look, you've got to explain how all this came to happen," Bride said, motioning to the air around him for emphasis. "And how the hell can you talk?" Phillips added. As he spoke, version 2's blank, glowing eyes turned to face him, his gaze unblinking in the flickering firelight. Version 2 nodded. "Look, you two say you're from World War II. I'm vaguely aware of that at best. But sure, you came from 1945. I'll believe you for now and assume you really don't know, because if you are faking it, then you're putting on a good act. I don't know for sure how it all happened. The apocalypse hit before I was created, a little under 10 years ago. But from people in the community I know and call friends who lived through it, said it was caused by something people only called the anomaly. The anomaly apparently spread around the Earth. No one knows how, no one knows where it came from. And because scientists couldn't explain it, it just got the name anomaly. But it resurrected every extinct animal that ever lived. Dinosaurs, more ancient animals, animals from the last ice age, all of them. That's why me, and version 1 as well, are such a mix of creatures. I look like a dinosaur. I have the claws of a Utahraptor, the spikes of a Stegosaurus. But my armor comes from the fish Dunkleosteus. My teeth are from the shark-like fish Adestus. The fact I can unhinge my jaw is a carryover from Titanoboa, and so on. Phillips and Bride took version 2's summarized explanation in. It was so much to understand. It sounded like what a Wunderwaffe would do. In some ways, version 2 was also a Wunderwaffe, just one that was built by a new regime of evil people who took advantage of a world without states and countries and powers. They still looked lost. They were clearly overwhelmed by everything washing over them the way it did, even with the explanation. But how is there even an explanation? Phillips was the one to ask. "Okay, fine, but one thing you haven't addressed. How can you talk?" he said. "You're acting like it's the most normal thing ever, but it's not. It's what my creators wanted when they designed me and the other hybrids. They wanted animals as intelligent as people, and they made sure that's what they made. They used some genetics from what they called the variants. The anomaly didn't just resurrect every extinct animal that ever lived in the way they originally lived. It also created rare variants among them. Some that were bigger, some that were more aggressive, some that were smarter, and so on. They used some of those specimens to give us the intelligence they wanted and to give us the ability to speak," version 2 explained. Bride shook his head and finally spoke. "Damn," he said, rubbing his neck, which still adorned the rope mark from when the Nazis tried to hang him and Phillips. It was so crazy for him to think that, even though it was over a century before, for him and Phillips, that had happened, along with their attempt to stop the gold train, around 24 hours earlier. It had been a long day, but a fast century. They sound just like the people we were fighting. Bride looked up at version 2, a look of acceptance filling his eyes. The people who created you. They sound just like the people we were fighting. Experimenting, trying to force other groups of people under their flag. Just like Germany and Japan. Look, we really are from 1945. We really are from World War II. We were fighting the Nazis. They wanted to use the Die Glocke to change the outcome of the war. Well, that's what we guessed. It's the only reason they would use it. This morning, for us, we were fighting them, and we drove through a damn hole in space and time. A hole that thing made. He pointed at the bell-shaped device Phillips was holding. And I don't know how it works, or how we'll get home. You know, even though we've never seen actual combat at any point in the war, we've still been through it. Thrown as guinea pigs without warning onto the aftermath of an experiment that drove people into homicidal rages. On a patrol boat that sank off the coast of Alaska, hanged by the Nazis, had to hijack a damn train filled with stolen art. And now, time travel. Bride trailed off. Because of a device that a day ago was nothing more than a rumor to us. Phillips finished, holding the Die Glocke up. But it was real, this whole time. And here we are. This thing is the reason we're here. The rumors we first heard a year ago about it made it sound like it was huge. 12 feet tall, but apparently it's not. It's not even the size of a church bell. But it still works, all the same. Version 2 eyed them for a few more seconds. Then he nodded. I believe you, he conceded. He didn't understand how it was possible, but he believed them. The device looked very primitive compared to the technology he'd seen in the labs where he was made. The rifles Phillips and Bride had also looked very old compared to the ones he saw in the community daily. Listen, you two are in over your head. You have no idea what's out there. People in the community I'm from will look at books about prehistoric animals from around the time you two are from and laugh at how wrong it all is. You don't have any experience surviving in the world you've ended up in. So, I'll stick around and help you two out until you can figure out how to get home. Also, just so I can keep an eye on you. It wasn't an offer version 2 was making. Phillips and Bride knew it was a statement. But unlike when someone like General Aaron Moore made a statement to them that was actually an order, there was no malice hidden behind the words coming from the hybrid dinosaur. Ultimately, Phillips and Bride silently accepted that he would be sticking around. Version 2 continued to stare at the two for a little while, before he tucked his head to the side and finally went to sleep, his glowing eyes closing. He at least seemed to have fallen asleep. Phillips and Bride accepted that he was staying around and decided not to focus on his presence. Instead, they went back to talking about the Die Glocke. Bride sat closer to Phillips as he flipped the Die Glocke upside down and pointed out the details on the base, where the controls were. Okay, setting a date and location seems to be easy. You just turn these knobs and dials on the bottom, and these counters above just tally them out, Phillips exclaimed. But doing that doesn't seem to open a time portal on its own. There's got to be another step to it. But the dates also won't change. No matter how much I turn the knobs, the dates are just locked. The tally counters won't turn. I don't know what these words above the dates are, do you? Phillips asked. Bride shook his head. Just the word anchor. Phillips looked confused. Anchor? What the hell does that mean? He shook his head. Okay, forget that for now. There's also this, he said, spinning a dial that ran along the entire outer base of the bell. I don't know what purpose it serves, but it's got an arrow in one spot, so I guess you have to point it at something? I don't know. I don't know what it's for. He spun it all the way back around and stopped once it was back at the place the Nazi colonel had set it. The dial made a grinding-like sound as it spun around the metal frame. You have any idea what the purpose of it is? Phillips asked. Bride shook his head, as lost as his friend was when it came to the inner workings of the Die Glocke. Phillips sighed and set the Die Glocke down between him and Bride. Look, we're not going to figure this out tonight. We're tired. We haven't slept in 48 hours now. We're still banged up from our adventure last night, and I don't know about you, John, but I'm in so much pain I feel like I'm going to collapse. So let's get some sleep, and readdress in the morning. I won't fight you on that, Bride conceded with a nod. We might need a few days just to get back up to speed, Philip said. Something somewhere outside suddenly roared. The sound filled the warehouse before fading away. Phillips and Bride both had their hands on their rifles before the sound faded away. Once they didn't hear it again, Bride gulped. What do you think is out there? A lot we don't know about, Phillips replied. He turned to face Bride and spoke with a serious tone. We don't know what's out there. We don't know what state the world is in. We need to not attract attention and figure out how this thing works. You and I are going to get home, but we need to be quiet and keep our heads down. Bride nodded and looked across the fire at version 2. He eyed the shark-like teeth glinting in the hybrid's mouth. Due to their position, he couldn't fully close his mouth, so the large teeth were always visible. I hope he doesn't decide to just eat us tonight, Bride said. Phillips nodded. Me too. He then said, How many bullets do you have left? Bride checked his rifle. Less than a full clip. All our replacements were also in the Jeep. Yeah, I have a full one, but that's it, Phillips said. Well, not a full one anymore once I slide a bullet into the chamber again, he added, doing just that. It slid in with a click. So, less than a dozen bullets between us, Bride asked. I also have this, Phillips replied, pulling out the Hitler Youth knife from his belt. Yeah, I have one too, Bride replied, feeling his belt, only to realize the knife wasn't there. He patted his whole belt down and then groaned. Oh, no, I don't. I never attached it to my belt when our friends in the village gave it to us. It's still in the Jeep. Okay, don't panic. We can go back to the road tomorrow and get those rifles the Germans threw out of the vehicle. It'll be more bullets anyway, Phillips assured. Bride sighed but nodded. Liking the idea. I'll do that tomorrow. I was going to go out and try to find some food. We haven't had any since this morning. And also get an idea of the area too. And what might be in it. I'll grab them on my way back or get them on a separate run. Okay. I'll use the time to sit and have a real close look at the Die Glocke. Maybe I have to turn the knobs in a specific order to unlock the tally counters or something, Phillips said. With that plan in mind, the two exhausted sailors laid down and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, birds were squawking in the sky, but when Bride looked out of the hole in the wall, he saw that they were actually small pterosaurs. Unlike the illustrations he'd always seen of pterosaurs, like pterodactyl, these ones were covered in what almost looked like fur rather than naked, scaly skin. He remembered what version 2 had said the night before, that everything in their books from the 1940s were wrong. The one he had read was from the 1910s, meaning it was likely even more outdated. Speaking of version 2, the hybrid was awake and watching them, answering the occasional question the two asked him, but it seemed like he preferred to remain silent. Bride sighed and walked to where the smoking remains of the campfire were and grabbed his rifle off the ground. Version 2 looked over at him. I'm going to go look out for something to eat, Bride explained, and to get an idea of what all is around us. We're kind of blind in here. Who knows what else is living in the area. Hey, be careful, Philip said from next to the remains of the fire. Bride nodded. I will be, he assured, looking back at version 2. Version 2 stared at him for a moment, his quills rising slightly at Bride's comment. Then he stood up on his hind legs. I'll come with you. Bride and version 2 crossed the clearing outside of the warehouse and soon entered the forest. In the sky above them, he saw not only familiar birds, but more pterosaurs and giant insects flying around. One large dragonfly even knocked a bird out of the sky. Bride paused and stopped to look up in a bit of wonder, but version 2 lifted a hand and gently pushed him forward. Keep moving. Don't stop out in the open. In the forest, Bride felt layers of leaves and sticks crunch under his boots. He held his rifle slackly in front of him, but ready for quick use. The forest seemed clear of animals for the time being. He looked back over his shoulder at version 2, who was following a few steps behind him down on all fours. He turned away from the hybrid dinosaur and proceeded forward. The sound of something squawking made him whip around and raise his rifle, but he didn't see anything. Though his hands were shaking, he managed to aim steadily. The feeling of having to sneak around, with the feeling of being watched or followed, and that a threat could be around any corner, brought back bad memories from his experience on the USS Eldridge. One memory that flashed through his mind was that of the arm creeping out of the doorway and pulling the corpse of a sailor who had attacked him back into the room with it. Bride lowered his rifle and turned away from where the noise had come from and kept going. Version 2, who had stopped and also looked in the direction the sound came from, faced forward and followed the sailor after a few moments. "Stay away from the edge of any river or stream you find unless I'm with you," Version 2 advised. Bride looked back over his shoulder. "Why?" "Giant crocodiles, large predatory fish, dangerous amphibians, giant carnivorous aquatic reptiles," Version 2 replied. Bride instinctively tightened his grip on his gun and faced forward again. "Oh, great," he shuddered. They crossed through the wood quickly and came back out in the overgrown neighborhood. The houses stood tall above him, still recognizable despite the thick vines covering them. A small primate of some kind climbed out of the window of one and jumped across to another and scampered inside. Bride stayed up at the window for a few moments and Version 2 came up behind him. Gaudanosha, a genus of solitary primates that originally lived around 49 million years ago, he explained. Bride looked over at him. "How the hell do you know that?" Version 2 turned to face him, his Adestus teeth coming a little too close to Bride's face for his liking. "The lead scientist who created me knew just about every extinct animal and tested on so many of them." Bride took a step back. "So, what is an Adestus then? I never heard of that one either." "A shark-like fish that got around 30 or so feet long. One of the species is where my teeth come from. It lived 300 million years ago, give or take," Version 2 said, holding his jaws partially open for a moment so Bride could get a good look at his teeth. "I don't know which species they're from, but they're all referred to as scissor-toothed sharks. My creator specifically wanted me to have their teeth because he thought it made me look scarier. That's the kind of thing he cared about. He was the definition of what people called a mad scientist." Deciding he'd heard enough nightmare invitations, Bride turned away from Version 2 and went back to scanning the houses. He spotted a cart lying on its side by one of the abandoned cars, which had its back hatch open and rotting suitcases in the back. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and approached, standing the cart up after dumping out what was left of the original contents, and tested its wheels out. When it rolled, shakily, but rolled, he left it where it was and approached one of the nearest homes that wasn't fully covered in vines. Version 2 watched him, but waited on the street as Bride entered the house. His nose told him nothing dangerous was in the house, so he'd let the sailor come to grips with everything on his own. The hybrid remained standing on all fours, tail swaying, as Bride stepped onto the porch. Weapon now held up, Bride stepped inside the dilapidated home. The inside looked like a bomb had gone off. Around the door, the outer casing of the walls was all collapsed, leaving only the frame. Further inside, away from the door, the more intact things became. The original white paint was even still on some of the walls further into the interior. Bride went to what he recognized as a kitchen first, but the dusty cupboards were all long empty. Instead of leaving, he decided to investigate more of the rooms. Maybe something would have been missed and left behind. He passed several rooms, seeing multiple pieces of technology that he didn't recognize on the way. He entered a child's bedroom with a dusty but made bed on one wall to the left of the door. Entering the room, Bride now slung his rifle again and picked up something off one table that he didn't recognize. A small, dust-covered flat device with a glass screen and round button on the front. Pushing it resulted in nothing happening. Not knowing what to make of the object, Bride dropped it back on the table and looked around the room again. He went to the window and looked out of it, pulling the dusty curtains back. The glass was fogged and dirty, and the vines blocked most of the view of the outside. But Bride could see trees, some he recognized and some he didn't. There was also a picnic table on the ground outside. He closed the curtain and scanned the room one final time. Something under the bed caught his eye and he approached it, pulling out a plastic tote of some kind from underneath it. He unclipped the lid and found it was stuffed with old blankets and 2 pillows. Compared with the others in the room, these had been relatively well shielded from acquiring much dust. Bride had slept horribly the night before, so he took the blankets and draped them over his shoulder and grabbed the pillows. If he and Phillips were going to be stuck here for an unknown amount of time, then this way they could at least be comfortable. He left the bedroom and paused while in the hallway outside, looking at the framed photos still hanging on the walls. The faded pictures, color pictures at that, showed a happy, smiling, and laughing family. In some, they were sitting at the same picnic table Bride had seen out of the window, in what he now guessed was the old backyard. In one picture, a young girl, maybe 13, was holding the same device Bride had found on the table in the bedroom. The faded image showed the device had some kind of image in the glass screen, and a wire was running out of it and up into headphones the girl was wearing. The smiling girl herself was giving a 2-finger sign at the camera that he didn't recognize. Seeing the faces of who had lived here before really made the enormity of a total collapse hit him. He just hoped that those who lived after the war, but before this mess, lived in a good world. He exited the house and walked back into the street, still draped in the thick blankets. Version 2 was waiting for him and watched him descend down the porch steps. A rabbit suddenly bolted out from under some old sheet metal laying next to the porch. Bride dropped the pillows and threw his rifle up to shoot, but when he did, he fired and missed the shot. The rabbit kept going, only to get crushed when Version 2 slammed his hand down onto it with lightning fast, but deadly efficiency. Bride paused for a moment when Version 2 looked back over at him, but the hybrid merely held up the bleeding rabbit as an offering. Bride loaded his car and placed the rabbit in the old child seat. Before going back to the warehouse, he went to the place where he and Phillips had ordered the Nazis to drop their weapons the day before. He gathered the guns up, placed them in the cart too, and slid the colonel's pistol into his own empty holster. His own had been taken when he and Phillips were captured and nearly hung to death by the Nazis. The pistol the colonel had dropped was a Walther PPK semi-automatic, and it was fully loaded. Bride hoped the clip would stay full. The entire time, Version 2 didn't speak. He just followed and kept an eye out for anything dangerous. They didn't see anything, but on the way back, along the same route that Bride and Phillips had took through the woods the day before, they did come across something that hadn't been there the day before. Something that deeply, deeply shook Bride when he saw it. Pressed into the dirt and fallen pine needles was a track of 3-toed footprints. Very large 3-toed footprints. And suddenly, it felt much more real and immediate to Bride that the world Version 2 had described really did exist, and his stomach felt like it dropped clear out of his body as he fearfully scanned the trees, looking for the dinosaur that had left the tracks, but he again saw nothing. That evening, Phillips used his knife to fillet the rabbit, and he and Bride cooked it on some sticks they collected. It was unorthodox, but they ate well that night, even if they felt they could have eaten more. Phillips sucked some of the flavor off one of the bones before tossing it into the fire. "Not a lot. That's one of the better meals I've had lately," he said. Bride nodded, chewing on his last bite of rabbit meat and swallowing it as well. The two had been worried about Version 2 needing food too, but he'd assured them that he didn't eat nearly as often as they might have thought he would. "Did you make any progress on the Die Glocke?" Bride asked once he'd finished eating. Philip shook his head, picking the device up. "I still can't wrap my head around what this dial does," he explained, spinning the large one that ran around the entire outer base of the Die Glocke. "Well, what about the tally counters?" Bride asked. Phillips again shook his head. "The dates and locations are still locked no matter how much I turn the knobs. I thought it might be as easy as setting a date and time and location, and then that lightning thing would happen and open a hole, but no. There's clearly another step along the way you have to do. I just can't figure it out what it is. He set the device down and sighed. So, what'd you see out there? And aside from the rabbit. Extinct animals, Bride said. Pterosaurs, primates, big bugs. On the way back, we came across some tracks that weren't there yesterday. Big three-toed footprints. William. They looked like Allosaurus footprints. I recognized them from a book, he said, his voice shaking. Allosaurus sounded like it was one of the scariest animals Bride thought he could ever meet. The art he always saw of the animal depicted it viciously attacking and devouring other animals, dead or alive. One painting of an Allosaurus viciously ripping into the tail of a dead animal that he'd seen was seared into his mind. He'd never felt scared of dinosaurs before, when they were long dead and fun mysteries. But now he did, because they were alive and all around him. The sailors who went bananas on the USS Eldridge had been frightening, but they would be nothing to animals so big they could rip you in two with one bite. Seeing the footprints had made it feel very real to him. Hey, relax. It'll be okay. Don't lose your head, Philip said. Bride nodded but gulped. Phillips looked at version 2. Allosaurus. Are they that vicious? Version 2 didn't answer for a moment, then he said, They're not my favorite dinosaur to get into a tangle with. Phillips put a hand to his lips and thought about that. Bride grasped his hair and shook his head, now shaking. The group didn't say much else as it slowly got dark outside. A storm rolled in after nightfall. The rain fell hard in sheets of water that dripped down off the jagged metal on the roof. Thunder shook the building and lightning danced in the sky outside. The dripping was as constant as the rainfall. Phillips and Bride's campfire was long extinguished from the dampness of the air, and the two sailors had rolled themselves up in their respective beddings they'd made from the blankets Bride had found in the house. Phillips didn't know why he had woken up, but he thought he'd heard the sound of something wet sinking into the mud outside. He sat up and looked at the hole in the wall, but saw nothing in the next flash of lightning. He laid back down a moment later. Another sound like the first came right after he did, and he sat up again. Once again, he heard the sound of something heavy setting down in the mud outside. Bride's fears about Allosaurus came back to his mind. This time, Phillips threw his blankets off and crouched next to his bedding. The third time the sound came confirmed that not only was something out there, but that the sound was actually a heavy footstep. Bride's fears might not have been unwarranted, especially if Allosaurus were as vicious as the art of them Phillips had seen indicated. With the rain outside increasing in intensity, Phillips grabbed his rifle and then shook Bride. Hey, wake up, he whispered. Bride mumbled, then opened his eyes. Huh? What? He asked. Something's outside, Phillips hissed. Bride instantly shot awake at that, threw his own blankets off, and grabbed his rifle as well. Phillips grabbed the Die Glocke, and he and Bride cautiously backed away from the open hole in the wall, staring into the night outside. Phillips set the Die Glocke down once they had space between them and the opening. He and Bride both slowly raised their weapons and waited. The only sound was of their breathing and the rain outside pouring off the roof. Aside from the rain, everything then fell quiet outside. But the two didn't take their eyes off the opening. Phillips quickly made sure his weapon was still ready to fire. Bride, meanwhile, was shaking but kept his gun aimed at the opening in the wall. A sudden flash of lightning cast a shadow on the wall. Something massive was outside, its jaws open and exposing its massive teeth. Oh God, Bride gasped. The shape of a large head appeared in the opening wall they'd been using as a door and turned to face them. They heard the sound of it sniffing. Then, its nose slowly came into view as the thing peeked its head inside of the opening. Through the dripping water, there was a large snout, gleaming teeth poking out from behind bared, fleshy lips, and eyes glowing from the pale light outside. Its head turned to face them, and it paused. The thing froze and just stared at them for several seconds, its seemed to study them for a long moment with forward-facing, unblinking eyes, its gaze licking them over with predatory glare, one not too dissimilar from the one the Nazi captain had who had ordered them hanged. Then, the dinosaur, that was definitely what the two were looking at, they knew, one of the big meat-eaters to be exact, seemed to reach its conclusion about them, and it started to try to squeeze its body inside too. It had decided it had found its next meal. It opened its large jaws, bellowed, and began to shove its way inside the warehouse towards them. Phillips and Bride didn't hesitate another moment, and they both opened fire as it went to squeeze toward them. The massive dinosaur jerked back and shook its head side to side, bellowing again before continuing to shove its way into the warehouse. Despite having limited ammo, the sailors didn't stop firing, the bullets striking the theropod's snout. It shook its head side to side, opened its jaws, and bellowed, and tried to come near to them as they continued to fire, bright flashes of light spitting out of the end of their guns with each bullet fired, illuminating the face and eyes of the dinosaur in bright, vivid, horrifying detail. The bullets left bleeding wounds on its snout, but the dinosaur didn't seem to notice, and its opening jaws continued to come near to them. The metal shards hanging around the hole squeaked and creaked as the massive animal shoved more of its body inside the hole towards them. The dinosaur kept coming closer. Its jaws were open and it was ready to snap down on them once it was in reach. Then all of a sudden, a black shape flew in from the side and latched onto the theropod's head. It bellowed, a sound that shook Phillips and Bride's bodies as it passed through them. Version 2 latched onto its head and sunk his teeth into it, the animal trying to throw him off, but when Version 2 dealt a severe slash to its eye, it pulled itself back out of the hole and into the night. Version 2 let go as it retreated and watched it go, before turning to face the two sailors. In the pitch dark of the interior of the warehouse, all Phillips and Bright could see were his blank, glowing eyes, essentially floating in the dark ahead of them. They could hear more dripping, though, but it wasn't rain dripping down from the metal roof. It was blood dripping from Version 2's claws and teeth onto the floor. The event had ended as quickly as it began, and it all happened in a matter of seconds. Phillips, admittedly feeling creeped out at the sight of Version 2's glowing eyes watching them, checked his rifle. One bullet was left. "Shit," he said. "The thing wouldn't stop. It ate all my ammo." "How many bullets do you have left?" he asked, facing Bride. Bride didn't answer. He was shaking. A moment later, he lost it and began to break down. Shaking, he sank to the ground and began sobbing and having a panic attack. What was that? What was that? We have to get home. We have to get home. We won't survive here. We're not cut out for this," he rambled. Phillips dropped his rifle and hurriedly grasped his friend's shoulders. Hey, look at me." "That thing nearly ate us," Bride shouted. Phillips shook him again. "John, look at me." Bride slowly did, tears still rolling down his face. Phillips shook him gently. "Hey, we are going to get home. We are not going to die here." He paused, trying to think of how he could reassure his best friend, especially when he was unsure himself. Hey, it could be worse. Dinosaurs are alive again nearly a century from our day? Fine. At least we know where we are, and it's still more or less modern compared to our home. At least it's only a century that we're from home. There are plenty worse places we could have ended up. The Dark Ages. The middle of the ocean 1,000,000 years ago. What's it called? A Carboniferous. The 100 Years' War. We could have ended up crashing in some Jurassic swamp and losing the Die Glocke. Or in medieval Europe or ancient Greece or Egypt and not had the tools to fix it if it's broken. It might be, it might not be, but here we can find the tools if we need them. Things that we have here that we wouldn't if we ended up anywhere else, like ancient Greece. Archimedes himself couldn't have done us any good without modern tools. Like the ones we can still find here. Another good reason we ended up where we did. Here we can fix it if it's broken. Maybe even find some records from the 1940s about the Die Glocke. We have it. We'll figure out how it works and fix it if we have to. You and I are going to get home. John, I will make sure we get back, he said. I promise. Bride wasn't sure what to say. He just nodded as his panic attack passed. Version 2 watched over the two the whole while, but he didn't speak. He didn't feel like he had any words that he could offer the two. Phillips finally looked over at him once Bride had mostly calmed down. What was it? That was a Tyrannosaurus, Version 2 answered. Phillips gulped. You have them around here? Them and more, Version 2 confirmed. Even after the two had fallen back into a restless sleep, he stayed awake for the rest of the night, to be sure the Tyrannosaur didn't come back. After discovering a hidden stash of weapons in a barricaded, windowless backroom of a store, all makes and designs that they didn't recognize, but figured still out how to fire, the werewolf unit, along with Vorman, left the Volkswagen stashed away and hidden, and proceeded to explore the area on foot. They spent an afternoon learning how to shoot their new weapons, using old cans as targets while getting a feel for them. They were awed by their effectiveness. Vorman even proved to be a lethal shot with only a mere pistol he'd found in the stash. Now that they had practiced with them and were ready to use them, the lethality of the weapons gave them the confidence to explore on foot. They needed the gas. They couldn't risk running out before they got their hands back on the Die Glocke. Vorman wasn't in a big rush. He knew the Americans couldn't work the Die Glocke. That was why he'd ordered the group to leave without making a move to get it back. Now they were armed with automatic weapons that seemed to be much more improved and slick from the ones they recognized in the German arsenal. Their clips held 20 bullets each, and the gun would constantly fire until empty if one held the trigger down. Vorman knew that the American trooper had spun the dates on the Die Glocke to a random one. He wanted to learn where and when exactly they were. The look and feel of the automatic rifles and the styles of cars that were much nicer, even as ruins, made him believe they were in the future at some point, but he didn't know. Nor did he know what had happened to cause the world to end up in the state it was in now. So, armed with plenty of ammunition that they'd also found in the stash, they were patrolling on foot, looking for clues. Patrolling down a small street, Vorman, the only one not armed with one of the automatic rifles, just with a pistol that he had jammed into his holster to replace the one he'd thrown away, the same one he'd practiced shooting with, put a hand up to make the unit behind him stop. He heard laughter. They were on a street in a dilapidated town, and the voices, and the smell of smoke, were coming out of a large shattered window of a storefront. Walking forward, Vorman peeked inside. A group of 6 or so people sat inside the building, at the end of one of the rows of empty shelves. They were laughing with each other. Despite the shattered building around them and the ruined world they were living in, a world without much needed order, they seemed to be making the best of it and surviving just fine, like a tribe of primitive man in Africa millions of years earlier. Vorman regarded them, his gaze unreadable and expressionless. Then, he slipped back from the shattered window and nodded to his unit of troops. They readied their automatic rifles and then, shouting in German, rushed into the doorway. Vorman followed as the werewolf unit surrounded the startled group, shouting at them to put their hands up. Though the group couldn't understand what they were saying, they did put their hands up due to having so many weapons pointed at them. Vorman stepped between the soldiers and gazed with a slight sneer at the people cowering at their feet. They gazed back at his immaculate figure, his striped medals, his neat hair poking out from under his visor, his crisp uniform and straight posture. The confused survivors gazed back at him, looking terrified because only someone, or in this case a group, who were completely insane would be wandering around nearly a decade into the apocalypse dressed like a Nazi commander and his soldiers from 100 years earlier. What kind of people did that? No one sane or good, that was for sure. As Vorman gazed down at the couples, the group of 6 seemed to be made up of 3 of them. The husband of the nearest one to him spoke up. "What the hell are you cosplaying as Nazis for?" he asked. His wife looked over at him. "Don't," she hissed. "The kind of people who would do that are absolutely insane." She looked at Vorman. "Just take whatever you want, please." Vorman continued to stare at the group for a few moments, his unit holding them at gunpoint all the while. "What year is it?" Vorman finally asked in English, standing up straight with his hands behind his back. What? The confused man closest to Vorman asked. What year is it? Vorman demanded again, shouting now and shaking from frustration. The confused man at his feet didn't answer, looking completely lost. So Vorman pulled his pistol out, flicked the safety off, and fired a bullet into the man's wife. The other survivors screamed, and the man fell forward when it happened. Vorman didn't twitch. His cold eyes didn't blink. He calmed himself, and his cool, strong display of emotionless coldness returned. He holstered his pistol. What year is it? He said again. What? It's 2045. What's wrong with you? The now sobbing man shouted. What's wrong with you? Why'd you shoot her? Why are you dressed like a Nazi? What's wrong with you? Are you insane? He tried to crawl to the body, but a werewolf struck his head with his rifle, shouting at him not to move. Now sobbing, the man lay on the floor at Vorman's feet, sounding broken. Vorman didn't answer his question or look at him. He merely looked up and said softly, 2045. A century into the future. The world was in shambles, ruins, and clearly in need of stewards to steer it on the right path. Vorman's resolve was only more determined than ever to change the outcome of June 6, 1944. He looked back at the group. Season? He asked. It's summer, one woman near the back of the group answered, just giving the madman what he wanted. Vorman looked at her. And how did this happen? What? The woman asked. Vorman gestured around. All of this. The anomaly? The woman offered. Vorman's silence prompted her to continue. The thing that resurrected all the extinct animals that ever lived in prehistory? She offered, not knowing what this man wanted to hear. He should know this already. It caused anarchy, destroyed food chains, caused civilization to collapse. Explain this anomaly, Vorman demanded next. The girl shook her head. We don't know. How did it happen? Vorman prompted. We don't know, but the world, none of the governments could handle it, she said. Vorman took that in. Around a century in the future, the civilized world would be destroyed by an apocalypse he now knew the catalyst of. Only a strong, world-dominating regime could be prepared to tackle this anomaly when it finally happened. A century was plenty of time to prepare if someone was leading the world under one banner to get ready for it, and have only the best ready to tackle its effects on civilization. Vorman only was now more convinced than ever that he must return to May 1944, to tell Hitler of the coming invasion, to give them time to make it right. This glimpse of the future only gave him a more fanatic drive to complete his self-assigned mission. And to do that, he knew he must track the two Americans down. Vorman turned his cold gaze away from the group and faced his werewolf unit, and softly ordered something in German. He then walked back out of the old store as his men stomped past him, raised their weapons, and fired into the group until they stopped moving. Vorman did not look back. His decision to kill the small group of survivors was not personally motivated. He simply felt that, at the moment, it was better to have no witnesses to their presence be left behind at all. If the Americans learned of their presence still being in the area, it might complicate matters. And that was what they needed to do now. To get the plan back on track, to not just win the war, but also get the world ready for this great cataclysm when it occurred. Vorman knew that the Americans couldn't have figured out how to work the Die Glocke. That was the reason he had backed off so easily when the Americans ordered them to leave upon first arriving in 2045. Well, part of that was also a state of shock at seeing the world and civilization completely gone on their initial arrival, but also because he knew they would not be able to use the device without a vehicle to get it up to the speed it needed for the jump in time to happen. The Die Glocke couldn't be used sitting still. It needed to be in a vehicle and driven up to a certain speed for it to work. Upon seeing the state of the world upon their arrival, he felt confident that there were none anywhere, and handing it over for the time being would be the smarter move, considering the Americans had them at gunpoint. Vorman stepped out onto the street and gazed down the empty town. Once he did his work, once he corrected many mistakes, this future would never come to pass. That state of shock, of completely being unable to comprehend what one was seeing, that they'd felt upon their arrival, would never be felt by anyone again. Vorman was more determined than ever to change the war's outcome now. He just needed the Die Glocke back. As his equally insane werewolves joined him on the street, Vorman said to them, "We have to find the Americans." That morning, things at the warehouse were glum and dispirited. While Phillips found he'd handled the events from a few nights before overall well, Bride had not. He'd not slept for more than a few restless minutes at a time over the entire last few days, paranoid about what else might come for them. He finally had fallen into a deep sleep once the sun was up that morning, and Phillips didn't want to wake him. Maybe Bride was more panicked after the attack because he knew more about the terrible lizards than he did. Phillips didn't know if ignorance was a good shield to have in this instance, but it was good that one of them was keeping it together. Phillips had spent a few days since the attack trying to get a better understanding of the Die Glocke, but he'd not gotten any closer to figuring out how it worked. The few days had been nice for one thing. The two had subsequently recovered from several of their injuries. Many of their bruises were healing up. Phillips found his gunshot wound did not hurt nearly as bad anymore, and the sore rings on their necks the ropes had left were fading away too. However, their wounds healing up were not encouraging when the Die Glocke was still nothing more than a bell-shaped paperweight. But what they needed now was food. Phillips sighed and grabbed one of the rifles once the sun shone a beam into the warehouse. Version 2 looked at him. "I'm gonna go hunt for food," Phillips said, sliding a bullet into the chamber with a click. "I can go," Version 2 offered. "I'd feel better if you were here with him," Phillips said after a moment. He did. He had no doubts that the hybrid could protect his exhausted friend better than he could himself, even with a gun. Version 2 didn't respond for a moment. Then he nodded. "I won't let him out of my sight," the hybrid dinosaur promised. Phillips nodded. "Thanks," he said, looking like he wanted to add more to that, but instead, he just picked his weapon up and stood up. Taking a moment to practice aiming with the German-designed rifle, once he felt comfortable with his grip on it, he lowered it and walked towards the exit of the warehouse. Version 2 noted that Phillips was no longer casting him a sideways, suspicious glance when he thought he wasn't looking back. As Phillips walked out of the hole in the wall, climbed over the collapsed metal, and outside of the warehouse, he stopped. His jaw fell slack, and the gun he was holding fell limp in his grasp. Grazing in the meadow across from the warehouse was a herd of Stegosaurus. And they were beautiful. The large animals were moving slowly, their spiked tails lazily swinging. They also looked nothing like what he'd pictured. Version 2 had been right. The illustrations in the books from the 1940s and before were very inaccurate to how they really appeared. The heads were too small, the backs were too humped, and they didn't hold a candle to how majestic the dinosaurs appeared in real life. In reality, the Stegosaurus had a long tail that didn't drag on the ground, but was instead held high above it. Its back was adorned with colorful plates instead of the dull ones Phillips had always seen in illustrations. Its hide looked strong, and the muscles beneath rippled with each step the grazing dinosaurs took. Its neck was longer than it appeared in the art he'd seen, and its posture was straight and upright. It was nothing like the art he'd seen of them in the books. The dinosaurs grazed, not minding him, not acting hostile, not doing evil like so many people in the world he'd left a century in the past did. It was beautiful. Phillips even felt a tear sliding down his cheek. There was, despite everything he and Bride had seen, both in their time and the current present, still some beauty, some peace, and some good in the world nonetheless. It wasn't snuffed out. It was a nice feeling. After watching for a few minutes, Phillips readjusted his grip on the rifle and set off. The sailor strolled between the stegosaurs, but they didn't pay him any mind or act aggressive towards him. He gave them plenty of space, though. He quickly crossed the meadow and entered the forest. A leptictidium scampered into its hiding place as Phillips made his way through the woods, rifle raised but not aimed at anything in particular. Phillips was following some deer tracks. They looked fresh. He followed the path the deer had taken and slowly came to a stop when he found it. The deer was lying next to a tree, all of its meat freshly stripped from its bones. Phillips approached cautiously, holding his gun up. When he got closer, he could see large bite and scratch marks on the spine and ribs. A few bones had even been broken from having been bitten by something. Phillips heard something nearby suddenly let out what sounded like a mix between a squawk and a bark. He looked around. The foliage on all sides prevented him from seeing anything. Tucking his gun into his shoulder, he cautiously made to back off, pointing the gun in the direction the sound had come from. He'd only just gotten to what he thought was a safe distance away when he heard another sound off to his right. Something large was pushing its way through the brush towards him, vocalizing deeply as it came nearer. Phillips went wide-eyed and looked in all directions for a moment before he ran, leaves crunching under his feet, to a large, hollowed-out rotten log that was lying on the ground. Dropping his rifle to the ground, he got on his hands and knees and crawled inside of the snug space, pausing once he was in the middle. He pressed himself down into the soft, damp ground and went completely still. Trying to keep his rapid breathing short, he didn't move, but he could hear footsteps of something walking nearer to him. Gazing out the opposite end of the log from where he'd crawled inside, he had to stifle a gasp when a leg appeared outside the opening. A foot, three-toed, scaly, with a large sickle claw on one toe, stepped down on the ground right outside of the opening of the log. Each of the three toes ended in a claw, but the other two were not nearly as large as the lethal-looking sickle. He heard the animal trilling, then it squawked. It readjusted its stance outside, but it didn't move on. It just sniffed the air. Phillips couldn't see what it was, nor was it a species he'd have even known, due it to not becoming known to paleontologists until 1989, and not being formally described until a decade after that. The dinosaur standing outside the log was an achillobator. It was a very large dromaeosaur that was 16 feet long. It was coated in a thick coat of speckled brown-red feathers everywhere, save for on its underbelly, inner legs, under its tail, lower legs, hands, and on its snout. The feathers on the arm were among the longest. As it stood outside the log, it began preening them. It was also a carnivore. As it groomed itself, Phillips couldn't see what it was doing. He just heard the large animal sniffing and chirping. Not about to be caught if it leaned down and looked inside the log, he slowly pulled his rifle forward, trying not to make any noise or draw attention to him. The achillobator stopped grooming its left arm and dropped it down. The clawed fingers sank into Phillips' view and he jerked back, fearing for a moment that the dinosaur was bending down to look inside the log. When it didn't, it had begun grooming its right arm. He continued pulling his gun up, and very slowly he tucked it into his shoulder. He then brought the barrel up and aimed at the other end of the log. It would be an easy shot if he had to open fire. But he didn't have to. The raptor suddenly took off on its own and was gone. Phillips sighed and let the gun fall forward as he relaxed, the fear and tension leaving his body once the dinosaur was gone. That had been far too close for comfort. He laid inside the log for a few minutes to calm down. Then he slowly began to crawl out of it. As he emerged, he again froze because he heard something rumbling deeply behind him. Still lying on his stomach, Phillips slowly turned and looked over his shoulder and felt everything go numb at what he saw. He was looking at an unbelievably massive animal. It was hard to comprehend its size. It was a huge, long-necked dinosaur with a beak, yellow eyes, and a small head. It stood on two legs, and contrary to all the art of the terrible lizard Phillips had ever seen, this one was covered in a coat of feathers instead of having scaly skin. They were long and brown with gray speckled, and covered the entire body except for its head and undersides. The most striking thing about the dinosaur, however, was that it had long arms and at the end of each of its 3 fingers was a very long claw, almost like a scythe. Like the Achillibator, it was a species that Phillips didn't recognize, not that he knew much about dinosaurs anyway, but even if he did, he wouldn't have recognized the animal. The Therizinosaurus would not be discovered until the 1950s, and even then, it was first thought to be a big turtle and not a dinosaur. It wouldn't be until the 1970s when the animal was first suggested to even be a dinosaur. The large dinosaur was grazing on the leaves of a tree when Phillips crawled out of the log, and his movement caused it to whip its head around and gaze at him. It looked at him as he stared back, and it grumbled deeply, clicking its beak a few times. Then it began to stalk closer to him. The sight of it creeping closer to him caused his stomach to drop out of his numb body. He was frozen, unable to do anything, as the massive animal walked closer to him, gazing down at him the whole time. Even with his gun right next to him, he was unable to get himself to lift it up and fire. The sight of such an impossibly huge animal so close left him paralyzed as it continued to come closer. All he could manage to do was softly say, "What the fuck is that?" The Therizinosaurus stepped over the log and bent down to sniff him, moving its head almost like a slithering snake. It rumbled deeply again. As it bent down, it reached towards the ground, and the large claws on its hands sunk into the soft ground on both sides of him, closing around him like a cage as the animal's beak came closer, closer to him. Phillips remained frozen and wide-eyed as the beak came right up to his face, mere inches from the tip of his nose. The Therizinosaur sniffed him again a few times, then bellowed right into his face, its tongue splashing him with saliva. Then it rose up and went away, walking back to the tree it had been feeding on, its feather-coated tail swaying behind it. Phillips, having no strength left from all the tension that had been in his body, gave into exhaustion and collapsed on the ground and just laid there. It was a long time before he got the nerve to get up and sprint back to the warehouse. Version 2 was lying down, idly pawing at the ground with one long finger claw, when Bride finally stirred and awoke. The hybrid dinosaur turned his gaze over to the frazzled sailor, who looked more dead than alive as he sat up and rubbed his eyes. He looked drained, a shell of a human, and didn't even look over at the hybrid dinosaur that had been watching over him. There was some slightly awkward silence until Version 2, normally the one somewhat reluctant to talk, spoke. "Feeling better?" he asked. Bride looked over at him, seeing the hybrid's armored spiked tail swaying as he patiently waited for an answer. Bride regarded him for a few moments before speaking. "What does that feel like?" he asked, looking at Version 2's single row of teeth. "Not being able to fully close your mouth because of how your teeth are positioned." Version 2 cocked his head to the side, either confused or bemused at the unrelated comment, and he gave off the equivalent to a shrug. "I don't really notice it," he said. Bride sighed, now asking a question that he'd been had wanted to, and one that had been eating at him for days. "If you live in a community with people, good people even, why are you out here by yourself?" Version 2 slightly parted his jaws, then he spoke again. "I enjoy alone time," he replied. There are things my creators made me do when I was still brainwashed into being a very unstable but obedient animal to them that I have a hard time with. Some of the things I did were horrible. They haunt me. Still horrify me now that my head is clear. I tore people apart because, at the time, I thought it was fun." He trailed off and gazed down for a moment, then turned his glowing eyes back up to the sailor. "But I also come out here, not just to be alone, but also to make sure the area around the community has no strangers who have wandered into the area. That's what I was doing when I first saw you two." Bride digested the dinosaur's words, understanding that feeling of trauma, though Perhaps not the exact type the hybrid dealt with. Phillips might have had a better idea, due to his experience on the USS Eldridge in 1943. What's the community like? Bride asked. It's walled off, self-sustaining, and has really good people there. They're the ones who beat my fanatic creators. The other hybrids they made are there too. We all eventually switched sides in the war to defeat them, version 2 answered. It's a good place though. You could make a home there, because I'm starting to doubt that we can actually make the Die Glocke work, Bride admitted. Version 2 nodded in understanding. Listen, I don't fully understand how you two got here. I don't know how that thing works. But if you can't get home, the community I'm from would be happy to take you in. They may have fought really bad people, but they know who good ones are and welcome them. Especially if someone they trust, like me, can vouch for them. Bride wiped his eyes. Thanks. Thank you, he said, his voice slightly breaking as his emotions threatened to spill out. Thank you for everything since we got here. We were totally unprepared for this. You were right, so thank you. I'm happy to help, version 2 said. You two are the kind of good people we like finding, in this case, no matter when you're from. Bride shook slightly, trying not to fully break down after days of high emotional taxation, when Phillips stumbled into the warehouse, tripping over the collapsed metal and falling onto his face. Bride and version 2 stood up, and Phillips rolled over and sucked in deep breath after deep breath, looking like he'd just run a mile-long sprint. Bride rushed to him and helped him sit up. What happened to you? He said. Phillips shuddered. Biggest goddamn animal I've ever seen. Damn thing was bigger than that T-Rex from the other night. God. Bride helped him over to the remains of their campfire and sat Phillips down. Bride grabbed Phillips's canteen off the ground, but it was empty, so he pulled his own canteen off his belt and gave his friend some water. Phillips gulped down several swallows before gasping. He shook his head. I have no idea what it was. It was never in any book you showed me, or any movie we saw together. He laid on his back. I'm sorry. I didn't catch anything. Bride set his canteen down. That's fine. Don't worry about it. I'll get something for you, version 2 said, gazing down at the two. Phillips and Bride looked up at him. You sure? You don't have to feed us, Bride said, but version 2 shook his head. No, I don't mind. Besides, it's more dangerous for either of you two to go out there. I'll be back, he said, dropping onto all fours and walking out of the hole in the wall. Bride shook his head, then turned his gaze back to Phillips and tried to help his friend sit up. Come on, let's get this rifle off you, he said, pulling the weapon over Phillips' shoulders. Outside, Vorman watched the pesky creature that had seemingly been guarding the Americans wander away. What it was, he had no idea. But he had to stop his werewolves from trying to attack simply because he doubted their weapons would do much to stop the armored animal. They waited a few minutes to make sure it wasn't coming back. Once he was satisfied, Vorman nodded to his werewolves and they approached out of sight from the hole in the wall. Then, once they were right outside, Vorman waved the werewolves inside and they burst through the hole in the warehouse wall, shouting and pointing their guns. Phillips and Bride both jumped and scampered back in surprise as the Nazis stormed into the room, shouting and gesturing with their weapons for them to get back. Bride pulled Phillips to his feet and they did so with their hands up. The werewolves surrounded the cold campfire remains and herded the sailors away from their pile of weapons. Neither Bride or Phillips recognized the strange-looking guns they were being threatened with. They looked like no gun they'd ever seen. They knew they must have been from sometime after the war. Vorman strolled into the warehouse. His footsteps, determined stomps, but also ones not in any rush. He walked in like a man who knew he had won. He pushed through his werewolves and gazed at Phillips and Bride. His face was cold. His lip slightly twitched into a sneer for a moment, before he looked at the ground and spotted the Die Glocke next to the fire pit. With a soft gasp, he strolled forward and picked it up off the floor, turning it upside down to gaze at its dials and knobs. He adjusted a few, then walked back to the middle of his troops, looking over at Phillips and Bride again. Then he spoke in English, a slight smirk on his face. "You never learned how it works." Neither Phillips or Bride answered, so Vorman continued. "I admire your effort, but unfortunately you could never have worked it out here, in this ruined world. Though I'm sure you guessed my motivation, and that is why you chased us in the first place and sent us all on this little adventure to 2045. Though how you learned about my plan, I don't know. No matter. With this, I will correct the mistakes that have led to our defeat in 1945. He held the Die Glocke up to his head and gazed at the two, unable to resist bragging for a few moments while he had them at last. I'm sure you also noticed that you could not change the dates, nor the locations on any of these counters. They are locked into their current settings. You see, though truly a Wunderwaffe, the Die Glocke is also very primitive. Efficiency had to be sacrificed for it to work. With more wondrous technology we will no doubt invent once we have won the war, you could perhaps alleviate the issues this one has, but as it stands, for it to work, you need an anchor point. This device can only jump to one point in time and space, and then it must go back to the date and location it left from before it can go anywhere else. The date it left from is a constant anchor point that has to be returned to before any other period or location can be traveled to. You return an instant after you left. You always will. The loops must be closed for a new one to be opened. When you make the initial jump, you will arrive at the same congruent time at your destination that you left your original departure point. But on your return, the Die Glocke will always go back to the moment it left originally. As I said, it creates a loop. Vorman now smirked widely, his cold eyes looking over the two, and he continued. All the while, his werewolves flanked him, keeping the two American sailors at gunpoint. But with that in mind, I'm sure you two are asking yourselves, how could we not return to when we left? We couldn't change the date. There are other parts of the process. You must point the arrow on the dial at the base of the Die Glocke to a specific point. Any spot is fine. That is where the opening in time will appear. A hole, punched through fourth-dimensional space like a hole puncher through paper. But what else? Speed. You must be traveling at a high speed for the device to open a hole. It needs the energy that subjugates it to punch open an opening. Once it does, you're already driving, and you can drive straight through it. That's why you two would never have gotten it to work. You need a working vehicle, and I knew there would be none in this world. Vorman smiled. Now then, I will return to 1945 from this little accident, and then I will travel to 1944, and tell all our commanders where your little invasion of Europe will truly happen. This time, it will go as it should have. And once your landing parties are repelled on Utah, Omaha, Gold, Juneau, and Sword, we will be able to divert manpower to push the Soviet Union army back. Phillips and Bride couldn't believe it. No wonder the Die Glocke seemed inanimate. The colonel was right. They couldn't have figured it out. Setting a date wouldn't just do it. It needed to be traveling at a decent speed for the device to force an opening in time to appear. Just setting a date wouldn't do it, and where the dial on the base was spun to point to was where the opening would appear once a certain speed was reached, likely only a short distance ahead of the device you were driving. It was so simple, yet impossible for them to solve in a world without vehicles. And now, this madman had it and was going to use it to terrible effect, just as they knew he would if it was real. Now that his little brag was over, Vorman approached the sailors purposefully and grabbed the pistol in Bride's holster. It seemed like he'd been about to speak when he spotted it. Vorman pulled out his Walther pistol from the holster and inspected it, before looking back at Bride. "Thank you," he said politely, walking back to the werewolves. Before Vorman could order them executed like he had the other survivors he'd found, one of his werewolves, standing guard at the entrance, shouted something. Vorman looked at the werewolf who raised the alarm and then back at the sailors. A smile spread on his face, and an especially cruel twinkle glinted in his eyes as he got a wonderful idea for what the two Americans' fates should be. Cosmic death beyond what he could imagine would suit them. One werewolf asked if he wanted them executed, but Vorman's cruel gaze gleamed, and he shook his head, answering in German, "Leave them. Once this future ceases to exist, so will they along with it." Keeping the sailors at gunpoint, the werewolves and Vorman backed off, the Die Glocke in tow. They didn't even take the sailors' weapons. They'd be long gone before they could do anything with them. Once they were outside the hole in the wall, they turned and ran for their Volkswagen. Once they'd found the Americans, they had driven in close, but shut their vehicle off and pushed it closer so that it wouldn't draw attention to themselves. Now, they all hurried and piled into the vehicle, secrecy no longer a problem. Version 2 watched them, but instead, as the Nazis were starting the vehicle, he ran to the opening in the wall. The Volkswagen sped off as he reached it, just as Phillips and Bride reached the hole as well, rifles in hand. They shoved past the dinosaur. "They have the Die Glocke! Come on, we have to catch them!" Bride said. A bolt of blue lightning, just like the one from days ago, suddenly materialized from out of nowhere and struck a spot in the air ahead of the fleeing vehicle. A mist appeared, and reality seemed to be clawed back. A doorway back to 1945 had been opened. Phillips tapped Bride on the stomach. "We have to get through before it closes," he shouted, running towards the opening as the Volkswagen sped through and out of sight. Bride followed him. Version 2, not really grasping what he was doing other than wanting to help the two, followed. The mist was closing back in, the hole was closing as they reached it, and they jumped through to the other side right as reality closed itself again. April 1945. On the other side, they saw the Volkswagen still speeding away down the road. Bride raised his rifle and fired. He kept firing and didn't stop, and right as the Volkswagen was almost out of range, a bullet struck true. The vehicle swerved, spun, then rolled, and kept rolling over and over, throwing most of the occupants from their seats until it came to rest upside down in the grass next to the road. Phillips, Bride, and Version 2 moved towards the crashed vehicle, but several of the werewolves, who had been thrown, sat up, some bleeding, but all looking more insane than ever. They shouted and began firing their strange-looking weapons, bullet after bullet. Phillips and Bride threw themselves behind some trees for cover, but Version 2 dropped onto all fours and sprinted at them. The werewolves kept shouting, but their bullets bounced right off his armor. Several tried to scamper back desperately, but Version 2 pounced on them, sinking his teeth into them, slicing others across their faces and chests with his claws. He grabbed one in his mouth and threw him into a tree where his spine audibly snapped. The ones who survived his attack tried to dig in around their overturned smoking vehicle, but Version 2 pounced on top of it and snarled at them. The few werewolves left scampered back in shock and terror and kept trying to shoot him, but it did no good. Their bullets just bounced off his armor and he launched for them, sinking his teeth into the ones who were left. From behind their tree, Phillips and Bride just watched the scene in utter shock. They now saw how lethal their friend had indeed been designed. He truly was a living weapon, and he was incredibly lethal. They could only imagine how scary he must have been when under his creator's control. It was over so quickly, and Version 2 stood in the grass next to the road, dripping blood from his hands and teeth. Then, one of the doors on the Volkswagen pushed open and Vorman crawled out. His hair was messy, his visor cap was gone. His medals were askew, his uniform dirty, and in his right hand he clutched his Walther pistol, and tucked under his left arm was the intact Die Glocke. Staggering, the disheveled colonel attempted to run away from the road with his prize, his coldness fading away to reveal his true, mad desperateness. He looked like he'd completely lost it. His world and plans had collapsed around him in literal seconds. Version 2 slowly climbed up onto the overturned Volkswagen and roared at the colonel. Vorman turned around to face the hybrid as it snarled at him, crouched on the upside-down vehicle on all fours, ready to spring. Vorman raised his pistol and fired at Version 2, but the bullets just bounced off his head. He crouched and then leapt at Vorman, charging at him on all fours. In desperation, Vorman kept firing, clutching the Die Glocke against his side as if to protect it, but his bullets did nothing to stop the charging hybrid dinosaur. Version 2 reached him, reared back, and sunk his teeth into Vermin's skull and shoulders with a powerful chomp. Grabbing the Colonel's waist with his hands and biting down on the body in his mouth harder, Version 2 twisted and pulled his head back until Vermin's body was torn clean in half at the belly, his innards spilling out onto the ground. Version 2 threw the upper half of his body off to the side of the road and roared. A loud shriek at the sky, now standing on his hind legs, blood flying off his serrated teeth and into the air, his tail swaying in exhilaration. With the Nazis dead, Phillips and Bride came out and ran to the spot where Vorman had died. Version 2 lowered his gaze to face them as they hurried over. The Die Glocke was laying in the grass at Version 2's feet. Phillips picked it up and saw that the counters had reset. He tried turning one of the knobs to set an arrival date and gasped with exhilaration when the counter began turning. Phillips looked up at the two. "It's working again," he said. Bride sighed and looked up at Version 2. "Are you okay? That was a lot of bullets you took." Version 2 nodded. "I'm not hurt. They just bounced off." Their moment of calm was interrupted at the sound of a vehicle. The three turned and saw a German troop transport truck approaching quickly up the road. Phillips tucked the Die Glocke under his arm. "God damn it," he said. Bride raised his rifle upward and Version 2 snarled, dropping onto all fours and crouching. The back of the approaching vehicle was uncovered, and several German infantrymen were sitting in it. One near the front stood up and shouted, pointing at the two sailors. But he didn't see Version 2, who had stealthily slinked off to the side and out of sight. The man pointing at the sailors was the werewolf Phillips had knocked out of the Volkswagen before their initial jump through time. "Son of a bitch went and found reinforcements," Phillips hissed. "He must have went and found another straggler group," Bride added as the truck stopped and the Germans piled out, weapons aimed and ready. "Shit, cover!" Phillips yelled, and he and Bride turned and ran. He and Bride just managed to jump behind another patch of trees as the Nazis opened fire at them, the hail of bullets raining into the bark. Phillips and Bride sat on their knees, tucking the Die Glocke behind them. They raised their rifles and returned fire. The German soldiers took cover alongside the road, behind the rolled Volkswagen, or behind the truck they arrived in. Bride shot one as he ran for cover and the man dropped onto the ground. Phillips saw the werewolf who had led these soldiers back to where he and Bride had chased them was still up in the truck, aiming his own gun in their direction. Phillips raised his rifle towards him and fired. The werewolf jerked back, dropped his weapon, and tumbled down over the front of the vehicle and onto the ground. Phillips watched him fall before turning his attention back to the battle at hand. The Nazis were firing relentlessly and keeping the two sailors pinned down, forced to duck behind trees and not get many shots off. In lulls in the gunfire, Phillips and Bride were able to return fire, but their bullets were running low and they weren't making much progress. Then suddenly, a black shape charged into the Nazis from Phillips and Bride's left. With a shriek, Version 2 plowed into the soldiers. Several screamed in utter fear and turned their guns on him. One died when they took a direct hit from his spiked tail. Another had their guts spilled out by a swipe from his claws, and another's screams were cut off as Version 2's jaws slammed down over his head. He ran in and out of the group, carrying away bodies in his jaws before coming back and attacking anew. The Nazis kept firing, but they couldn't stop the lightning-fast force picking them off one by one. With the Nazis not even looking at them now, Phillips and Bride stood, leaned out around the trees, and began firing again. Several were struck in the back, others turned to try returning fire once they realized that they were being attacked from two sides, but taking their eyes off Version 2 was a death sentence. Nazi after Nazi died by the dinosaurs' claws, teeth, and spikes, some dying where they stood, others screaming in fear as Version 2 dragged them off the road and out of sight. Phillips and Bride continued their barrage. As Version 2 continued to attack, then ripped several Nazi soldiers apart, they shot the others. Several bullets also pelted the windshield of the truck and killed those inside it. Despite being outnumbered by more than 4-1, the two sailors in Version 2 ended the battle in mere minutes. A few Nazis tried to run, but Version 2 chased them down and mauled them until there were no more attempting to escape. The last one left had simply stared, dumbfounded, as he crept towards them on all fours, snarling. Then he'd rushed them, and their screams quickly were cut off with a crunch of bone. When it was finally over, Phillips and Bride came out from behind the trees and walked towards the truck. Version 2 met them there. Phillips ejected his spent clip and picked a full one up from a dead soldier's pocket and snapped it into his rifle. For a moment, the three didn't speak. There was a slight air of uncertainty between them, especially with version 2 now being a century into the past than he should have been. Pride finally was, again, the one who broke the awkward tension. So, now what? Philip sighed, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and went back for the Die Glocke. He returned to the group and set the date on it for July 8th, 2045, matching the location with what it had been, and knew the return time would be less than an hour after they'd left. He looked up. "We have to send him home," Philip said. Bride nodded. "Yeah," he agreed. "Good thing it works," Philip said. "Imagine if it was broken," he said, looking up at version 2. "I guess I'd have had to make do," version 2 said, taking a look around the world from a century in the past. It was kind of incredible to get a glimpse of the world from, in his perspective, distant history. "Well, it doesn't matter. It works, and we'll send you home," Bride promised, looking relieved to be back. Philip shook his head, tapping the Die Glocke a few times. "Do you want to go back too?" Phillips then hesitantly asked. "What?" Bride said. "I kinda want to go back too," Phillips replied. Bride did a double take. "What?" he said. Phillips nodded. "Yeah." Bride shook his head. 10 minutes before we left, you were having a panic attack. Now you want to stay there? Listen, bad experience, yes, but on the whole, it felt like a good place, good time for a fresh start. I mean, John, what's left for us here in 1945? Our brothers are gone. That bastard Aaronmore might try to get us killed again. At least in 2045, maybe we could make a good life for ourselves. A fresh start, a completely new slate. And we have a good friend here who can help us get adjusted to it," he said, motioning to version 2. Then he added, "There's just some beauty there that I don't think I see here anymore. Yes, those animals were big and dangerous and scary, but that's different from fighting people like these guys here. Animals just do what they do. These Nazis do it all out of malice and hate because they want to hurt someone else. I don't think I want to stay here knowing somewhere seemingly better might be in reach. Plus, you saw it after the 73 sank and Aaronmore turned up. While we were looking for the train, people like this bring out the worst in me." Bride couldn't believe what he was hearing. "William, listen. You do that and come to regret it. There is no coming back. And nothing to live for? The war is almost over. It's almost done. We're not going to give up now. We have to make it count. Here. Now. This is where we belong. We won't survive in that world to be," he said. "I know the last few days, the last few months have been hard, but that's not a reason to jump ship and jump 100 years into the future. William, please listen to me," he added. Version 2 remained silent, feeling like this was something the two needed to address on their own. "William, please," Bride pleaded. "See reason. You can't go back." Philip stared at his best friend for a moment and then nodded. "Okay, you're right. We belong here," he conceded, knowing deep down that Bride was right. Bride sighed in relief. "Thank you," he said. Then they turned their gazes to version 2. Philip shook the Die Glocke a little bit. "Hey, big guy, when you get back, destroy this thing. Smash it, drop it in a lake. I don't care, but it has to be destroyed. Version 2 nodded. I will, he promised. Philip smiled at him. Good. You know, you're not actually so bad. Real nice to have around in a fight. He'd have been real useful on the Eldridge Bride. And sorry for shooting you when you first jumped out at us. Version 2 snorted in bemusement. It didn't hurt, he assured, dropping onto all fours so that he was closer to eye level with the two sailors. I'm glad to have met you two, he said, even if it wasn't the best introduction. Yeah, us too, Bride said, reaching out and patting Version 2's armored snout. Thank you, the sailor said with a grateful smile. You really saved our skins. Several times. Phillips patted his nose as well. Thanks for not killing me, especially when I shot you, he chuckled. Bride snorted. Yeah, he could have eaten you then and there. It took a lot for me not to, Version 2 said. Usually, I don't take kindly to being shot. Philip shook his head and then held up the Die Glocke. I'll get this thing in the truck, drive it until a hole appears. You just get through before it closes, he said to Version 2. The hybrid nodded. Hey, I'm not the best with words, so I'm happy to say I met some good friends. Us too, Phillips assured, echoing Bride's sentiment. Unable to resist, he set the Die Glocke down and gave Version 2 a hug around the neck. One of goodbye and one of thanks. Bride did the same a moment later. See you on the other side, Slick, Phillips said. Phillips got into the still-running truck, pulled the dead body of the driver out, who had been shot through the windshield, pointed the dial on the Die Glocke straight down the road, and then began driving. The Die Glocke began rattling, and the upper and lower sections began spinning. The familiar lightning bolt struck, and space and reality ahead seemed to peel back once it struck. Once it was open fully, Phillips opened the door and leapt out of the truck, rolling on the ground next to the road. Phillips sat up and watched the truck disappear through the hole. Moments later, Version 2 ran in after it. With a final swing of his armored, spike-adorned tail, he vanished through the hole, and then it closed behind him. Reality merged back together, the warps vanished, and space smoothed out, and it closed, like it was never there. Both loops were now closed. Phillips sighed and sat up, looking back at Bride. He smiled at his friend and nodded. It was finally over. July 2045. The truck crashed into an old light pole and stopped. Steam hissing out from under the hood. Version 2 walked up to the open driver's side door and reached in and pulled the Die Glocke out. Clutching it close, he thought of where he should put it so no one would ever find it. He took it to a nearby muddy pond. It was a mud hole of water around 5 or 6 feet deep at its center. Not appealing to look at or fish in, a pond no one ever looked twice at, let alone would ever want to swim in. Once there, he smashed the Die Glocke against the ground a few times and then threw it into the pond where it sank out of sight into the murky water. Once the ripples disappeared, all traces of it were gone, and with it, all chances that anyone, considering how few humans were left, would ever find it. That night, Version 2 was staying one more night in the same warehouse that had been home for the previous few nights. As the sun set, he gazed at the empty rolls of blankets Phillips and Bride had been using, and at the cold, burnt logs in their fire pit, and at the pile of weapons the two had left behind in their mad rush to chase the Nazis before they escaped. Tomorrow, he'd go back home to the community. Tonight, though, he just wanted to reflect. He thought about the whole incident, and the two friends he'd made. He'd always think of them as that. Friends. The three had shared something in their impossible meeting and impossible adventure, and in some ways, Version 2 thought that they might have helped him find a way to deal with his own traumas. Maybe he wouldn't have to go out on his own anymore either. They really would have made great friends. It was unfortunate that they were born a century apart. He'd spend the night there at the warehouse and then go home tomorrow. But first, there was one more stop that he wanted to make on the way. April 1945. Phillips and Bride had finally reached the town they'd been traveling to when they'd found Vorman's little posse of extremists. It was a town that was little more than piles of rubble, wood, and bricks laid in piles, and buildings stood half demolished or just blown up. They'd hiked for miles following the skirmish and had finally made it. They sat together inside one of the destroyed buildings that had a wall collapsed, watching the movement on the street. The people who lived here were trying to rebuild already now that they were liberated from the Nazis' grasp, and American airborne infantry troops were moving around the town as well, some helping, some resting, some planning when they were going to move out and where to when they did. More American troops were coming and going non-stop as well. The town might have been little more than rubble, but there was still a feeling of hope. Someone, somewhere, was even playing a happy, if what, somber, tune on their violin. The two sailors sat in silence for most of the afternoon and evening, resting now that they finally had a true chance to do so in what felt like the first time in forever. Bride sipped on the coffee they'd been given by one of the infantry troops who had been nice enough to share some of his powdered rations with the exhausted sailors. He finally spoke and set his empty cup down on the table next to him. "It feels good to just sit down," he said. Phillips nodded. "Yeah, somewhere we don't have to worry about dying in 5 minutes, too," he replied, setting his own cup down. He shook his head. "It's been almost a week for us. Can you believe here it's only been about 24 hours since we found the train?" Bride chuckled. "Yeah, it's been about 24 hours since we got hanged, too," he said, rubbing his neck. "My neck is still sore." "Yeah, mine too," Phillips agreed, rubbing his neck as well. Bride didn't respond for a moment, then he said, "Did you really want to go back?" Phillips sighed. "I think part of me did, but you're right. We belong here. Our place is here. Just because the last few months have been hard, that doesn't change that. I think I'd have reached the same conclusion no matter where we ended up. The future, or, ancient Greece, or the Jurassic." Bride nodded. "I'm really happy you stayed," he said. "It wouldn't have been right without you here, especially with Blake and Tom gone." Philip smiled back, then leaned back in his seat as a group of soldiers marched past outside. "Let's live a good life for them, all right?" he said. Bride nodded in agreement. For them. And us. They mutually agreed and went back to watching the activity in the town outside. "Maybe they're still out there, somewhere," Bride speculated optimistically. It was a nice thought, but neither felt deep down that they believed it. They also knew, and accepted, that they'd probably never know what happened to them. Philip spoke again after a minute. "Do you think the wreck of the YP-73 was still there in 2045? "Probably," Bride said. "Kinda trippy to think about, though. Her still being off the coast of Alaska over 100 years after we barely escaped her." "Yeah," Philip said. "I didn't really think about what might have still been out there that was here in our time. Now that I have a bit, it's kinda trippy. You're right. You just have to wonder how she looked by then. You know what else is trippy? Our rifles are still in the future, too. Those ones I grabbed off the road, those are the ones we brought back," Bride said. Phillips nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it definitely is weird to think about," he said. "And the gold train, too. Do you think it was ever found in the future?" Bride shook his head and chuckled. "I don't know," he admitted. "It'd be nice. There was a lot of history on that train. Imagine what the Nazis could have stolen right out of the past and added to it if they still had the Die Glocke." "Do you think version 2 actually destroyed the Die Glocke?" Phillips then asked, looking more serious. "God, I hope so. No one needs that kind of power," Bride replied, going back to watching the troops pass by outside. July 2045. Version 2 left the warehouse after the sun came up, and by mid-morning he was approaching a collapsed section of a wall that had once surrounded the walled-off section of a city, one now abandoned for many years. He didn't go inside its borders, he just stayed outside of it and stared at the abandoned city his creators lived in, the one he was born in, which now was merely an uninhabitable, trashed ruin that did not reflect at all what it had once been. The Patriots, as they called themselves, though they'd been far from it, people like the two sailors from 1945 he'd met were the real ones. The Patriots tried to force other communities under their flag through brutality, tried everything in their power to do it, create new weapons beyond what was thought possible, even ultimately creating him and his fellow hybrids. But everything they did ultimately came crashing down around them when they bit off more than they could chew. He contemplated the comments Phillips and Bride had said about them being similar to the Nazis they'd been fighting in the war. Maybe in the end, no matter how many evil regimes rose up and tried to force others under them by force, they'd always be defeated in the end by the good forces at play in the world. It was a reassuring notion, especially since other groups like them certainly existed somewhere beyond the community's borders, and maybe one day they would cross paths with them. Version 2 hoped the cycle continued as it had before. Meeting Phillips and Bride and getting a new perspective on his creators from them truly gave the hybrid a new appreciation for his freedom from his creators, both physically and mentally. He hated to imagine what he would have done had he remained brainwashed to them. He now appreciated the freedom he had and the life he had more than ever. And so, he felt more at peace with the things that had happened in the past. Phillips and Bride had shown him that a good future was ahead. He hoped that his little visit to the past had also done a tiny part to help them get to a similar future in their own time. That those evil people he had killed helped in the war just a tiny bit faster. It truly was a shame that they existed a century apart, but that meeting would be something he held close forever. With those thoughts, version 2 stretched out in the grass, closed his eyes, and had a very content nap in the warm sun. Rumors of the Die Glocke vary. Some say it was an anti-gravity weapon. Some say it was a time machine. Some say it was stolen by the Allies, or traded to them by an SS colonel in exchange for his freedom. Some say it was buried with the Nazis' gold train. According to some reports, the prisoners in various concentration camps were supposedly exposed to radiation from the Die Glocke, and many of them suffered from death or severe health problems. The date of this supposed event is unknown. The Die Glocke, or the bell, itself is believed to have been conceived sometime in 1942 and first tested in 1944. The Die Glocke was supposedly 12 feet high and 9 feet long according to the original reports. Today, the fate of the Die Glocke is unknown, whether it was destroyed in the war or captured by the Allies in secret, or simply never existed in the first place. In 2003, an author claimed he found evidence of the Die Glocke's existence being true in World War II-era documents that had been classified by the Polish government. Other documents given to the same individual by an unknown government official stated that SS General Jacob Sporenberg allegedly confessed to ordering the murders of 60 individuals who knew about the Die Glocke. German rocket and aerospace engineers, who later went on to be employed by the United States following World War II, also supposedly knew of the Die Glocke. If the Die Glocke existed, to this day it has never been found for reasons unknown. Today, the Die Glocke's existence is postulated as nothing more than a mere urban legend.